So please take your seats. I think there is no need for so many people standing here. So we'll be starting in another 1 or 2 minutes. I hope this online link has been already started. Fine, good.
Oh, if it's online, then I shouldn't change the seat.
It's okay. I can say that you have to take a flight. So would you like to speak first?
Yes.
Okay. So let Shambi come.
No, look, it's 10 minutes late. The online audience shouldn't be kept waiting. Yogesh, please. Yeah.
A very good morning, all of you, and respected Vice Chairman Niti Aayog, Mr. Suman Berry, and members Professor Ramesh and Dr. V.K. Paul, and our partners in this workshop, Institute of Human Development Director Professor Alak Sharma, Mr. Amarjit Sinha from CSEP, Mr. Tripathi from IIPA, and Ravi Srivastav, Neelam ma'am, and ladies and gentlemen, all my colleagues from Niti Aayog and other representatives from think tanks and universities. It's a great honor and pleasure to welcome all of you to this very, very important workshop. So you are aware that following this G20 presidency and Niti, on the instance of the Prime Minister's office, we are organizing a series of workshops, about 10 workshops we are organizing. Today this is the 5th workshop, and parallelly a 6th workshop on trade and commerce is also being organized today. And all these workshops are basically aimed towards finding out the roadmap as to what G20 communique has been issued after this India's presidency and the summit which was held in September, and what should be the roadmap now to take it forward. And sir, you're kindly aware that the Sustainable Development Goals has been one of the major agendas of all the countries, this United Nations, which was adopted by all the countries in 2015. And today, as we stand at the midpoint of SDGs in 2023, and the progress has not been very satisfactory. In fact, only 12% of the targets are on track, and a lot of targets are not on track. So in this context, I think it was very importantly, it was felt that we should organize a series of workshops and see how SDG goals can be achieved by 2030. And so today's workshop, basically we will be having 3 sessions besides this plenary session. And the focus of today's workshop is on 3 goals: hunger and malnutrition, then health, and then education. So, Dr. Paul will be chairing the session on health, Dr. Saraswat will be coming and chairing the session on education, and hunger and nutrition will be chaired by Professor Ramesh Chand, and plenary session is being chaired by you. So with these words, I welcome all of you once again, and not go into too much of details as we have a full day ahead of deliberations. And I also welcome people who have joined online. So we have connected about 1,000 universities through Association of Indian Universities. We have connected large number of schools through Secretary Education, and then All India Institute of Medical Sciences, the ICMR institutions, the whole host of institutions which have been connected online. I welcome all of them as well. And with these words, sir, I request Honorable Vice Chairman to first initiate his remarks, because I think he has to catch his flight, and thereafter we'll proceed with the other discussions. Thank you so much. I request Honorable Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Suri. Thank you for those who are in the room, and thank you particularly for those who are joining online. As many of you know, I'm the Vice Chairman of Niti Aayog, but the chairperson is the Honorable Prime Minister, and we are, amongst other ministries, hosting a series of workshops, closed-door workshops, but also open webinars, of which this is one. And Niti has been asked to organize this workshop with partners who I'll acknowledge in just a minute, because Niti Aayog is the nodal agency for the Sustainable Development Goals in the Government of India. But others, so let me now first acknowledge our partners in this event, the United Nations, represented here by the Resident Coordinator, Shambi Sharp, the Center for Social and Economic Progress, represented here by Amarjit Sinha, and the Institute for Human Development, represented by Alak Sharma. But let me also thank the two members who are present, Dr. Ramesh Chand and Dr. V.K. Paul, who really are going to carry the dialogue forward. As indicated, I will only be able to stay for this opening session. And also, I understand later in the afternoon, the third of our members, Dr. Vimani, might be joining. Is that correct? Yeah. Even though I know he's committed to a parallel event on trade. So I wanted to just make a few points about the Sustainable Development Goals, their importance in the G20, their importance to the world, and I am going to provide the perspective of somebody who was present at the so-called Development Ministerial that took place in Varanasi in June, and then was also privileged to represent government at the Secretary General's SDG summit with the strong support of the UN, support and, should I say, guidance. So the 2 or 3 points I'm going to make are what was distinctive about the focus on the Sustainable Development Goals in this particular G20? Why was it the focus of the leaders' communique, and before that, the chair's summary of the G20 ministerial? And then finally, what did it mean for India to be represented at the Secretary General's SDG summit, which I was attending for the first time, that took place in New York as in the so-called General Assembly week, the third week of September. The importance of the SDGs and why India, in its presidency, gave them the prominence they might. Dr. Suri has already mentioned the fact that at the midpoint of the period of the SDGs, the world, for reasons of COVID, but other reasons as well, has doesn't have a good record to show on the SDGs. But I think it's important, first of all, to understand the central importance of the SDGs to the world community. There were two very important events in 2015 when a fragile world came together to commit itself to a future for the planet and the planet's peoples. One was the so-called Paris COP, which created the momentum for towards 2 degrees 2 degrees centigrade as a shared goal to which all countries committed themselves. But at the same time, the United Nations, all members, committed themselves to a much more sweeping articulation of what citizens have a right to expect from their leaders. So while we will be talking about the global dimensions of the SDGs, what is very important and what we'll be discussing here today, it is actually a commitment by leaders of each country to their populations about what is the roadmap for inclusive growth, if you like, that respects the planet. So there's a local dimension, a national dimension, I should say, and a global dimension. Just briefly on the national dimension that you will be hearing about through much of the day, Niti Aayog is, I think, widely respected for what we call the localization of the Sustainable Development Goals, which includes a number of steps, having a national indicator framework that is agreed at the union level, but more importantly, creating a constituency for the Sustainable Development Goals at the level of India's states. And as you no, the actual focus of Niti Aayog has not just been at the state level. It has gone down to the district level through the Aspirational Districts program, and more recently, the Aspirational Blocks program. And so all of this reflects the fact, a bit like the G20 itself, that these are Jan Andolans, if you like. These are national commitments where every citizen has to be involved. This is not a top-down process, and I think Niti has embraced that wholeheartedly. So that's the national dimension, but I will now just speak briefly to the global dimension and why this figured so much in the G20 ministerial, development ministerial, and also in the leaders' declaration. So the development ministerial, actually, I would say up to this presidency, has been one of the less visibles of the various ministerials, of the various tracks of the G20, and it was the leadership of the Prime Minister, executed through the External Affairs Minister, who actually made the development ministerial, which was attended by development ministers from the G20 countries, a centerpiece both of India's G20 presidency and then the language in the leaders' declaration of September 10th. Now, the reasons for doing this were multiple. One is that India is the second of four countries from the global south who happen to have the G20 presidency. We succeeded Indonesia, and we are handing over at the end of this month to Brazil. And so there was very much a sense that through COVID and more broadly, ever since the global financial crisis, despite the commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals, that a shared commitment to development had somehow fallen off the agenda. And so the development ministerial was used, chaired by the External Affairs Minister, to bring the focus back on development as an inclusive and holistic activity, best summarized by the Sustainable Development Goals, perhaps in contrast to the excessive focus on just climate mitigation that had preoccupied some of the previous chairs, where, as it were, the global agenda was the mitigation agenda. So I think that was part of the reason for putting the SDGs back on the very much on the front burner, because that is the standard to which the world has committed itself, just as much as the commitments at the Paris COP. The second point, though, is that the G20 allows you to bring together finance and goals. And there was a big push under the so-called finance track to raising finance for the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, it is not the case that that the financing dimension had not been addressed. There's something called the Addis Ababa Declaration that followed shortly upon the Agenda 2030, but somehow that had been ignored. But so India chose the scope of the G20 presidency to again draw attention to the financial requirements that would be needed for accelerating the progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. And let me here indicate this kind of complex interplay between India and the Sustainable Development Goals. So it was said that the Millennium Development Goals that preceded the SDGs were really about the progress of China. The Sustainable Development Goals, I think many people believe, across all dimensions, and we'll talk about some of those here, poverty, gender, a lot of the story will be written by India's success. We already know from something linked with the Sustainable Development Goals, the so-called multidimensional poverty index, that India is on track and will probably exceed its goals for 2030 on the basis of present form. So there are these two dimensions, that India's success will mean the world's success, but it is also the case that India's mobilization through the G20 of financing and drawing attention to the SDGs can be an important mechanism for drawing attention to other countries who have not fared as well through COVID. So finally, about what the Secretary General's SDGs summit was, and as I say, this was a leaders summit. It takes place on the sidelines of the General Assembly. I was representing Honorable Prime Minister and indeed the External Affairs Minister, who was not able to attend, but I was given the opportunity to speak amongst the various leaders. I think the most important document, which is online, is the so-called political declaration. So it was a long reaffirmation, and I'm told by our permanent representative in India that this was not necessarily an easy task to arrive at consensus language, just as our own leaders' declaration, reaching consensus was not easy. So I just want to, leave you with the sense that what we will discuss today for India is of global significance. Also, that that in a very divided world, the fact that we had the agreement on the SDGs and Agenda 2013 in 2015, and that has been reaffirmed by the political declaration, is a very important sign that the UN has the convening power to get actors who in other contexts may not find it easy to reach agreement, and therefore we must cherish that. And so with that, thank you, Dr. Suri, for allowing me to go first. I hope I haven't exceeded my time. I can now relax and listen to the other speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. So I think you have covered very, very important issues. So I now request Dr. V.K. Paul to please take over and make his opening remarks.
Good morning, Honorable Vice Chairperson Niti Aayog, Shri Suman Beri ji, Honorable Member Niti Aayog, Professor Ramesh Chand ji, our distinguished partners UNDP and IHD, CSAP, and above all, very distinguished invitees to this meeting. You represent the thought leadership of our nation. We are very, very honored to have you here. The stage has been set by the remarks made by Honorable Vice Chairperson. Essentially, it boils on to generating discussion in the country around accelerating the achievement of SDGs on time, in time for the nation. That's the trigger. It is drawn from the declaration of the leaders, the G20 leaders, because the articulation on SDGs is very clear, profound, and forceful under the Indian G20 presidency. The whole purpose is to make a success of this endeavor in our nation. But when we look at the global picture, and I'm quoting here UN SDG report. You may be hearing more about this from my colleagues here. Among 140 targets related to the SDGs which are trackable in the UN SDG report 2023, on-track targets are only 15%, 15%. On track. They are not, it's not a situation today, but projected to be on track, only 15%. And moderately or severely off track, half of them, 48% global. And stagnating or regressing, 37%. 37% are stagnant or regressing in the negative direction, that's more than 1/3. Severely off track, 48%, and on track, 15%. That's the situation at midpoint of the SDG time frame. We have 7 years left, and we made a commitment, leave no one behind, but it looks that as a global community, first and foremost, we are leaving a lot of people and purposes behind. SDGs, according to this report, are in peril. That's the global scenario. And as Shri Suman Berry ji said, India's responsibility is not just for India, but also to make success of SDGs globally. If we succeed, the world succeeds, and of course, it enhances the stature of our great nation on the rightful table of the countries of the world. So that's the first point. World is failing the SDGs. We need to do our bit, and that's where we have this convening. The Honorable Prime Minister has indicated, communicated that we should accelerate our efforts for achieving the SDGs. In any case, they form the agenda of our nation in our own ways. They are part and parcel of the national policies, whether it is national health policies or other policies, and we need to rise to the occasion. We are mindful of the fact that we suffered some setbacks during the COVID pandemic, but that's fine. Now we have to bounce back, come on track, and have a conversation, and have a joint, collective, national effort to make a success out of this. Let me now refer to where broadly we are. The focus of the deliberations of the day are SDGs 2, 3, and 4, quality education, good health and well-being, and zero hunger. This is the focus. We're picking up on 3. There are discussions on other SDGs in other of those workshops that were referred to, but these 3, which are at the core of human development, social development, and really the demographic dividend of our nation, are the focus of the deliberations today. Let me pick up on goal 4, education. We are okay, more or less, on the enrollment at elementary education class 1 to 8. At 89% should be universal. Now this is the report, the excerpts of which are in the folder. This is NITI's report, dates back to 21. Of course, it's not recent, but this is the one that we have right now. But when you look at gross enrollment ratio for higher secondary education, which has to be universal, we are at 50, or we were at 50 2 years ago. Please guide us how to take it forward. Please guide the nation. Students aged 18 to 23 years enrolled in higher education has to be universal by 2030. And in 21 report, let's say, then previous year to that, we were at only 26%. So there are huge challenges, and we are doing very badly for children and persons with disabilities in the context of the indicator related to the persons with disabilities completing at least secondary education. So you can see the challenge, and we need to come together, mobilize our states and all the stakeholders to make a difference. If I come to, and if you look at the index, and none has been an achiever in this particular SDG. 10 states, large states, are actually failing quite miserably. I don't want to go in that direction. It's available to you. When you come to health, fortunately, for the indicators of SDG that the nation has agreed, we are not too bad, but acceleration is needed because we had a setback due to COVID. For example, maternal mortality ratio is 113 and our target is 70, and several of our states have already reached that global target of 70. Our under 5 mortality rate is 36 or around about that. We have to go to 25, we are on track. More or less as a nation, we are on track. Our physician, nurses, midwives per 10,000 population was at that time 37. We need to be at 45. We would be there. I think there is not a big issue. Likewise, TB goal is achievable. We are targeting to achieve that by 2025, not 2030. On health, therefore, some comfort zone on these indicators. But what is very, I would say serious matter is in relation to our progress on non-communicable diseases, where we committed to reduce by 1/3 preventable mortality. I like to know where we are. We have committed to reduce half by 50% the mortality related to road traffic accidents, and so on. And of course, we would like your guidance on also the universal health coverage and other aspects. Just to say that some indicators in SDG 3 look okay, good, referring to the old priorities, but for the new challenges, such as the non-communicable disease and ensuring universal health coverage, we need to work harder. We can achieve them, but we need to work harder. For SDG goal number 2, we have significant issues to work together. The anemia, for example, among adolescents, boys and girls put together is 28%. Meant to move to 14% as per the agreed SDG framework of our own nation. No progress. No historic progress. We're trying to rewire it. There are biological, scientific understanding issues. There are implementation issues. We have to put a lot of force behind this, and we look forward to your guidance. Likewise, 50% of pregnant women anemic should drop to 25%. It is not happening. We'll come back to this, but the challenge, true challenge in the space of zero hunger in terms of agricultural production, I'll be guided by my distinguished colleague, Professor Chand Saab. The short point is, we are not there as yet. We have to work very hard, and that's where this convening is so timely and so relevant. Having said that, let me now request, while requesting you to please throw ideas that the chairperson can assimilate and create a strategy within the NITI to work with the states through cooperative federalism and to work with the ministries, which is our job, and to work with other stakeholders. We look forward to your guidance. But before I stop, let me quote from what the Honorable Prime Minister said in his message to the G20 development ministers convening in June 23. I quote, "I strongly believe it is our collective responsibility not to let sustainable development goals fall behind. We must ensure that no one is left behind. It is imperative for this group to send a strong signal, strong message to the world that we have an action plan to achieve this," unquote. These words should guide our discussion. Thank you very much for joining here and offering your time. We look forward to your ideas. We look forward to your guidance. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. I now request Amarjit Sinha to make his remarks.
Respected Vice Chairman, Niti Aayog, members of the Niti Aayog, distinguished participants at this consultation, at the outset, a very warm welcome to each one of you. I'm glad that the theme being discussed is something where I've had the opportunity to spend a lifetime, about 40 years in various capacities in education, health, rural development. It's even more difficult to sum up everything in 15 minutes because I just recently published a book called The Last Mile, which looks at the micro studies that have worked in this country. What I'll try and do, my friends, is on the 3 sectors which are the subject matter of discussion today, to first lay out the broad framework, and then to mention in education, health and nutrition, some of the success stories from within India which actually offer a lot of hope to us. I begin by saying it doesn't need to be emphasized, but across the world, the position is very clear. Girls' education has consequences for sustainable economic progress. Japan attained universal primary education for girls at the turn of the 20th century, South Korea in the 1960s, China in the 1980s, and we at the turn of the 21st century. Yes, it does have relationship with economic progress. Education matters. In our own country, when I look at the multidimensional poverty data which has been brought out by Niti Aayog, we are now down to 14.96% nationally. When we look further, we discover that Kerala has a 0.55% multidimensional poverty. Tamil Nadu has 2.2%. Many states with even higher per capita incomes don't match that, which only goes to confirm that some of the things that these states did perhaps has very positive consequences for all. And the good news is that across the states, the 6 things that the southern Indian states have done is happening across all the states of India on a much larger scale. The 6 things, first and foremost, was adolescent girls in high school and higher education. Second, the decline in fertility. Third, which is very important, when adolescent girls travel to schools and colleges, it creates an identity different from all the others till then. Nobody's daughter, nobody's wife, nobody's sister, but a woman unto her own. The formation of the women's self-help groups, basic primary health care, and assuring women to go out to work and participate in vocational courses. Fifth, the access to skill courses on a large scale, especially in Tamil Nadu and Andhra. And sixth, last but not the least, something that Dr. C. Rangarajan did as RBI governor 32 years ago, collateral-free lending to self-help groups up to rupees 10 lakhs. All my detailed studies across states, which I did for this book, confirm the hypothesis that these 6 factors did matter most. The good news is that between 2010 and 15, even my home state of Bihar, for every 51 boys, there are 49 girls writing the secondary exam. 15 years ago, 36-64 was the ratio. They have reached, they may not be learning, the outcomes may still be poor. The cycle scheme, which many states launched 10 years ago, seems to have paid some dividend in the form of participation of girls, leading to India reaching its fertility, replacement level fertility early. Not so much because of the health services, but much more because of adolescent girls in schools. The third point, which again the government has demonstrated over the last 9 years very, very systematically, the pro-poor public welfare, which in other words is asset removal of the poor. The third hypothesis that I've argued in my book is that access to human development gets facilitated and improves if we address housing, if we address electricity, if we address bank account access, if we address credit, if we access so many other things that we have done as part of the pro-poor public welfare. So clearly, we are better situated to move much faster in human development. And the fourth point, education, health, livelihoods, nutrition, they do not lend themselves to narrow departmentalism. We ought to work on them together, a horizontal community platform within local governments, addressing the challenges at local levels with the flexibility of funds, functions, and functionaries. India was never better prepared for a serious decentralization down to the panchayats and community organizations. Because what also comes out, wherever the countervailing presence of women's collectives, Kudumsri in Kerala, by other names in other states, wherever women's collectives or community organizations are vibrant and powerful, even in a state like Bihar, the Jivika movement, there the panchayats learn to behave better. We need to work with local governments because none of these sectors, education, health, nutrition, livelihoods, allow us the liberty of narrow departmentalism. Friends, by way of specific interventions, Education, for example, we've had the COVID experience. We have seen how it can completely dislocate learning of children. We've also had examples with regard to what was possible. Yes, e-learning offers an opportunity, but blended learning is what will take us forward. And for blended learning to take us forward, it's very important that we address the equity challenge at the local level in terms of access both to the teachers and the students, to facilities, to electronic devices that allow them to make use of what is being done. The offline experiments, Sampark Foundation and Vineet Nair's work, many others, confirm that learning outcomes can improve considerably, even with average teachers, if you're able to build knowledge in an offline mode with audio and audiovisual facilities at classroom level. Along, even an average teacher can manage better learning outcomes. This is not a very high cost option. Many states are doing it. I would like to give the example of Uttar Pradesh. 2 years of nobody going to a school, weeds and grasses had grown in schools, but UP took the step, the Mission Kaya Kalp, where they have used every decentralized funds to redo the schools. We need to understand that the physical space of school will remain important. E-learning alone will not address all our challenges. It has to be a blended learning, and blended learning takes care even of average teachers, much as we still need to improve the arrangements that we have. Adequacy of computers, handhelds, phones, etc. will happen if panchayats get involved, if communities get involved at the local level. And the school readiness for preschool, something that the National Education Policy argues for. We need more untied funds at the local levels. Schools have to be prepared to handle the preschool effectively, both in terms of infrastructure, teachers, as also the support systems. So clearly, many quick wins are awaiting us as far as learning outcomes are concerned. If some of these things and decentralization in the true spirit we push down to the schools, ensure even for filling vacancies, a role for local communities. I move to health. Yes, some of the successes, 97 MMR and 27 IMR. I remember, since I had a role in designing the Rural Health Mission, Dr. Paul and I used to work together. When we said that we will be able to reach MDGs, nobody believed us. But over time, at least on infant and maternal mortality ratios, we seem to have done better. And the lessons it offers is clearly local governments and women's collectives need a role in the management of the health system. The 15th Finance Commission said it very loudly. Why do we continue to provide central government budget assistance, allowing states to spend it whichever way? There must be a mandatory requirement that for the 29 transferred sectors of rural and 18 of urban, not 1 rupee will be spent without the consent of the local government. It will put pressure for further decentralization and school level innovations to happen. We will need additional funds as well. Clearly, some more resources also would be required. On the medicine bit, Tamil Nadu's Medical Services Corporation, yes, we tried very hard to emulate in all the states. 24 states have set up the corporations, but do not as yet follow the other advice, which is the electronic management of your stocks and this thing, right up to the district warehouses. Unless we do that, uninterrupted supplies of drugs does not happen. And again, going back to the NSS data, the out-of-pocket expenditures, more than secondary and tertiary care, it is your doctor, drug and diagnostics which accounts for 3/4 of the out-of-pocket expenditure as far as health is concerned. So clearly, medicines, right, like the TNMSC, again, more than half the work is done. If we just till the last mile ensure the level of detail to which the TNMSC had gone, the systems are in place, we need to make them work in every state effectively. The need for family medicine doctors, something that is Dr. Paul will bear me out, the PHC doctor whom we depend on, the human health and well-being center doctors, we need to expose them to family medicine courses which prepare them for handling from snake bite to deliveries which happen in rural areas. Clearly, a requirement is there. We also need some regulatory changes. The best example is Dr. Abhay Bang's success in bringing down neonatal mortality. Why were we not able to do it in other places? because the regulatory system never permitted community workers to do gentamicin intramuscular injectables. He was doing it with very trained community workers. We'll have to make some choices as we move on, clearly if we want further reductions in neonatal mortality. On the subject of nutrition, which unfortunately gets us in the news for the wrong reasons, I must mention that when we talk about the life cycle approach, it's not just the 1,000 days. It is the adolescent girl, and clearly there is some linkage in all my studies. The wages or incomes that households earn and the kinds of care that is available to adolescent girls in households, especially which has a girl child and a male child, we need to do more on this. We need more decentralization at the local level, if need be daycare centers in those at least managed by women's collectives in those places, because unless and until the adolescent girl's health improves, the pregnant woman's care improves, unless and until some of these life cycle measures happen on large scale, food grain security is one part, but with regard to the others, with regard to the micronutrients, with regard to the vitamins and proteins, the diversity of food, and again, the best example, even if I look at NFHS 5, look at Sikkim. Sikkim managed a 8-point reduction in its stunting levels over a 5-year period. What did Sikkim do? No rocket science. It first and foremost used MGNRS resources to build spring shed development programs which brought clean water to the villages. 2, it stored them in tanks in the village and connected every household to it. Gujarat and Sikkim were 2 states where majority of the village households had a piped water supply even before Jal Jeevan Mission. Second, it used again the MGNREGS resources to do individual household beneficiary schemes. You go to Sikkim, to any rural area, every family, almost every family has availed of the individual beneficiary of scheme of MGNREGS to do a dairy shed. Their entire organic movement begins from there, using cow dung and cow urine to actually make biofertilizers and use them in their fields. So some of these changes are very basic and elementary. Women's collectives have had a role, local village panchayats have had a role, 8-point decline in 6 years on stunting. We need to study Sikkim more closely to understand it's no rocket science, it's possible. But what they have done is they ensure that things happen at the local level. The diversity of food needs some flexibility at that last mile. Similarly, this need to integrate with the Gram Panchayat development plan. Yes, it is true that there was a time when we tried to decentralize, when what we saw on the roads were Bolero cars bought by corrupt Panchayat leaders. That was a story of one time. I'm not saying that it may not continue in some places even now, but reservation for women in Panchayats, 90 million women in the self-help groups, the Rural Livelihood Mission, they do try and hold local elected Panchayat leaders accountable for the services that they have to provide. Funds, functions, and functionaries have to devolve to those who can make a difference. And what we have found, like the Mission Kaya Kalp of Uttar Pradesh, they didn't ask for funds from anybody. They authorized the panchayats to make use of all the untied funds they had through the Finance Commission, State Finance Commission, and so on, to ensure that every school looks like a school. So I think many of the changes are easy to implement. We are at a stage, and the confidence that the pro-poor public welfare programs have given us, the poor households are better placed to make use of many of the human development efforts which are being made. Technology, the digital public infrastructure where we have excelled in, is an opportunity for blended learning, is an opportunity in the health sector as well. But unless or until we trust local communities even more, with the countervailing presence of community organizations, of women's collectives, and the elected panchayats, a lot of what we wish to achieve will take us longer. We are almost there, but we really need to push these accelerators as fast as we can. Nothing else will deliver more for us than some of these small little changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I think you have given a lot of practical examples coming out of your 40 years of experience. Thank you so much. I would also like to welcome Dr. Pankaj Mittal. She is Secretary General of Association of Indian Universities, and she has facilitated linking up about 1,000 universities who are the members of Association of Indian Universities. Also welcome Dr. Soumya Swaminathan to have joined here, and Mr. Shobhi Sharp. With these words, I request Mr. Shobhi Sharp to make his remarks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Suri, and it's an honor to join, of course, the Vice Chair of Niti Aayog, Sri Suman Berry, to join the members, Professor Chand and Dr. Paul, to join Sri Sinha, who's already spoken, and all of you here today in person and also online. Wonderful to know that there are so many people, young people online as well, universities, for this very important discussion around SDGs 2, 3, and 4. So let me say on behalf of the United Nations team in India, and as representative of the Secretary General, Namaste, aap sab se milkar bahut acha laga. It's wonderful to be here today. I think, and of course I'm joined by several colleagues from the UN as well, country team here, WFP and WHO, but it's the whole of system UN support to these very, very important issues. Setting the scene, I think, we're looking at the focus 2, 3, and 4, the SDGs 2, 3, and 4, which I guess we could sort of call a trinity of human development, right? And the core, the bedrock, as has already been mentioned by the Vice Chair. We're now at a very important moment in history. We're at the midpoint of the 2030 agenda. We had just over a month ago, month and a half, the General Assembly, the world came together to look, as it always does, on progress, but this was a particularly important moment, and the SDG Summit was focusing on that, and the news was, of course, very grim, that, as was mentioned already, the progress can really be sort of appreciated really only in about 15% of the global targets, and with fully over a third either very much behind or actually regressed. And we look at the reality of this under current trends. We'll have over almost 600 million people still living in extreme poverty by 2030 in just 7 years at current trends. And the world is hungrier than it has been in the last 2 decades. And we continue to face this sort of polycrisis. Almost half of humanity is living in countries that spend more on debt interest payments, than on health or education. Gender equality is, at current trends, still hundreds of years away when we look at the global picture. And we still have a very, very small but rapidly closing window of opportunity to meet the 1.5 degrees targets as well. So we look at all of this, there's a lot to be very, very much distressed about. And we also see there's some good news, some sources of optimism. As was mentioned by the VC, there was reaffirmed political commitment of the countries of the world to the SDGs at the SDG Summit, that they remain our only globally agreed blueprints to achieve peace and prosperity by 2030, recommitment to 1.5 degrees, keeping that alive. And I think what was so important was the continuum between New Delhi, the New Delhi Leaders' Declaration, and New York, the political declaration there. So, we've all been extremely privileged to engage, be part of India's G20 leadership presidency. And I think that we were so encouraged that it was has put the SDGs at the center of this global discussion, especially the global discussion on financing and bringing means to the table. So much so that I always have liked to call India's presidency, it's an SDG20, because really the overlap is so key from the SDG Acceleration Action Plan to the Green Development Pact, to digitization, reform of the multilateral development banks, gender equality, women-led development, and other important issues. So I think that as we look now at, and as we understood in the UN system, the importance of India's presidency of the G20 was not just about this moment in time, this 12 months, but it's about all of the very important spin-offs moving forward, and how India's transformation can and must be the engine for SDG achievement actually globally. Now, I think it's important to note that India, when I arrived in India, I saw this firsthand 2 years ago. I've never seen a country, I haven't been in a country which embraced the SDGs as an organizing framework, a technical framework as well to this degree. India was the first country to track progress on the SDGs at the subnational level, and to do so in a very robust way, in which in just a few years, nearly every state already quickly had a state and union territories had an indicator framework. So this, what we began to call the Indian model of SDG localization down to the Gram Panchayat levels, has been invaluable, not only, of course, within India, helping to drive collaborative federalism, and had the opportunity to see that happening firsthand, but also as a wealth of important good practices and lessons for other countries in the world. And we're very proud that the UN has been a part of this story. The Resident Coordinator's Office started with Niti Aayog, working in 2016, developing from the SDG India Index to the dashboard, the VNR, Voluntary National Review, which brought a new level of whole-of-society approach and understanding of leaving no one behind and vulnerable groups as well. UNDP also has started to work, to support, to work with Niti, and also in the multidimensional poverty index, which was mentioned as an important complement to this overall picture. And the whole of the UN system, again, has been a part of this. We have the tripartite Data for Development Coordination Forum, together with also with NITI and MOSPI, which is tackling the most vital issue that you have to have data. Data, you know, is the new oil, as they say, to drive policy decisions. So, you know, looking at this 2, 3, and 4, and not to repeat what has been said, but if we take SDG 2 first, and again, my colleagues will go into more detail later, zero hunger. This is one of the SDGs which is the furthest off track globally. And I think that, you know, again, developing countries now especially are struggling to invest in food systems without access to financing in the current situation of great debt distress. As the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, says, there is no answer to the food crisis without answer to the finance crisis. These are very closely linked. And we can't forget that, excuse me, food production generates approximately 1/3 of all greenhouse gases globally as well. So the interlinkage between those two are critical. At present, no region is on track to achieve the target of the 50% reduction in the number of stunted children, for example. And yet, today's crisis is one of food access, fundamentally, not supply. There is enough food. It's just not in the right place. It's not getting to the right places. And increases in prices and challenges in supply chain and such are a big part of that. I could mention, for example, the Black Sea Initiative was providing important support to reducing prices, especially on the margins of critical grains. And unfortunately, the termination of that agreement has been very, very untimely, and we therefore call for that to resume as soon as possible. So I think we look at India. Challenges remain here, absolutely, as have been mentioned, no doubt about that. But we also see important progress moving forward. So the question is, how do we accelerate that progress? I mean, we have the largest food security program in the world in the TPDS, the Targeted Public Distribution System, and the National Food Security Act, one of the most progressive legal frameworks in the world as well, and showed how important it is to provide resilience in the face of unanticipated crises like COVID. Again, another example for other countries. So we have had progress here in India on reducing the number of children percentage under 5 underweight, those stunted, but it's not fast enough, I think, as was already mentioned. So how do we take the information being provided by these systems, by NFHS as well, addressing anemia in women and these sorts of things? This is the matter of great importance. Globally, again, India's role, we saw with the G20 highlighting this, can and is really helping move the conversation forward on supporting the SDG stimulus, for example, that the Secretary General has called for. The Indian presidency brought very important information through the Singh and Summers report, the independent expert group, on how to unleash a step-level increase of capital for the Global South, for developing countries, moving from billions to trillions, which is so critical to remain this human, to be able to drive the human-centric social protection. Other issues of leadership that India has brought forward, millets, the Year of the Millets, International Year of the Millets. Millets being, you know, a perfect example of where you're getting multiple benefits on a more resilient crop, a more nutritious crop, one using less water, lower impacts on the environment and such. This is a very important, the LIFE initiative, Prime Minister's LIFE initiative, again linking the climate agenda and food systems as well. Pivoting to health, SDG 3, there has been some progress globally. We see progress globally in terms of under 5 mortality rates as well. But again, the COVID pandemic obviously pushed a lot of that progress backwards. And we need to continue moving forward globally on reducing maternal and child mortality, on expanding universal health coverage, I think as many of the issues that you were talking about, bringing in local communities, bringing in, you know, putting prevention care and access to universal health care at the core globally. Here, again, India has so many important lessons that are applicable and very relevant for other countries in the world. The National Health Policy, you know, Ayushman Bharat Yojana and others have been instrumental in pushing forward in so many important areas, increasing access to reproductive maternal health care services, reducing mortality rates as well. And, you know, again, we need to accelerate. It's all about acceleration. India's role as pharmacy to the world is something that cannot be underestimated. India's been the world's biggest producer of low-cost generics for quite some time across many important diseases. And then, you know, we saw during COVID the power of India's ability to rapidly create vaccinations and distribute not only here and over 2 billion and such vaccinations, but over 235 million vaccines provided to 98 different countries, including the UN peacekeepers, I would add. So many important initiatives on water and sanitation, Swachh Bharat, Jal Jeevan missions that have so much to share for other countries also. So again, with economic growth comes some challenges, NCDs. Often, you know, you can see actually the health challenges of development as well. But to meet the national targets and aspirations, we clearly see that health spending needs to keep pace with economic growth. And I think that's an important area that we can continue to focus on. I would just mention we had the Secretary General's special representative on road safety here just a few weeks ago, Mr. Jean Todt. So can't mention that as well, that India can, there is still much opportunity to save lives through improved road safety as well. And, you know, finally, the Aadhaar system, DPIs, digital public infrastructure, Aadhaar system, UPI, CoVIN, financial inclusion, all of these are really, really important tools that can be shared with others through South-South cooperation. And we in the UN system have launched a new partnership that was at the General Assembly in the presence of the External Affairs Minister with Gates Foundation to help bring some value to further amplifying Indian development best practice through South-South cooperation. And then finally, education. Again, it was already challenged pre-COVID. COVID brought an unprecedented challenge to learning outcomes across the world. And I think here we see the National Educational Program and a lot of alignment around using digital tools, which will be absolutely critical, connecting, ensuring all schools are connected to internet, to electricity, having devices, students with devices available, as well, enrollments and such. So challenges there, but much progress, and we can build on that, and we can help especially reduce the digital divide that has been sort of an issue for all countries across the world. And I think just finally on that point, skills, life skills. We recognize that India has the world's greatest youth generation. And no country has ever had so many young people to tap innovation and ideas. And to do that, there needs to be gainful employment, decent jobs, and if I'm not mistaken, 1 million young people enter the workforce every month. So, this is an important area of partnership between the public sector and the private sector. And India's businesses are so dynamic, the business sector is so dynamic, especially investing in renewable energies. This is green growth that can also provide jobs at a much higher rate. And I wish to reiterate finally, I think also the gender dividend, gender equality and investing in women and girls is something that the Secretary General says calls the unfinished business of our time. And this is perhaps the greatest return on investment that we can possibly have across the world, and India is definitely no exception there. So just to conclude, I think that it is so important that we're having this conversation precisely now and precisely here, because we're at the halfway point to the SDGs. We have no time to lose. We know what we need to do. And India, as VC was alluding, is, and as the Secretary General has mentioned during his visits here, is the country, the one country that can make the global targets a reality. The world truly depends on India to lead in this second half that remains. And we therefore recommit the UN system fully to working with you, all levels, with government, with academia, with businesses, and with the young people of India, the greatest youth generation, as I've already mentioned. So to sum that up, SDGs दुनिया में मुमकिन होंगी क्योंकि इंडिया में मुमकिन होंगी. बहुत धन्यवाद. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharp. I think that has been quite a comprehensive coverage of SDGs, not just in India, but also globally. I would also like to thank the entire UN system in India, led by UN Resident Coordinator, as also other organizations, including UNDP, which is helping us today in co-organizing this event today. Honorable Prime Minister has wanted us to organize this series of webinars as to this will lay the foundation of what is coming out of the G20 communique and what is the action points coming out of this communique, not just for India, but also would like to communicate it to the next presidency, that is Brazil. So I think deliberations from today's webinar will be very important, and I'm sure this will go a long way in addressing many of the challenges which are being highlighted. In today's folder, so we have also put a few important flyers and documents which I think we'd like to see whenever you find time. So we have a flyer on the multidimensional poverty index. As you know, India has come out very well in terms of cutting down our multidimensional poverty by almost half between 2015-16 and 19-21. So we have flyer on our achievement under MPI. We also have a flyer on the SDG model of localization, which is now proving to be one of the major inputs for the other countries also as to how we are localizing, and they can also follow this. As desired by member Dr. Paul, we have also tried to put together the extracts of our SDG indexed 3.0 report, especially related to these three goals, which clearly indicates how different states have been performing against various targets against each of these three goals. Before we break for tea, I think it will be befitting if I request Dr. Ramesh Chand to make his closing remarks.
Thank you, Yogesh. Good morning to all. Friends, I hope you will agree with me that four eminent experts who are deeply engaged with the SDGs, they have very ably set the context for the subsequent debate, and I feel they have also brought the required seriousness for discussing these issues. I do some work related to only SDG 2, but I also attend several meetings, multilateral UN level related to SDG 2, SDG 1 and other SDG. So my somewhat blunt observations are as under, maybe they will be helpful to talk about these things more honestly in the subsequent sessions. One is that when you attend any UN meeting, you find a lot of seriousness in intention to address hunger, poverty, etc. But when you move from intention to action, there's a lot of delusion. In fact, I think we should now stop talking of intention. We should talk of action, that how we should achieve these goals. Secondly, even in terms of action, appropriate action. Like India is giving almost free ration to 80 crores, 2/3 of its population since last many years. Is it working? Is there a need for mid-course correction? Do we really need to give this ration to 80 crore people? Do we have 80 crore people who suffer from inability to buy adequate foods? If we are not addressing these kind of things, then you will find that resources will keep spread very, very thinly. Who really need, who are really hungry, probably they are treated in the same way as non-hungry. So this is the second thing which occurred to me. Then third is that international community must debate if some country is able to achieve these goals through right set of policy, others are not, or whatever, some are making fast progress, others in slow progress. What kind of incentive and disincentive we have created for performer and non-performers? We always talk international community arrange $1 trillion for climate change, 1 trillion not enough, $2 trillion. But those who are doing things, have we created any incentive for them? I feel that is very, very important, and again, that brought strong incentive. The fourth point I want to make is a new challenge to SDGs. And that new challenge is climate change. We all know how agriculture is affected by climate change and how agriculture also affects climate change. This two-way relationship, again, very, very important. Now many experts are debating that talking of SDG alone without considering the climate change will defeat the purpose. So that is making achieving this objective even more difficult, and that also emphasize the need to think differently about SDG. The last and fifth point I want to make is, I think now we need to go for some survey that people whom we identify as hungry, but is their perception about their hunger. Do they believe that they are hungry? If they do not believe that they are hungry or undernourished, it is very difficult for diagnosis to reach them or for them to adopt what we want them to adopt. So this is very, very important, some sort of perception survey of people that whether they perceive they are hungry, and do they feel that because they are hungry, their productivity is affected, something is affected. I think we now need to go into these kind of things because efforts of, since creation of FAO, we have been talking about this thing. There has been some progress. It is not that it is not there, but it has been very, very slow. So these are the 5 points which occurred to me. So I thought the environment was becoming a little too serious. I tried to make it a little non-serious.
I have to now take my leave, but my thanks once again to the lead speakers, all of you who are here, and let me wish the event every success. Thank you. Good luck.
So we'll break for tea, so request all of you to please join back at about maybe 11:35 or so. So I also request that think tanks present here, because many of you have this social media presence. आपकी सीट लगवाता हूँ मैं पीछे लगवाता हूँ पंकज मित्तल शायद नहीं आ रही तो आशु इनकी नेम प्लेट बनवाई है? हाँ यही है ना इनकी। मेरे को लगता है पंकज मित्तल नहीं आ रही शायद वो चली जाएंगी, यहाँ लगा दो। इट्स फाइन। संजय वेंकटेश। So shall we start? A very good morning again and welcome back all of you after the inaugural session. So we are starting this first technical session. I take this opportunity to welcome Honorable Member Niti Aayog Professor Ramesh Chand to chair this session. This session is essentially on SDG Goal 2, which is hunger and malnutrition. And we'll be having three main speakers on this. Dr. Purnima Menon from International Food Policy Research Institute, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan from MS Swaminathan Research Foundation, and Mr. Indivar Pandey, he is Secretary WCD, who is joining shortly. Then we have two discussants, Mr. Ashok Vishendas and Elizabeth Fora from World Food Programme. Without taking much of your time, I request Honourable Member to please chair the session and start that.
Thank you, Yogesh, and welcome back to segment 1 of today's work session. This is on SDG 2. Let me share some statistics related to hunger in the world. As most of you will be aware that with the adoption of green revolution technologies in 70s, food availability started improving. In many regions of the world, per capita food production improved. The impact of that became visible on population that was undernourished, which is also called hungry. FAO used these terms interchangeably, undernourished and hungry. So some sort of decline started happening in some regions in 70s and 80s. But around 2000, globally, a new trend set which shows that overall for the globe, when you include African countries also where situation of nutrition was bad, this undernutrition and hunger, it started showing decline. And that decline continued at global level for nearly 13-14 years. And it just a coincidence that when global community adopted SDGs in year 2015 and fixed a goal of zero hunger, the hunger started deteriorating globally. So there is a clear trend which shows that percent of population that was undernourished in the beginning of 21st century was 13.1%. It halved by this 2016-17. After that, initially the deterioration started in Africa. That Africa reached the bottom level around 2010 to 2012. FAO reports incidence for average of 3 years. Then it spread to South America. Then it came to South Asia, including India. So now the situation is that hunger globally and almost in all developing countries, either improvement is not happening or this hunger is getting worse. That declining trend is now a rising trend. I made this presentation to G20 agriculture ministers with the facts and data and drew their attention to it. The second dimension of this is that this increase in hunger which has started in the world around 2014-15 for world as a whole is coinciding with highest growth rate in per capita food production. You see the contradiction that in 80s, 70s, 90s, when per capita food production was increasing, the hunger was declining. But after 2015, per capita food production is rising at a very fast rate, but hunger has also started increasing. So this is the second dimension which need to be taken into consideration. Third is that many experts blame it on welcome Secretary Saab, on COVID. Actually, the deterioration in hunger started happening 4 years before COVID. The COVID only aggravated it. It's not that COVID became cause of it. COVID only, I would say, aggravated. So what could be the reason that when per capita food production is rising, despite that, even in Africa, either it was at same level or it was increasing, elsewhere it was increasing at a fast rate. The third disquiet trend which is set recently is that some of the country which reached zero hunger, according to FAO, if hunger is less than 2%, it is treated as zero hunger. Some of the country which achieved goal of zero hunger, like Brazil, like Argentina, they are back into hunger. Now the incidence of hunger there is 4% and 6%. So what could be the reasons? My explanation for this is that the main reason is not availability, the main reason is access. Food is becoming costly. I have India's data, I have a paper, you can see that in last 20 years, last 17 years, from 5 onwards, real prices of food in India have increased by 26%. Real prices, that relative to non-agriculture prices, food prices have increased by 26%. Globally, the trend is not that sharp, but overall, you find that globally also during recent periods, the terms of trade have moved in favor of agriculture, and real prices of food have increased. If that is the case, it clearly means that the reason or the only way to increase nutrition, address undernutrition is that you make food affordable. So how we can make food affordable? Again, to my mind, 3 ways. One is that cost of food production should be lowered. In India, again I have a paper that real cost of food production is increasing. The kind of technological change which is happening in Indian agriculture in recent years is not cost reducing, it is cost enhancing. So it is unlike that typical definition of technological change. That technological change means if you are able to produce more with same or same with less, only then it is a technological change. So but we are witnessing is not shift in production function, it is extension of production functions. So you need to use more input to get any extra output. We have reached that situation. Then again, how it can be addressed? The answer is rooted in kind of technological change that we are witnessing in agriculture. And cost of food, one is that production and second is supply chain, and over time you again find supply chain not showing any improvement. In fact, I feel that 3 formula were designed to affect the supply chain, make them more competitive, made the cost of delivery of food less and less, but that has not happened. The second way to increase access is that you improve income of the people, and third is that you expand food subsidy, safety net, etc., to cover more and more item that we are supplying at a subsidized rate. Recently, we are seeing that millet is projected as a solution to problem of climate change and also to problem of nutrition. Yes, friends, millet certainly in some respect has better nutrition compared to rice. Only some millet are superior to wheat also, but assuming that millets are having superior qualities, if we look at yield of millets, it is 1/3 of what is yield of wheat and rice. So nutrition density is higher in millets, but from 1 acre of land, if you shift wheat and rice, then you will get, because of their 1/3 productivity, maybe we will get not 30% of the nutrition, we will get 45% of the nutrition that we are getting from rice and wheat. So these are the difficulties, that it is easier to talk about millets, and we feel very happy that I eat millet cookies. I published a small piece in Hindu. With every cookie that I am eating, the real person who needs millet, he is deprived. So millets are moving from plate of the poor to the bowl of the poor to plate of the rich, because we are not able to increase production of millets. Per capita production of millet is declining. So if we want millet to be solution, we must satisfy the condition that millet production increases at least at that rate at which rice and wheat are increasing. And that increase is possible if we improve productivity. So those are the I would say area where we need to pay attention. That millets certainly offer an alternative during the scenario of climate change. Collectively they are superior, not single millet. Collectively they are superior to rice and wheat. But in order to millets become a source for improving nutrition, we have to achieve breakthrough in their production. I'm taking a little more time because one speaker who was to speak from agriculture side, he is not there, so I'm speaking a little more on agriculture. Dr. Prodha is not there. Second is we are relying on survey of FAO, because after 11-12 we do not have any data based on which we can say exactly what is the status of nutrition in India. There is a possibility that the trend is different than what is presented by FAO, because there are serious limitations of FAO methodology. It's not that they don't have a limitation. They use supply side to arrive at what kind of intake of food is there. And if you look at supply side, the kind of changes which are happened in the production basket, they imply that in India there should be a drastic fall in undernutrition. In India there should be a drastic improvement in undernutrition and malnutrition. Reason being that you look at per capita production of non-cereal food which are considered more nutritive, whether you take milk, whether you take egg, whether you take meat, whether you take fish, all those, their growth rate is at least 2 times the growth rate in cereal. In some cases it is, some period it is even 3 times. And it is not that all growth get exported, most of get absorbed within the country also. So I find that this number on production, trend in production are not getting reconciled with the kind of trend we get from FAO data or international hunger reports. So I think SDG people, Yogesh, particularly you, that if you really want to show in India we have achievement, we need to have data sets. So we are hopeful that 22-23 consumer expenditure, which has already been completed, that data become available to researchers for scrutiny and to find the direction of changes in nutrition that is happening. And also I am not going into delivery aspects, that we have the largest food safety network, 80 crore people, 2/3. No country give free food to 2/3 of its population. India is the only country doing that. But again, can do in a better way with the same kind of resources, because giving to 80 crores means if there is a subsidy of 30 rupees per kg, so you can imagine that 80 multiplied by 5 kg every month, every member, so how much it comes to. So we are spending huge amount. I feel that with that kind of amount, if there is a better targeting in all respects, the result can be much different, but that is my personal view. So I look forward to expert for their views around these issues, and we have a very eminent panel of first speakers, presenters, and then discussant. So we start with Dr. Purnima Menon. Most of you will be knowing Dr. Purnima. She is a senior director with the International Food Policy Research Institute. She worked earlier in South Asia office here in Delhi, but now I think working from Washington and Delhi office, both the office and also looking after the global program of IFPRI, not only at India. So Purnima ji, you may take around 8 minutes. I hope that is okay.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Professor Chand. It's a real privilege to be here. Honorable chairs, Dr. Paul, and dear friends, a real privilege to be here on behalf of IFPRI and the CGIR. As many of you know, much of my work has been on maternal and child nutrition, but in the last few years, especially having embarked into this new role and with our own new work beginning to look much more at food systems. Today I'll speak primarily about issues related to food systems, to especially I was asked to speak about nutritious grains, nutritious cereals, grains, climate change, and linking that into issues of nutrition. But I think it's worthwhile in that context to just step back a little bit to SDG 2 itself and acknowledge that actually this is a very complex SDG for us to really wrap our heads around and to wrap our heads around how we track progress towards this SDG. So SDG 2.1 pertains primarily to issues of food security and diets. There is, I think, increasing recognition that in the context of SDG 2.1, where we've spoken primarily about the prevalence of hunger and undernourishment in our measurement, that we now really need to be moving in a new iteration of that sub-SDG itself to speaking about the overall quality of diets. And I think there's quite a lot of discussion around the indicator that Professor Chand himself put on the table on looking at what proportion of populations are able to afford healthy diets around the world. And there's been a lot of progress made in measuring that. The other part of SDG 2 is, of course, the SDG 2.2 indicator, which wildly encompasses all forms of malnutrition. I think a singular success by the nutrition community, but also layers of complexity in terms of how we look at both the maternal and child nutrition components of the indicators of SDG 2, as well as some of the other nutrition indicators that also pertain to low-quality diets, which is of non-communicable diseases. Now, where do cereals fit in the context of looking at all of this? I think the starting point here is, of course, that regardless of which of these two SDGs you look at, what's on people's plates, so the food and the composition of people's diets is centrally linked to all forms of malnutrition. It's linked to maternal and child undernutrition, it's linked to anemia, it's linked to non-communicable diseases. And today, a country like India really truly faces these multiple burdens. But the focusing point for us then is to really lean in and say, what is the quality of diets and what is the contribution of the different commodities that are produced in India's agricultural baskets to enabling people across India to access healthy diets. So cereals, of course, are an integral part of these nutritious diets. But I want to lean in also on where Professor Chand ended on millets, and to say we really have to look at this, the issue of nutritious cereals on the plates of Indian populations, which are with a much broader brush than that. What makes cereals nutritious is not just the biological property of what is a millet or not a millet, but also the ways in which we consume these cereals. The fact is, rice is a very nutritious grain if consumed with a substantial amount of its bran intact. This is not how we are consuming that particular grain today. So you have large populations across India that are in effect consuming refined grains, which are result of processing what is otherwise a whole grain, right? So I think when we look at nutritious cereals in the context of this, there are things to look at in terms of how we consume the cereals that exist today in our food baskets, even as you think about how to diversify the cereal basket itself, bringing in various types of millets. In terms of the climate resilience of all of these, that has to be examined in the context of the overall cereal systems across India and indeed across South Asia. So really looking at water use, looking at emissions. I know that my other colleagues in the CGIAR are doing quite a lot of research on low emissions rice, for example, because rice is a big contributor to climate change, but also looking at practices that contribute to some of the challenges that we see around us today. So we still haven't solved the problem of what's happening with crop residue burning, for example, and today those of us who sit and live in Delhi, you're facing the consequences of that. That in itself also has climate change consequences, right? So I think in the context of cereal systems itself, there's a lot to look at going beyond simply the millet. Now, let me say a little bit about nutrition itself, because, yes, cereals are an integral part of what's on our plates, but diet quality, the kinds of diet quality that we need to assure adequate nutritional outcomes, so the SDG 2.2 side of things, for people across India requires that we look at diet quality itself in a whole sense. What is really on the plates of Indians? Where is that food coming from? What are the links there between what's grown in farms and what gets onto people's plates? And this is where data comes in. I think that we can't meet the localization agenda of these SDG of the SDG 2 writ large, but especially of the food-related ones, without actually having adequate data on how this interplay of what's on the plate, what's on the market, what's in the markets, what's coming through our institutional setups like the public distribution system, and what's actually grown in farms in those communities. That requires a different way of even thinking about food systems data. It goes beyond consumption. And so, again, I'm going to lean in on the data recommendation, but say that we need to also localize this in a food systems lens. Just knowing about consumption is not going to tell us everything else that you need to know about in the food system. And together with some colleagues at the CGIAR and many of our partners around South Asia, we've been piloting a local food systems assessment. We've just done it in one district in India, in Nalanda. Would be happy to share findings in coming weeks, and in districts both in Bangladesh and Nepal. And what we find there on the cereal side of things is that the consumption of millets is very low, I think as expected, near zero, but the consumption of whole grains is actually very high. So 100% of the population almost in Nalanda is consuming whole grains. So I do think that there's a cereal celebration to be had around that, even as they also consume polished rice and other such things. But what's very interesting in some of this work is how important markets are to what comes onto people's plates. So across these districts in South Asia, we find that markets are the primary and dominant source of the food that people consume. I don't believe we can have agriculture, food system linked conversations without really considering the central role of markets. But that requires us to bring that lens into some of the data we collect as well. Now, the other angle that I was asked to speak about a little bit today is what is the role that international cooperation can do here? What is the role that organizations like ourselves can do in collaboration with entities like Niti Aayog, with partners around the country? And I think there's many different roles here. To me, they go well beyond typical development assistance goals. And India, for the world, I think the relationship around international cooperation is a leading sort of exemplar of how you can use international cooperation to benefit what's happening in the country and how you do it in ways that go well beyond financial assistance. So R&D is a critical role, of course, for international cooperation. The CGIAR comes in very strongly on that. The ability of global and international organizations to actually support cross-country learning and help to anchor and catalyze and convene South-South cooperation, I think, is also something we should really consider in the realm of international cooperation. I see a strong role for organizations, global and international organizations, in supporting advocacy that lifts the voices of low and middle income countries. In a world where we have to change the discourse, where the voices of experiences in countries, especially vibrant actions that are delivering success, we've seen tremendous success across countries in India and across South Asia. And I think we need to really play a critical role there as international organizations to elevate those voices. So in concluding my remarks, let me come back to the issue of focus on the critical goals. I think I and many others are challenged by the idea that India, such a large country contributing to so much of the global goals, actually does not have in hand the data that we need on SDG 2 to mark India's own progress, but also to demonstrate the linkages that we need to demonstrate across SDGs. So there has to be relentless measurement if we are to go forward. The localization agenda itself requires a different approach to measurement, and there I think we have several examples. Without local diagnostics, it's just not going to work. There is no one-size-fits-all in this setup. And I think it's when we measure that we can also celebrate success. This is what has happened with measuring stunting across India. It is remarkable to me how many states in India stand out as global exemplars, demonstrating progress in stunting that goes beyond what one has seen in many other countries. There are tremendous successes here, but without the measurement, we simply can't speak to those successes. It isn't just about diagnosing the problems internally. And I think we know that continuing work on the complex cereal systems that lie across India are really crucial to increase nutritional varieties, to increase whole grains, decrease emissions, diversify into other crops. There is no getting away from the fact that these cereal systems in the region make and continue to make tremendous contributions to a variety of things. But if we want to make progress on nutrition, we have to look at whole diets. We have to bring the data to the table on that. We have to acknowledge where food comes onto the plates of people all the way across India. And then figure out what the right actions are across the food systems. There are simply no magic bullets here. And that means it requires us to embrace quite a deal of complexity in here. Last but not least, I think equity and inclusion are absolutely central to our progress in the context of agriculture, nutrition linkages. It really means that we have to bring in the social safety net angles, and we have to bring in the gender angles. At IFPRI and at CJIR, these are central to our own research agendas, our own engagement agendas. And we are very, very privileged to be here in the room with all of you to extend our, I want to say, to learn together. Because it isn't about bringing our expertise, actually. It is really about learning together. And that has been the greatest privilege, I think, for those of us who've been able to work in India, to learn together with all of you in this room today. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Purnima. So next we have Dr. Soumya Swaminathan. I think most of you know her, especially during COVID. Almost every alternate day she was appearing on TV to give her some consolation, not to get panicky. So Dr. Soumya Swaminathan is back into the country after serving in World Health Organization for many years in different capacities at DDG as chief scientist, where she looked more closely at health aspect, also in relation to food. Dr. Soumya Swaminathan at present, she is chairperson of MS Swaminathan Research Foundation, which was created by late respected Dr. MS Swaminathan. So, Soumya ji, your turn.
Thank you, Professor Ramesh Chand, and good morning, Dr. Paul and other dignitaries. And I'll just share a few thoughts which will build on, I think, what Professor Chand and others have spoken about in the morning session, and also Purnima. But before I go to the presentation, just two quick facts I wanted to bring before this audience from the health perspective, which is very linked to hunger and nutrition that we're talking about today. The first is the INDIAB study that was published a few months ago, This was a very large, in fact, probably again the largest study in the world funded by CMR across India, pan-India study of diabetes, NCDs. Of course, it took many years to do. It was done in phases, but every state was covered. But the findings are just, I think, a really shocking and a wake-up call. So what the study found was that the overall weighted prevalence of diabetes was 11% in the country as a whole. Of course, there are big differences between states. The southern states much, much higher than the northern states. Pre-diabetes was 15%. So if you take a state like UP, the prevalence of diabetes is 4% today, but the prevalence of pre-diabetes is about 15 or 20%. Those people are all going to become diabetic in the next few years if nothing is actually done to prevent that. Hypertension was 35%, abdominal obesity was 40%, and dyslipidemia was 80%. And all metabolic NCDs except pre-diabetes were more frequent in urban than rural areas. And in states with a lower human development index, the ratio of diabetes to pre-diabetes was less than 1. That means they're still in the transition. Whereas states like Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Punjab, Goa and all have already maxed out on, they have like 1/3 prevalence of diabetes in adults. So that is very shocking. And I think it's important to keep that in mind as we are discussing food and nutrition security. The second is a trial which was done in Jharkhand, again funded by the ICMR, was looking at tuberculosis and essentially looking at nutritional intervention as a way of preventing TB, not nutrition for TB patients, which is well accepted, that all TB patients need good nutrition while they're on treatment. But if you give additional nutrition to the household members of TB patients, what happens? Such a study has never been done in the whole world, and I was in ICMR actually when this was started. The study showed again very dramatically, and it was also published in the Lancet, that you can bring down TB rates by 40% or up to 50% if you actually define TB by just culture positive. So if you have a stringent definition of TB, then a 50% reduction amongst the household contacts of TB patients by giving them an additional basket of food, good amount of additional food, that is 750 calories and about 15 to 20 grams of protein per head per person. So it was a substantial additional amount. Now this was done in Jharkhand, in tribal districts, where the average BMI of most individuals or TB patients they were invariably under 18.5, and many of them had BMIs of 12, 13, etc. So these two, one non-communicable and one communicable disease, but so closely linked to what we're eating, our diet and our nutrition. So I'll go through some slides. I can run through some of them very quickly, but maybe then focus on what we should be thinking about for the future. So, okay, I have this. Okay, we all know what the SDG 2 and its indicators are. I'm not sure where I should be pointing this to make it move. And then India's progress, I think we've talked about that. We've done well in some areas, not so well in other areas. And again, this is the progress report, and I think we all have it in our folders. And we've also heard about the National Food Security Act. The production of food grains, has been going up, but less in the case of millets and pulses, as Professor Ramesh Chand was saying. Now, this is from the World Bank's Atlas of Sustainable SDGs, which was released a few months ago, essentially showing that countries with a low GDP, most people can't afford a healthy, and this is what I think Purnima was also referring to, that maybe we are filling our stomachs, but what we eat, is it really healthy and nutritious? And the NIN data for India specifically, survey after survey has shown that the majority of Indians are not eating what would be considered a healthy diet according to the NIN recommended daily allowances. So we are filling our stomachs, but with a lot of carbohydrate, and more with ultra-processed food, which I think is really contributing to this epidemic of diabetes and metabolic diseases. So again, we know what our challenges are. It's a double burden now. So it's undernutrition with a growing overnutrition and obesity problem, and an NCD problem, as I just mentioned. We have persistent anemia. And the main, I think, underlying cause is the lack of dietary diversity that's across, I think, all socioeconomic groups, but definitely more in the lower socioeconomic group. And as Professor Ramesh Chand was saying, access to food, access to nutritious food is actually the major block. We've made a lot of progress with safe drinking water and sanitation, so I think those are determinants which we are working well on. And again, I think if we look at the gaps, and Professor Vinod Paul has analyzed the data on NFHS very well to really look at what's happening in early childhood. We still have, still less than 2/3 of children who are exclusively breastfed. But the most, again, very big gap is in the adequacy of complementary feed. So you're supposed to start complementary feeding from 6 months on. Only 11% of babies are actually getting an adequate complementary feed. And I think this has a lot to do, again, not with only poverty, but really it's about a woman's time and ability to take care of her children in addition to all her other responsibilities, and the lack of creches. And it's really nice, I was talking with Secretary Pandey the other day, that the government is expanding Anganwadis now to also take care of these children from 6 months to 3 years of age. And I'm sure that will make a difference, because states that have experimented with community-based creches and organizations like mobile creches, not just nutrition, but really the cognitive growth that happens in the first 5 years, or particularly in the first 1,000 days of life. I think it's really important to focus on a creche that will provide both nutrition and stimulation and a safe place for women to leave their children. It might also solve the problem of women in the labor force that we've been also discussing, why that's not increasing. Of course, we have school meals, and again, the midday meal, I think we need to look at not just the quantity, but the quality of the midday meal. And some states have also started an additional meal, like Tamil Nadu now gives breakfast as well in government schools. I think everybody knows what the elements of the right to food are. Now, this is probably very difficult to see, but this framework for actions essentially talks about what are nutrition-sensitive actions and what are nutrition-specific actions and what are the enabling. So the enabling, of course, are things like water, sanitation, housing, and so on. Nutrition-specific is when we go in and intervene in terms of supplementary feeds or iron and folic acid tablets, or other kinds of interventions that we do during the antenatal period or to the child. But the nutrition sensitive, I think, is where we need to be focusing on, and particularly on agriculture. In the context of climate change, we really need to, I think about what is sustainable, how can we make it climate resilient, and what are the practices, the good scientific practices that we know is good not only for diversifying yields, but also for soil health, for environmental health, and so on. And I think we have enough knowledge probably collectively in India across many different organizations, of course the whole ICAR system, to be able to have a roadmap to move towards more climate resilient, but also an agriculture that is nutrition sensitive and that is actually providing particularly the farming families with the nutrition that they need, because very often the farming families who grow food are the ones who are also the most malnourished because they're not eating what they grow. So soil health, expanding the area under cultivation, and improving yield and productivity of nutrient-dense crops. And again, the value chain is very important. Purnima mentioned that how you process and consume food, but also how do we store and supply fruits and vegetables. And we have these Poshan Vatikas now, which again, across schools, Anganwadi centers, community kitchen gardens, household kitchen gardens, have all been shown to improve the dietary diversity when they are done. Again, what are we giving to babies and creches in Anganwadis and in the school? I think we need, again, a scientific approach to make sure that they're not just getting calories and sugar, but a lot of protein as well as micronutrients. Linking up the local vegetable and fruit growers and small farmers to these systems would go a long way in improving the availability of vegetables as well as increasing dietary diversity. and of course inclusion of millets as they become more and more available. Teaching children about nutrition is also important. We did a study recently, I think I've got some findings on that, but before that the take-home ration also we need to look at. The take-home ration for children needs to be different from that for mothers, and again we need to look at micronutrients and involve SDGs perhaps in preparing these products locally. So we did a study in a few districts of Tamil Nadu actually with UNICEF looking at different groups, school children, adolescent girls, and pregnant and lactating women. And basically what was found, again, low dietary diversity across all of them. Tamil Nadu is a rice-eating space. Underweight was high among socially vulnerable groups, but overweight was also high. And essentially, we found that school children did have knowledge about nutrition, but did not practice it. Adolescent girls had poor knowledge and practice. In fact, adolescent girls were the ones who were eating the most junk food. Pregnant and lactating women knew the most about nutrition because they had been exposed to advice, from the health system and through the Anganwadis, etc. So there's a long way to go actually in building not just the knowledge and awareness, but in changing eating behavior, which is going to be a big challenge. On the PDS, I think Professor Ramesh Chand, you know that the PDS today, as you say, covers a huge number of people, 80 crores. We need to repurpose it really by looking at not food security, but nutrition security. And as Amarjit ji was saying, this is going to need additional funding. Perhaps a number of beneficiaries could go down if you could really validate who are the people who are food and nutrition insecure. But I think if more pulses, more millets, and if there's a way of also providing healthier oil, more protein, and if there's a way again of linking vegetable fruit producers through the PDS at subsidized rates where people can afford to purchase these locally grown foods, then it would go a long way, because I think right now the affordability is a big issue. We can tell people to eat more fruits and vegetables, but it may not be affordable. These are some of the schemes in different states that, not just provide affordable food, but also raise awareness about nutrition. And then the last couple of points, I think on the policy and regulatory side, FSSAI has a big role to play here. Many countries who have stringent labeling on food products have shown a significant decline in the sugar intake, as well as in obesity and cardiovascular disease rates. So trans fat correlates with cardiovascular disease. I think we have done well on trans fat, but on sugar and salt and fat, I think a front of pack labeling, which clearly tells even an illiterate person, like how many of us actually look at the detailed insert. We believe whatever is advertised and what the company says. But if we had a good way of looking at a red, yellow, and a green on the front of the pack, then as soon as I saw an orange or a red, I would think twice, do I want to buy this unhealthy product? Let me look for something that's green. Recently I was in Singapore and they told me that they have an ABCD, and the people who fall into C and D, this is based on sugar only. They've only tackled sugar for now. But companies who have been labeled C and D are voluntarily reducing their sugar because they don't want to be classified as C and D. And consumers are not picking up those products which are labeled C and D. They are going for A and B. So I think this commercial determinants of health, which is really the salt, sugar, and fat, visible and invisible, that everybody is consuming, requires a strong policy and regulatory framework. Also, of course, additives, contaminants, lead contamination of turmeric, for example, was a big problem in Bangladesh, and they were able to deal with it. In India, lead poisoning is a huge, huge problem, I think under-recognized, and may actually be responsible for some of the anemia that we seem to not be able to explain. And of course, taxing of junk foods, and being very strict about what companies can advertise. They should not be allowed to advertise what is actually not part of their nutritional composition. Nutrition awareness, the Poshan Ma and others, they've really a long way, but behavior change is difficult. It's not easy, and we will need to look at different strategies of how we can change behavior in different groups of people. So finally, to conclude, I think we have to look at everything through a nutrition-sensitive lens now. I think all policy that's made, of course, we all look at climate, but in addition to climate impact, and I think Professor Chand, you were only saying earlier that today you can't separate climate from SDGs, and in fact, I'm part of a group that's looking at synergies between climate goals and SDG goals, and we're trying to come up with a framework so that countries can actually track, rather than tracking separately, track them together and see where are the benefits. How can a country meet both their climate commitments and their SDG goals? And of course, there may be some trade-offs, but clearly there are more co-benefits than there are trade-offs. So I think dietary risks today, globally, but also particularly in India, are the leading cause of death and disability in India. I think we have to talk about food from the point of view of our health, not just filling our stomachs. We need multi-sectoral action, but it does need empowered coordination. And I think the COVID example of empowered committees is very appealing when it comes to issues which span across so many sectors and departments. I think agriculture needs a fundamental shift in priorities. The incentives that we give to farmers today are actually perverse incentives and will not really incentivize them to change from purely rice and wheat to growing other things. We need to diversify the PDS basket. The first 1,000 days addressing women's needs, coming from a woman's point of view, what do they need in order to take the best? Every woman wants her child to have the best possible care and nutrition. But if she's not being able to do that, we need to understand why and how can the government or the private sector really help out. I think equity in targeting is the most vulnerable, but we have to be context specific. India is a huge and heterogeneous country. Community participation in monitoring perhaps would also be very important because they have, and I think Amarjit ji knows this very well and was also mentioning that when you get communities involved, when the women, the panchayats get involved, things begin to happen. We now have, of course, a lot of digital tools for monitoring. We could use AI, but ultimately it is human beings, I think, who will have to make the difference. And then, as I mentioned, the commercial determinants of health, of nutrition, are playing a very big role, and we have to think about how do we address those, and then the behavior change. Thank you, Professor Chand.
So from researcher, we move to practitioner, our secretary WCD, who deal with this kind of issues, particularly nutrition of women and children, which is very, very important. I'm sure he will share with us what Government of India is doing to address all these burning issues related to health and nutrition. So, Panditji, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Professor Chand, Dr. Paul, distinguished members of the audience. I have a small presentation today which is mainly based on what we have done from technology perspective in last few years to fight malnutrition. Now, if we see, we have this scheme called Anganwadi Services, which has been running not from today, from 1975. And 1975 till 2018, only changes which we had seen in the scheme was expansion of coverage in a scope. So, except for that, there was nothing new. The children went there, the mothers went there, the food was provided during that period, and there was some pre-primary education that was being done there. Nothing beyond that. So it's that kind of system. Though a lot of data used to be available with the Anganwadi workers, they had 11 registers which they were maintaining, including the records of all the women, all the children, all the women in reproductive age group, all the children in the age group 0 to 6 years. But this data was limited in their registers and never came out of it. There was a change in 2018 when actively assisted by Niti Aayog and led by Honorable Prime Minister, that Poshan Abhiyan was launched. And I'll say that has been the game changer as far as nutrition scenario goes in the government setup. And a lot of changes have come through. One of the biggest change which come through is through the technology, as I'll explain later. as of now, if you see, we are handling roughly 10.3 crore beneficiaries in our system, which is 103 million people who get services from the Anganwadis in the country. Now, if you see the next slide, our focus is on health, wellness and immunity, life cycle approach. Like we start with the pregnant women. In fact, we start with the adolescent girls. We provide nutrition at that age 14 to 18, so that if they are healthy, then they can, when they get married, they can give birth to the healthy children. Then lactating mothers, again pregnant and lactating mothers are taken care of in Anganwadi system. Then you have children coming up to the age of 6 years to the Anganwadis, and again the cycle gets completed. Now the key issues here are maternal health and nutrition. We never bothered about the nutrition part in true sense, in the sense ki how to guide the mother about taking care of the nutrition of the child and this thing. This was basically, the scheme was limited to bringing them or to the Anganwadi center and feeding them. So this has been one key change after the Poshan Abhiyan. Then infant and young child feeding practices. This again, I think Dr. Paul would have told us in our presentation, that this is the critical thing which will decide the destiny of the child who is in that age group 0 to 2 years. So there's a lot of focus on this, and in every workshop which we have with the Anganwadi workers, and every training, this is one thing which is greatly reinforced, that what you need to do in that age group, particularly the age group of 6 months to 2 years, when the complementary feeding is there and whose data seem to be dismal. There has been huge change in breastfeeding, exclusive breastfeeding in 0 to 6 months over a period of time since the Poshan Abhiyan has been launched. But this is one area where we are lagging, and we are working very hard to sort out this issue. Then we have a standard protocol for treatment of malnourished children. You identify in the Anganwadi, we have a convergence with the health department, and Asha, Anganwadi and A&M together. If the child needs further support, then he is taken to the doctor first. Doctor decides whether it can be cured at home only, or he or she has to be taken to the NRC, Nutrition Rehabilitation Center. And then again, a lot of focus on diet diversity and the local foods, because you can't get everything from outside for this kind of such a big system. And many a times the local food is best suited for that climatic condition. So maximum number of, how we can bring in more local food. Also we are having in 6.3 lakh Anganwadis Nutri Gardens, or sort of kitchen gardens, where they are growing vegetables and other fruits, so that this can be given to the children in the Anganwadis. These are the mission objectives and strategies. I'll not go in details. I think most of the things which Dr. Swaminathan has talked about and previous speaker, those are covered from these points, but that's not important. I'll focus more on the next. Now I'll just come to, we have a technology platform called Poshan Tracker, and this Poshan Tracker has been launched in all the 13.97 lakh Anganwadis which are functional. This has been done over a period of 2 years, and let me tell you, before the Poshan Tracker, we had through World Bank assistance something called ICDS CAS. It was a computerized application system, but in spite of all our efforts till that time, we could not reach more than 6 lakh Anganwadi centers, and we were never getting the day-to-day, instant data on that. Poshan Tracker has been launched in March 21. This basically ensured that the data about women, children, and all the work of Anganwadi is fed in this particular application, and it covers all aspects of working of the Anganwadi worker. When we started in March 21, I was told I joined sometime in July. I was told that it's working very well, but when I used to go to the field, Anganwadi worker will say, कि सर हम डाटा तो एंट्री कर देते हैं, हम देख नहीं पाते हैं कि what actually is the data which I have inputted. So it will be like round circles, as if system is always busy, that kind of system. So across the country we had this complaint going around. We worked on the software part gradually, And also then we realized that this normal system cannot take care of. Entire system was moved to cloud sometime in December 2021. We shifted our entire hardware to the Amazon Web Services. Then again, now that latency was over, they could enter the data instantly, data was being accepted, but then data was not reflecting on that. Then they said, sir, there's a problem with how the data is visualized. We are not able to actually pull out the data for that. That took another 2 months. For the first time, we started getting clean data in the sense that whatever has been inputted was visible to everyone from somewhere around March 2022. And gradually, we kept on adding modules to it. Now the situation is we are near real time. In fact, we can give real time, but there are 15 crore hits in a given time between 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Poshan Tracker. So with that kind of traffic, giving them instant real time data becomes a problem. So they can see what they have entered till the previous day. That data is visible on their phones and everything. This also has main advantage with the Poshan Tracker is that it is a comprehensive solution to all the works of the Anganwadi. She does not have to maintain register. They used to maintain 11 registers. 7 registers have already been taken off. Whatever they were doing in those 7 registers, that's already available. Remaining will be done by December. We'll be done with all the registers. Next. This, let me tell you, this also has a system that it gives a graded kind of dashboard to every official. So from Anganwadi worker to the next level is supervisor. 25 Anganwadis are linked to a supervisor. So supervisor can see the details of all the Anganwadi under her jurisdiction. The CDPO, who is the project officer, can see entire details of everyone in his jurisdiction, in his project. And let me tell you, they can see up to an individual child. So disaggregated data, whether the child is a boy or a girl, whether he is underage or stunted or nutrited, because we have also integrated WHO growth tables as part of this thing. So once the Anganwadi worker picks up a child, it will automatically see whether he is green, yellow or orange or red, depending on the criteria. If green, the child is normal child, there is no issue, healthy. If it is in other categories, then you see whether it is severely malnutrition or the normal, or it is underweight. Those kind of things are also. So how do you measure? Now measurement was one part which was not thought of earlier. It's in Poshan Abhiyan that we decided that we have to give equipment to all the Anganwadis. As of now, we have given growth monitoring devices to all the Anganwadis, and we have told the states to keep 5% and as buffer at their level, so that measurement is possible. Every month we measure the child, and that data is uploaded on Poshan Tracker. You can see the progress of the child. Earlier it was being seen in a tabular kind of format to the Anganwadi worker. Now we are putting it in a graphical format where the upper and lower lines are reflecting, and actually the child's progress is seen, whether he is in a green zone or red zone, that kind of thing is there. We also have done that registration, so unique beneficiary. Now there used to be a lot of beneficiaries who were actually, their numbers were there, recorded there, to make sure that you can get more allocation of food grains and other things for this THR and hot cooked meals. So that is, we have linked it with Aadhaar. Aadhaar authentication of each and every beneficiary is done, and our allocation is based purely on Aadhaar. We also have a system of SMS delivery through this. Now this has been, we have launched it 2 months back. Now whenever THR is given to a lady or for the young children, a SMS goes and there is a linked mobile number with in the system. SMS will go, your THR for this 15 days has been delivered. Good thing is, I was traveling the other day in UP and a lot of people said, कि साहब जब से ये आने लगा तब से हमको पता चला कि हमारे यहाँ बंट गया है, तो हम देखने आते हैं कि whether the, then if we don't get it, we go and fight with the Anganwadi कि you have said कि it has been received, where is this? We are also doing one more thing at the registration. The moment you register, depending on the category, you will get a SMS कि you have been registered in this Anganwadi, and these are your entitlements. Now these things were not told to people earlier. So it's going in his or her phone saying that these are your entitlement. In case of children, it goes to the parents' SMS. So they are aware about those things. Then we have internal dashboard. Those are different. We also have, we also provide incentives to Anganwadi workers and helpers through the this portal only, so that because their every work is recorded through technology, so based on certain number of days when the Anganwadi is open, or based on the what all activities the Anganwadi worker has done, based on that they are given incentives. Next. Now this is available in 24 languages. So irrespective of where you are in Tamil Nadu, Kerala, any state, Northeast, it's available in local language. So and except for the name and this thing, all other entries are normally, in the case you do in Latin alphabet. So those are very easy to do, either numeric or you just tag yes no form of entry, so that Anganwadis don't have difficulty in that. We also have a migration facility in the Anganwadi. If you move from, say, within a district, if you move from one Anganwadi to Anganwadi, based on your Aadhaar, your entitlement can be transferred. Even outside the state, automatically, if you go and register in a new Anganwadi with your Aadhaar, the data will be pulled up from the old Anganwadi and it will come and reside in where you are staying. So this is one more thing we have done. We also have a detailed, we have a grievance disposal mechanism, particularly Poshan, we also have a call center. Though we found that not many calls come from the time we have started this SMS thing, because now they are taking it at local level and saying that why this thing is not coming. We have dashboards from, as I told you earlier, from Anganwadi supervisor to up to the state and national level. And we have integrated WHO the graphs on this. Next. Aadhaar authentication I have talked about. We have also done linkage with the ABHA. ABHA is Ayushman Bharat Health ID. So this ID is also generated through the Poshan tracker. So that is one thing. You can generate from the RCS system. You can generate from this thing also. Mobile verification of beneficiaries we have talked about. We have also put in data quality checks like height and weight, that based on upper and lower limit. Earlier what they used to do, they'll put some data and then they will say ki saab isko change karna hai. They sort all kinds of things so that we can edit it later. So those kind of options we are not giving now. We are also doing the LGD compliance system, and we are also doing geotagging of all the Anganwadis. Our intention is to geofence it within next few months, so that the tracker will open only if you are in Anganwadi center. So beyond that, if you are wanting to do the data entry when you are present there, then only you can do. And Anganwadi will open. There is a column for opening the Anganwadi that will happen only once you reach that thing. But our intention was to bring them on board first, because they were the biggest hindrance. In fact, there were court cases in the states that the phones are not good, the tracker is not good. They have lost everywhere, and now they are all on board because they are happy in the sense that all their works get done through mobile. So they are also, I find, I travel to Kerala, Maharashtra, 3-4 states. There is no complaint from the main worker who is entering the data about the Anganwadi, irrespective of where you go. And this is something which I'll request all of you, if you are going to an Anganwadi center, please go and check if there are any issues. But I can say with confidence that today we are in a situation where the data is being inputted properly. There may be issues in measurement and all that, but that is, we are coming to. Next. So what all we have been able to do, I talked about registers, then home visit schedulers. Now home visit is mandatory for Anganwadi workers, for pregnant women and also young children in the age group 6 to 3 years, because they are they don't come to Anganwadi. So those are moduled through this, and they get they have a scheduler on the Poshan tracker itself. We are again 13.9 lakh Anganwadis on board. For some areas where the mobile coverage is a problem, we have a facility for offline data entry also, and as and when they come to the place where the network is available, the data gets uploaded in those areas. Next. I've talked about the WHO, this thing. We also have a tracker now for weight gain for pregnant women during the pregnancy period. They register at the LMP, and from that then onwards we are tracking that also, so that weight gain is sufficient, and that takes care of this thing. Anganwadi worker also counsels them at that stage if there is weight gain is less and all that. Those issues are looking. We also have convergence with departments, like we have APIs through which we exchange data with health now we are going to do with education also. We are also going to have a link with UWIN, which is the portal for vaccination. All these have been, stage 2 integration has been done both with UWIN and RCH. And now the question is for both of us to use the data. We have already, as I said earlier, we have already geotagged 12.5 lakh Anganwadi centers on the PM Gati Shakti portal. And once everything is done, then we can, see both the layers. How is health facility in that area and how are the things in the, where are the gaps in the system. Next. Now there are some things which we are in process of doing. One is we are again going to have this survey register of all the households in the villages where I can identify how many beneficiaries are there in the system. As of now, if you see in Anganwadis, we get around 55% of the beneficiaries come to Anganwadi. 45% of the children or women are outside, mainly because in villages, if you see, people who are well off are not very keen to come to Anganwadi. For them, it is supposed to be slightly below par. We are data trends. It will all be in graphical forms now for adolescent girls and pregnant women also. We are going to have a passbook kind of thing which we can give to the child as and when they move out of the system. Like children after 6 years will move out. So their growth trajectory we can give to them when they move out of the system. We have a module for early childhood care and education in this Poshan tracker. We are also going to have henceforth facial Aadhaar authentication so that there are no issues that somebody else may not come and take the benefits. So the lady who is a beneficiary or the child there, for children it may not be possible, for the SAG girls and the women will do the facial authentication through Aadhaar. Geofencing is in process, and we have a lot of things about the new systems which are coming in. So this is basically the technology part. What I can tell you with great confidence that now the system is working very well. We have to work on second stage. Data also fairly good quality of data we are getting. Now we need to get the third party authentication of random sampling of these data to ensure that what they are measuring and how correctly they are measuring. Two things which I like to highlight here is based on our data, wasting figures comes to around 7%. It varies from 6.8 to 7.2% overall in the country. The underweight is also comes to around 17%, and these are much less than NFHS figures, much less than NFHS figures, which are 19.3% for wasting and around 36% or so for underweight. It is coming to 17% for underweight. Stunting data are slightly higher in our system compared to what is reflected in NFHS. So this was the technology part. We believe that with this.
Panditji, can you conclude?
Sir, this is the last point I am making. So now that we have the data, a lot of people need data for these things, and a lot of organizations are interested in verifying what actually is happening in the field. So my open request to everyone, whoever wants to go and verify the data in the field, whoever wants to help us out in further training of Anganwadi workers, you are most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Panditji, for sharing with us the innovation introduced by government. Obviously, when there is pressure to deliver, the change start happening. So we have now two lead discussants, Dr. Ashok Bishendas ji and Ms. Elizabeth Fora. Ashok Bishendas ji is currently professor at Indian Institute of Public Administration. He has earlier worked as member of Agriculture Prices Commission, and he is, though background in agriculture statistics, but I considered him as agriculture economist. So, Bishendas ji, 7 minutes for you. I hope you will cooperate with me.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thanks indeed to Professor Ramesh Chandji, Dr. V.K. Paul, and all the dignitaries present here for giving us an opportunity to us. Let me start with a few data sets. One, Indian agriculture, they deploy 45.5% of the entire workforce of the country, 60% of the land, 83% of the fresh water, yet it gives just 18% to our GDP. Now, this, if you arrange this data, these three set of data, you will conclude that the agriculture productivity is just 29% of non-agriculture sector. Now, this is a huge domestic resource cost to the nation that we are spending so much, yet we have not attained the full nutritional satisfaction for the country. Obviously, something is missing. Now, let me find out what is happening. Now, earlier, when we look at the agriculture policy, it was tonnage centric. That means you always have emphasis on increasing the food grain production. Let me repeat, food grain production, not the food production. Now, just to give an idea, at 1951, when the planning process started, we had just 51 million tons of food grain. This year, we have 324 million tons. That means about 6 times. But the farmer's income has not increased commensurately. Now, unless you make the producer of those things, those who are the producer, who are the nutritional support they are giving and the food security is giving, if they are not happy, the way they are being, so we perhaps cannot go too far. Now, how to do this? See, obviously, we have to increase the productivity. And when I say increasing the productivity, I don't mean you produce more from the less. It means you produce those things which are value to the society. Just to give an illustration, now rice is a thirsty crop. CACP did a study which shows clearly that 1 kg of rice production cost, not financial, non-financial, 1,500 liters of water. And we export 10 million tons of rice every year on an average. And then we take pride, so much rice we have exported. That also means we are exporting so much, 10 million tons into 1,500 per kg, and multiply, is a huge amount of virtual water we are exporting. Now, at what cost? Is it a rational policy? We are exporting the virtual water? That is issue one. So, therefore, we have to concentrate more on the less thirsty crop like millet. Now, millet, many people argue that productivity is less. It is less because we have not spent sufficient attention in terms of its R&D. We have not increased its high yielding variety kind of the millet, and it has a nutritional value. Likewise, in the pulses, Indian milieu, if we analyze, mostly Indian by and large, they are vegetarian by nature, by religious belief or whatever we call it, and their main source of protein is pulses. Yet we are not self-sufficient in pulses. We are not self-sufficient in the oil seed. What to do? Now, I just give a very crude analogy. Just look at your wardrobe. If you have too many shirts and not trousers, what will happen? Similarly, we have too much food grain, but not enough for our protein supplement like pulses or oil seed, and we depend on a lot of importance. So we have to correct this imbalance in us. And on increasing the productivity, let me upfront say that the cost of human labor is going to outstrip the cost of capital in years to come. And then many economists have said, now what to do? Because if you are employing so much human labor, therefore there is a need to do the farm mechanization at a very, very large scale so that the requirement of the human labor and excess labor in the agriculture is withdrawn. They had to be skilled, and we have to upskill the skills of unskilled worker. And therefore, this will also increase their productivity, and the things will. So we have to free our excess occupation or allocation of land, which is a precious national resource. And then if we look at the CACP's terms of reference, they say the CACP is expected, their terms of reference, to ensure that there is a rational utilization of natural resources like water and land. These are the specific terms, but I don't know why it has not been paid attention. These are the crucial points one has to flag. And on this data credibility, now look at this. What farmers produce, see, gold is gold when it is sold. what farmers produce is no less precious than the gold. Yet their income is not rising. So what is to be done? It means we have to create a data which forecast the demand and then do the calibration, what is demand, and just nudge them to produce in sync with the demand. Just another piece of data will illustrate the point. And if we see the crop geometry in terms of the allocation of land to a particular crop versus its contribution to GDP. Just to give two examples. Now, the rice, wheat, maize together account for 42% of land, yet it gives only 24% of the GDP. In contrast, for fruits and vegetables occupy 12% of the land and gives rise to 24% of our GDP within the agri GDP, I mean. So there is obviously the horticulture emphasis is more, and these are the crops which are high value but occupies less land, less water, and therefore emphasis has to be done. And with increasing per capita income, the demand of food will move away from the cereals to high value like fruits and vegetable, and that will be win-win situation because farmers will get a lot of demand from crops like this, which is much easier, and they offer a more income. So these are the issues on data. My firm belief is one has to devise a strategy to create data which will forecast the demand, and like minimum support price, government announces before showing up that is very good thing government has done for last few years, that they announce the minimum support price for the ensuing crop season before the sowing starts. Similarly, this can be done, and there are statistical method by which one can forecast the demand of particular and then give this, let the farmer decide whether they like it or not. So, and for data, if you I mean, torture the data long enough, it can confess anything. So one has to invest a lot on data collection, and good quality data has 4 ingredients. It has to be complete, completeness has to be there, credible, transparent, and timeliness. These 4 ingredients, if you ensure, they may appear that these are very, very important. On that basis, we have to ensure that farmer gets very, very good inputs and they decide accordingly. On last point, the GHI, the Global Hunger Index, though we dismiss it, it's a perception of somebody, and we are shown in a poor light. We are ranked as 111 out of 125 countries. That is absolutely unbelievable. The kind of food program we have undertaken is massive, and no country other than India can match itself. So, and yet we are shown, but we cannot dismiss this particular point as mere absurd. But we have to dispel this notion of that absurdity. There are 4 parameters everybody knows on GHI. That 3 are related to only people are the children below 5 years. Only one of those 4 parameters relates to the entire population, and that too is based on thin sample of just 3,000 of this vast country. How can you rely on this? So we have to invest more on our data collection, data calibration and other thing, and that's worth its investment. And so these are the points I flagged. And lastly, I had the privilege of sharing the dais with the great agriculture economist M.S. Swaminathan, and in one of personal things he said, if India was not food secure, it would have never become nuclear country. So food is also related to nutrition. So therefore, ensuring nutrition is very, very important, though everybody understands. But I thought this is a tribute to the great agriculture scientists. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Vishendas ji, for adding another perspective to the debate. Now I invite Ms. Elizabeth Fora. She is representative and country director, World Food Program. She joined in this position, I think, only 7-8 months back. But she has quickly understood Indian agriculture, and I already saw a couple of pieces by her in India's newspapers. So your turn, please, 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Ramesh, for the kind words and for moderating this session. And also thank you to the presenters, Dr. Purniman Menon, Dr. Sumya Swaminathan, and Secretary Andiva Pandey, for sharing your thoughts on this agenda item, eliminating hunger and malnutrition. And I also want to greet Dr. Paul, who I've had the pleasure of meeting before. So I take this opportunity, to congratulate India for a decisive Delhi Declaration, where we have committed to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Recalling the Deccan high-level principles on food security and nutrition that were adopted by the G20 under India's presidency, I would like to stress the importance of humanitarian aid to countries and populations in vulnerable situations, and the need for effective strategies as part of the G20 roadmap to assist those populations in crisis. So my agency, World Food Program, estimates that over 345 million people are facing acute levels of food insecurity around the world this year. And we're very proud to have been a partner of India throughout this incredible journey from recipient of food aid to a food surplus nation. And the conversations today have been extremely useful to me to understand in more depth the issues in agriculture, food security, and nutrition. And as India now moves towards providing humanitarian assistance to other countries, as well as best practices, technology, and knowledge to developing nations, WFP is supporting and has supported that shift. So while relief needs continue to grow, it is important to enhance the availability and the access to nutritious foods. We've talked a lot about access as the key barrier. And so to strengthen food safety nets. Having food safety nets in place does ensure that the poorest can continue to access food grains in times of crisis. And taking the example of India's own response to the COVID pandemic, beneficiary allocations of food grains were doubled under the PDS, as we know, and it is by far the largest food assistance program anywhere in the world. The performance of the PDS in overcoming the sudden disruptions in supply chains and handling the additional relief, especially during the COVID crisis, is exemplary. The evolution of India's PDS is marked by ongoing enhancements in targeting accuracy, although hearing the conversation today, perhaps much more is needed on that front, increased accountability through digitization, and the innovative One Nation, One Ration Card initiative. And these reforms reflect the commitment of the government of India in delivering the assistance to the most vulnerable families. And that is actually inspiring other countries in the region to learn from India through South-South and triangular cooperation, which WFP is more and more involved in. And looking ahead, we do need to enhance the nutritional benefits of the PDS by diversifying the food basket with pulses, millets, and more fortification of staples. So WFP in India is guided by the UN Sustainable Development Framework and also the WFP Country Strategic Plan. And we work with the national and state governments to support the achievements of not only SDG 2, but also SDG 5, which is gender equality, and SDG 13, obviously climate action. In India, WFP is promoting innovations and research. We focus on 4 areas. One is strengthening food distribution by optimizing the supply chain. The second is enhancing nutritional and school feeding programs, including, for that matter, improving the recipes for the take-home ration by age group across many different states, although that's still a growing area. The third is improving livelihoods for women through self-help groups. And the fourth is supporting the development of climate adaptation plans and mitigation measures for disaster risk management. The way we work is that we support the government to scale up successful initiatives and pilot projects, and initiating those pilots through innovative technologies and approaches. So, for example, WFP has undertaken a supply chain optimization analysis of the transportation network for the PDS, which will help, we hope, in reducing the costs to state governments, thus addressing one of those barriers that Ramesh mentioned in terms of increasing costs for distributing food. WFP is also piloting prefabricated frameless grain storage structures to increase storage capacity and reduce food losses. Food loss is perhaps one area that we haven't touched a lot upon today, but food loss is large here. And WFP is helping the government in installing grain dispensing machines which will reduce food losses at the last mile also. In other words, at the distribution point for beneficiaries. These pilots are tied to the Delhi Declaration and the high-level principles which call for more resilient value chains and the reduction in food loss and waste. So our response to hunger and malnutrition as an international community, as a development community, must be multifaceted. We need to invest in the cutting-edge research, technology, community-driven strategies to better understand the regional variations with a sharp focus on populations at risk. And it needs to be these solutions need to be contextualized, of course, and driven by data and evidence. So furthermore, recognizing the disproportionate impact of climate change on food and nutrition security, especially among marginalized and tribal communities, we need strategies to help them adapt to climate extremes and secure their food and nutritional needs. Thus, we need to prioritize climate-smart agricultural practices, enhance our irrigation infrastructure, and develop early warning systems to mitigate the impact of extreme weather events on food production. A lot has been said about millets today as a climate-smart crop, and WFP has been working to promote millet consumption in collaboration with the Indian Institute of Millets Research through tailored social behavior change communication, and currently supporting the Chief Minister of Odisha in organizing the International Convention on Millets, which is happening later this week. In 2022, the Government of India announced the National Mission of Sustainable Agriculture, which aims to promote environmentally friendly technologies, adoption of energy-efficient equipment, conservation of natural resources, integrated farming, and more. The proactive step taken by the government must inform also the roadmap of the future. So in the area of climate adaptation, WFP is providing technical support to the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change to increase the climate adaptive capacities of small farmers by improving their access to last mile climate services in coastal districts. And we have also launched initiatives with the state government of Odisha to implement farm-based solar technologies to improve women's livelihoods in particular. And that's very much linked to the production of horticultural produce, which we just heard is a high-value sector. So WFP is also an active member of the Technical Advisory Committee for Drought Mitigation Planning at the National Disaster Management Authority, and will continue to support the government's efforts in that area. So apart from the technical assistance and the scalable pilot demonstrations that we are involved in, WFP has partnered with Niti Aayog to strengthen evaluation capacity, currently working on the evaluation of the National Food Security Act and its related programs. And we are also lending support to the government of Rajasthan in SDG monitoring through food and nutrition security assessments, development of dashboards. That's just to give a couple of examples. So we believe that evidence is, of course, vital to the development process, and we must keep championing data for decision making. So in conclusion, WFP's efforts in India are geared towards supporting the programs of the government, sharing global best practices through South-South and triangular cooperation. And I believe that this could be very much a growing area of our work. And considering WFP's global reach, operating in 110 countries, I just want to reiterate our commitment to working together with all of you to implement the G20 New Delhi Leaders' Declaration in this area. So I'd like to congratulate Niti Aayog for organizing this discussion today on hunger and malnutrition, and for initiating the development of a roadmap for achieving the SDGs. And it's really a great pleasure for me personally to meet you all and hear such a stimulating discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. Friend, as chair of this session, I failed in managing time, and we have overshot time by nearly 30 minutes. And the presenter for the next session are already with us. It will be impolite on my part to eat away their time. Like under sustainability, we say that you pass on to your children at least as rich environment as you have inherited. So I will be passing on next session only as late as I inherited. So I really thank all the three presenters and the two discussants for making this session very stimulating, insightful, and with lot of takeaways. I have noted as many as 25 takeaways. I am not taking time to repeat those. I will share these with the organizer, but I suggest or request to Yogesh Suriji that in the last session, please let people give their suggestion or make their observation if they have any. Okay. So with this, thank you very much.
And we break for lunch. Lunch is in the same hall, the first floor. So
We have caught up with time to an extent. Okay, so in this session, we are now looking at SDG 3 and the emphasis on specific aspects highlighted in the Leaders' Declaration of the G20 system. We have outstanding leaders in the health sector present in the room, and we look forward to hearing from them their perspectives on those 3 or 4 major areas. Let me first request Dr. Srinath Reddy to speak on strengthening primary health care, health workforce, and improving essential health services and health systems. It's a big one, but that's the way it is articulated as one of the declarations, sub-declarations of the G20. Thank you. Dr. Reddy is a leader in public health, a clinician, researcher, my teacher, mentor, friend, philosopher, guide. So nice to have you, sir. And you bring the global perspective, you bring the Indian perspective, your research, your advocacy, your contribution to public health is very, very well known. Very proud to have you, sir. Over to you, sir. By the way, there's just phone lying here on this table. Okay, thank you. So, phone lost, phone gained. Over to you, Dr. Reddy.
Thank you, sir. I've been asked to speak about the role of primary health and also the very critically linked elements of health system strengthening and health workforce. Indeed, when we are really looking at the entire SDG agenda, health is pivotal to all development sectors, and within health, primary health services become the foundational basis for delivery of health and well-being, which is the banner line of SDG 3. Among the various targets and indicators, and which have been referred to also in the declaration of G20, I would like to start with universal health coverage, which is SDG 3.8, because it provides the platform for organizing health services which will have to deliver upon the other targets that are set in SDG 3. If we really look at the 3 dimensions of the UHC cube, which have been delineated by the WHO, population coverage, service coverage, and cost coverage, primary health care meets those criteria better than any other level of health care. In terms of it covering the entire population, will require some form of primary health care at some point in their lives, of providing the broadest bundle of services, and also having the most resource optimizing method of delivering care, both in terms of finance as well as in optimal utilization of health workforce. Given that, primary care becomes absolutely important, and it also reflects well on the indicators that have been chosen for assessing progress in this area, which is household expenditure on health and service coverage. So when we look at household expenditure on health, clearly out-of-pocket expenditure can be greatly reduced by primary health care, which provides health care at home or close to home. And now particularly with digital enablement, there is really not great requirement for long-distance travel for many ailments. And since that also now in the primary health care arena in India, in the health and wellness centers, now we are really looking at also disbursement of drugs, essential drugs, as well as provision of diagnostic services, of essential diagnostic services. primary health care becomes very, very cost-saving for the household and the family, and therefore that becomes an important element as well. In terms of service coverage, as I mentioned already, it has the broadest bundle of services, and again, with digital connectivity, it can even get expertise from advanced care into primary health care settings, and most importantly, it provides continuity of care. When we look at the individual SDGs and the importance of addressing several of those dimensions, maternal and child health, I believe India has done remarkably well, particularly over the last 10 to 15 years. And we find that in terms of maternal mortality ratio, infant mortality, and under 5 mortality, we are very much on target. And we need to recognize that much of this success has come because of our investments in primary health care, particularly from the profusion of services that are rendered by ASHAs, which range from ANC monitoring to referrals for institutional deliveries and follow-up care. Coming to infectious diseases, there again, it's absolutely important for us to recognize that most of the infections will have to be recognized early on in the primary health care setting. Care has to be initiated and care has to be continued, whether it is a chronic condition that requires continuous supply of medicines, or whether it's even an acute disease which requires immediate treatment or even further triage and referral. And again, in terms of surveillance, primary health care becomes the most important platform for surveillance because it's closest to the community for the earliest recognition of any outbreak. And in terms of One Health services too, it becomes the connection point between human health and veterinary services, which are both operating within the community and where the community can pick up any changes earliest before anybody else. And primary health care personnel have their ears close to the ground and are very closely connected to the community. And that is why the entire One Health agenda becomes very important. And even in the context of pandemic preparation, prevention, preparation, and response, primary health care becomes the major platform for operation of these services. Non-communicable diseases, that is SDG 3.4, we now recognize that diabetes and pre-diabetes and high blood pressure, which are among the largest contributors to non-communicable disease mortality and morbidity, are best recognized and best cared for in primary health care settings, and that becomes a very important element for us to pursue. And the fact that now we have moved from selective primary care to comprehensive primary health care, and that our health and wellness centers are getting well equipped now to deal with the recognition and management of many of these non-communicable diseases, suggests that we are in the right direction in terms of handling it, except that we need to step up our performance much more in terms of both recognition as well as early care. We know that early detection, initial management, and continued care, and even recognition of all of these will reduce the complications and need for secondary and tertiary care. Thailand, for example, has provided an excellent example in this area where they recognize that neither hemodialysis nor even home-based peritoneal dialysis are really cost-saving, but that while those services need to be continued, it is the investment in community-based diagnosis of high blood pressure and diabetes which is going to pay the richest dividends in terms of NCD prevention and control, and that occupies an important element of their universal health coverage effort as well. Now, even for reducing the mortality in the 30 to 70-year age group, which is the target for SDG 3.4, it is important for us to prevent acute coronary events and acute cerebrovascular events by diagnosing the risk factors like significantly elevated blood pressure and tobacco smoking and other elements, and therefore, again, primary care becomes absolutely important. And therefore, by ensuring that, and we are having a problem, as we know, that while about close to 30% of our population has been diagnosed in the adult age group to have high blood pressure, only 12% are adequately treated and controlled, 12% of those of them. So primary care has to be strengthened in order to have early detection, effective treatment, and continued follow-up. And that's the only way we can actually reduce the acute cardiovascular and cerebrovascular events and even reduce some of the cancer mortality by early detection. Even for mental health, community-based services are pivotal. We cannot really deliver these through institutionalized mechanisms. And we recognize that what the success we have achieved in rural primary care in maternal and child health services now needs to be expanded not only to NCD care overall, but particularly with strengthening of urban primary care, which has been neglected hitherto. And if we actually supplement urban primary care to rural primary care, we'll be able to achieve many of our objectives here, which have been set forth. And in terms of mental health, if we are talking about community-based services and even reducing the suicide rates, it is the community-based mental health counseling services that are going to be most important, along with community engagement. And so also for substance abuse. Again, we cannot get tobacco cessation only through de-addiction centers. We have to really embed it very much in the community, and that's where primary care becomes very important as well. So even for climate change mitigation and adaptation, getting the primary care services to deliver the messages to the community is going to be absolutely critical. So also for the delivery of reproductive health services. Now, in terms of some of the elements that have been identified further, like air pollution, we know that we cannot really do too much only through health services, and multisectoral coordination is required. But certainly in terms of education as to how to protect people, and particularly in terms of mitigation of indoor air pollution, a lot can be done through primary healthcare settings, as also in the whole area of WASH. Now, I believe that in terms of the various areas that have been identified in the G20 declaration, which resonate well with the SDG agenda, but have a substantial focus also on strengthening health systems to counter the problem of pandemic prevention and preparation, we do need to ensure that we can actually prepare our systems much better to meet all of the healthcare needs and focus on that. For the simple reason that when we look at even what happened during the pandemic, the maximum amount of hospitalization, severe illness, morbidity, and mortality was for people with comorbidities like non-communicable diseases. If the health system fails to detect people with high blood pressure and diabetes, obviously we're going to have untreated people with high risk who are going to succumb to any respiratory virus, be it SARS-CoV-2 or an influenza virus. Therefore, again, even in the ambit of our pandemic prevention and preparation, we need to focus strongly on primary care with an extended band of services, including the capacity not only to detect outbreaks early, but also to detect and manage non-communicable disease risk factors and diseases early on. And that becomes very pivotal. And here I believe expansion of our health workforce by investing more in ASHAs, auxiliary nurse midwives, mid-level health workers, and AYUSH, which is going on now, needs to be further enhanced. And that also by creating a great deal of employment opportunities for a large number of people, especially women and youth, is going to be a fillip to our economic growth as well, and therefore that will also reflect well on other SDG elements as well. So to sum up, Mr. Chairman, I believe that primary care is the platform for people-partnered public health and decentralized decision-making in the delivery of health services, and that is where I believe we must invest most of our resources and efforts in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reddy. Thank you indeed. Thank you. We look forward to comments and elaboration of these thoughts. You have highlighted, the real push to use up the platform for a real push for non-communicable diseases. Thank you. I request now Ms. Baden, Deputy Head WHO India, to speak on a specific SDG target, namely the one that is related to AIDS, TB, malaria, and hepatitis, and it's articulated again in the G20 declaration. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. Very good afternoon. And the invitation was to our WHO representative, but he is currently in Meghalaya on a trip to review the TB elimination efforts in the states. So I'm representing him. Given the short time that we were given, our communicable disease team, we tried to analyze quickly what the progress is in terms of communicable diseases that are related to SDGs, and also come up with some priority actions to be taken to expedite the achievements in these key communicable diseases programs. So I will be mainly covering priority communicable diseases in the country, which is HIV, AIDS, tuberculosis, malaria, hepatitis, neglected tropical diseases, and briefly touch on waterborne infectious diseases as well. And we will quickly review targets and progress, priority actions to accelerate progress to achieve the 2030 goals, and then I'll have a few summary slides as well. So first, looking at HIV/AIDS, the national program envisions to end AIDS epidemic as a public health threat by 2030, which is very much in line with the SDGs. Currently, prevalence is very low, but it has second highest burden, 2.4 million globally, and it's also concentrated mainly among key populations. And then over the last decade, we see significant decline in new infections, which is at 46%, and AIDS-related deaths decline at 76%. However, over the past few years, this has plateaued. And we also see some rising trends in some states. For example, new infections, we are seeing annual increase in Tripura, Meghalaya, Arunachal, Assam, and AIDS-related death also seeing some rise in Puducherry, Arunachal Pradesh, and Meghalaya. So India currently is at 79, 84, 84 against the global target of 95, 95, 95, which is 95% of HIV positive know their status, 95% of those who know their status are on treatment, and 95% of those who are on treatment have suppressed viral load. So currently, India is at 79, 84, 84. This is just the trend that I was referring to. It has been plateauing over the last 4 years. Now, some policy-related intervention that we would like to suggest. We need to reinvigorate community engagement and scale up community-led interventions, revamp targeted intervention for key populations adapted to changing scenario, including enabling environment, example, legal policy, etc., and also use virtual platforms with focus on adolescents and young populations. Now, we also need to reach out to people still unaware of their status through new generation communication strategies. We need to come up with innovative strategies as well as index testing, plug linkage losses, and also ensure retention in care. It's very important, and including advanced disease management. And we could also look at development of roadmap for path to elimination for prioritizing states and districts towards ending AIDS epidemic. Now, one important area which is on triple elimination of mother-to-child transmission of HIV, syphilis, and hepatitis, we could look at strengthening that by augmenting synergies between the National AIDS Control Program, the National Viral Hepatitis Control Program, and National Health Mission for the triple elimination. And we could look at integrating triple elimination interventions and commodities in essential health service packages covered by NHM under RMNCH at national and also at state levels. And we see that few states are moving towards closer to global elimination targets, which could then be also used to share among other states and look at subnational level elimination, which could then accelerate national elimination. Now, I also would like to focus on sexually transmitted infections, which in recent times have been neglected a bit. So it really needs a renewed focus. Magnitude of STI burden is not fully known, and there are also no newer diagnostic tests as well, not available. Now, in terms of STIs, we could look at surveillance and burden estimates which could be documented, screening among key populations, ANC to be scaled up, and also utilize digital platforms, social media, community-led models for awareness generation, capacity building, need to engage closely with private and unorganized health sector, as these are the ones mostly providing services, and also address the issue of emerging antimicrobial resistance, especially on gonorrhea, and scale up strategies for prevention, screening, and management of cervical cancer among women living with HIV and also key populations. Now, going quickly to hepatitis, we see that the national seroprevalence of hepatitis B and C is at 0.85 and 0.29% respectively. Still, the burden is high. Significant mortality and morbidity due to hepatitis, example cirrhosis, liver cancers, etc. are seen. Of course, the National Viral Hepatitis Control Program was launched in 2018, and since then, a lot of progress has been made. India does have the lowest cost of direct acting antivirals to treat hepatitis C. However, the coverage still is suboptimal. Now, looking at way forward for hepatitis, we really need to strengthen IC to increase awareness among general population. Services are given free of cost by the government, so the communities really need to know about that. Scale up access to diagnostics and treatment, including for pregnant women, is very important. We also need to look at innovative service delivery to move to decentralized care for hepatitis, especially hepatitis C, and increase coverage of birth dose for hepatitis B. Looking at tuberculosis, the government has this ambitious goal to end TB by 2025, which means incidence to reduce to 44 per lakh population, mortality to 3.5 lakh per lakh population, and catastrophic expenditure on accounts of TB to be zero by 2025. So this is the government's target. Where are we now? As per the India TB report, TB incidence, which is rate per lakh population, it's at 196 in 2022, and TB mortality rate, it's at 23 in 2022. So, of course, significant progress has been made. However, to achieve the target, which is much before the SDG timeline of 2030, we really need to accelerate progress by deploying all innovations and also whatever interventions are available to expedite the progress. So mainly in terms of expansion of availability and accessibility to uninterrupted supply of rapid molecular diagnostics, transitioning to newer regimens for MDR-TB, expediting scale-up of healthy village or healthy urban area concept, which has been started by the Ministry of Panchayati Raj in collaboration with all the line ministries, including Ministry of Health. Scale up of TB preventive therapy by ensuring timely supply of drugs and diagnostics, and strengthen support to states for improving service delivery through health and wellness centers, and also address implementation challenges. Now, coming to malaria, GOI aims to achieve malaria elimination by 2030 and zero indigenous cases by 2027. So the government has categorized the geographical areas into 4. Category 0 is with 0 cases, so there are 3 states or UTs in that. Category 1, which is annual parasitic incidence above less than 1 per 1,000 population. There are 24 states in that. Category 2, which is API 1 per 1,000 population, but some districts still have more than 1 API. That one covers around 7 states. Category 3, which is API more than 1 per 1,000, relates to 2 states, Tripura and Mizoram. And there are significant decline in malaria cases in the country, 88% incidence and also 71% deaths compared to baseline of 2016. However, in absolute numbers, still very high, and therefore we really need to again step up our efforts to achieve the elimination goals by 2030. So the government ministry has already come up with a national strategic plan for 2023 to 2027, which is yet to be launched. This is the incidence level. So now in terms of moving forward for malaria elimination, we really need to strengthen case and foresight-based surveillance in the low endemic areas, which I had stated, it's 24 states, and also maintain high sensitivity, accelerate real-time monitoring reporting on integrated health information platform, ensuring all migrant populations are reached with the malaria services, because that's also one area hotspot for malaria. Intensified efforts in tribal areas and also hard-to-reach areas, engagement with private healthcare providers, particularly on following national standard diagnosis and treatment protocol, and again, targeted plans for urban malaria. As we have also heard from Dr. Reddy, there are pockets in urban areas where diseases are really flourishing, so therefore we really need to address that as well. And then advocacy, multi-sectoral collaboration and community engagement for prevention as well as treatment and for malaria. Continuing monitoring of insecticide and drug resistance, because that is another area, complex area which had been, the barrier for elimination of or eradication of malaria from the globe. And subnational elimination of malaria is something that the government has planned, and we need to work further on that. Moving quickly to Kala Azar, which is again very specific only to 4 states. Government is planning to eliminate by this year, if possible. And luckily, till now, for 2023, only no blocks have reported Kala Azar cases. Last year, it was 1 block, and it has really declined from 157 blocks in 2014 to 0 blocks this year. So we are hoping that there will be no reports from any of the blocks. And if we pass through that, then from next year, government will be applying for elimination status, which WHO will be helping in preparation of dossier, etc. Challenges are similar for all diseases, so I will not go into that. Now looking at lymphatic filariasis, again, this is one of the diseases which is a disease of the poor and seen in most of the far-flung areas and in where people live in poverty, etc. So the country has aims to achieve elimination of lymphatic filariasis as a public health problem, not eliminating it fully, but as a public health problem by 2030, and which means mass drug administrations have to stop by 2027. Currently, there are 339 endemic districts. 138 have stopped MDA, which will now go for surveys, and there are about 170 plus districts which are implementing mass drug administrations, which means there is active transmission of lymphatic filariasis there. And there are 27 districts which are pending for transmission assessment surveys. And 3 districts have been newly identified as endemic during remapping for plan for MDA in 2024. So again, LF, lymphatic filariasis, is something that can be eliminated, and some strengthened and focused efforts need to be taken up to eliminate by 2030. We have identified a few actions, completing remapping in all previously non-endemic areas to identify new endemic areas, and also to then start immediate interventions such as mass drug administration. Maintaining high quality mass drug administration with also good quality drugs. Aggressive social mobilization for MDA is very important and necessary, because people do not like to take drugs when they are not sick. So that's one of the biggest challenges in administering MDAs in the endemic areas. Robust surveillance to ensure timely stoppage of MDA is very important. quality assurance at regional and state for LF microscopy, transmission assessment service, again, without timely provision of the FTS kits, again, it impacts on the transmission assessment service, and then it delays further for elimination. And then morbidity management and disability prevention is one of the key pillars for elimination of LF, as well as completion of hydrocele surgeries among the men. Now, lastly, water-related infectious diseases. We tried to look for information, but it was difficult to get data on that. The only data which we got was from the Ministry of Jal Shakti. They released a press release, and there they showed some incidents and also incidents of some of the key acute diarrheal diseases, as well as waterborne diseases such as hepatitis A, hepatitis E, and leptospirosis. Here, our message would be that we really need to step up surveillance and outbreak response for water-related infectious diseases. We need to have, really need to know the true burden of such, water-related diseases, and we could look at developing surveillance as well as outbreak responses and also link it with the water quality data which Ministry of Jal Shakti is maintaining. This will really help in informing investments in water supply systems, as well as inform public health action to control waterborne diseases. And in conclusion, I'd like to summarize some action points. There is high level of commitment to eliminate several diseases, mostly affecting the poor in the country. India has made really great strides towards achievement of SDG 3, especially for communicable diseases, and accelerated efforts needed to achieve the targets because most of the targets are planned before the SDG timeline of 2030. And strengthening comprehensive primary health care, again, as we have heard from the previous speaker, strengthening that is very important. And integrated, we could look at integrated services where all the case search and screening for different types of diseases can be done together, rather than doing that in standalone programs. Not only just for communicable diseases, but also when they go for active case search for TB, they could also look at for, check the patient for hypertension, diabetes, etc. So some integrated services. And it is the same health worker at the village level who does everything. So therefore, integrated services is really important. Private sector engagement, again, becomes very important for all these diseases which are in the pipeline for elimination, especially for notification, treatment, and surveillance. Real-time surveillance system, including case-based surveillance for those diseases which are nearing elimination, again becomes very important. For example, malaria, for TB, for lymphatic filariasis, etc. And a robust accountability mechanism at all levels, reviews through task forces at block levels, at state level, at district level, and also monitoring from the central level will be key to expedite and accelerate progress. Timely availability of diagnostics, medicines, and kits. Strategy, we need a very specific strategy for migrant, tribal, and urban populations. Community engagement and participation, especially for prevention of, because most of these diseases are preventable. Therefore, for prevention, for screening, treatment, adherence to treatment, etc. is key. Taking up triple elimination of mother-to-child transmission of HIV, syphilis, and hepatitis may be taken up as priority, and fast-tracking the healthy village concept for localizing SDGs at the village level would be some of the things that we find very important to fast-track and achieve the SDG goals for communicable diseases. Thank you very much, sir.
This excellent review and being very specific with each one of these elements. Thank you indeed. One of the areas in the Leaders' Declaration that finds resonance in more than one place is the concept of One Health, And coupled with this, the problems and our endeavor to address the issue of antimicrobial resistance. To speak on this important aspect, we have Dr. Rajiv Behel. He is Secretary, Department of Health Research, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and also Director General, Indian Council of Medical Research. Dr. Behel, over to you.
Thank you very much, sir. And I'll not use the slides. I'll just make a few points over these 7 minutes or so that I have. So, in terms of the One Health approach in general, we all know that the health of humans, animals, whether there is livestock or wildlife, plants, and our environment is all interlinked. In fact, 80% of all pandemics, epidemics in the past several years and decades have jumped from animals to humans, including coronavirus, including Nipah virus, etc. So the importance of this One Health approach is it's for everybody to see that we cannot deal with these pathogens and the health of humans and wildlife and animals and plants separately. So we have to deal with it in an integrated way together. That is what the whole approach of One Health means to me. How do we do that? How do we get that intersectoral collaboration? Just to mention to everybody that under the leadership of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, there are 12 or 13 now different departments that have come together to form what is called the One Health Mission. And this One Health Mission has been launched with the goal of bringing these activities that are happening in different sectors together. Whether those activities, and if I bunch them, they are largely in 3 bunches. One is surveillance. So what is happening, where are the pathogens, what is going on, including environmental surveillance. The second one is related to research and development of countermeasures, whether it is diagnostics, whether it is therapeutics, vaccines, or any other measures to counter the pandemic or the outbreaks. And the third bunch is related to our collective ability to implement any countermeasures when we have them, whether it is through disaster management agency or through the different ministries of health, ministries of animal husbandry ministry, and dairying ministry of wildlife and forests, etc. So I will not talk too much more about the One Health approach, but we'll talk a little bit about AMR now. In the question of importance of antimicrobial resistance is there is no need to have any debate that AMR is important. When we found antibiotics, we obviously have become overconfident and complacent. That this will last forever, we have won the battle against infectious disease. What we have been finding is that the pace of finding new antibiotics is excruciatingly slow. However, the development of resistance to antibiotics is extremely rapid. So we are basically in a phase of having fewer and fewer tools to fight infections. And this happens because we forgot that bacteria which outlive us by just over a few billion years are masters of survival through evolution. And for them, these antibiotics are nothing but a blip in their lifespan of these several, I would say about 4 billion years. So we forgot that, but I think we are getting to realize that we need to do better, because this will not last forever. Then the question is, why the One Health approach to AMR? My answer is still the same, because bacteria are ubiquitous, they are everywhere, they are in humans, animals, plant, wildlife, pathogens are everywhere. We use antibiotics in different sectors, left, right and center. In fact, only about 30% of all global production of antibiotics is for human use. 70% is used for animals and other uses, even fisheries and many others. So the emergence of antimicrobial resistance, the transmission of antimicrobial resistance, and the possible interventions to block the development of AMR are all intersectoral. They are also, one is dependent on the other. You could have emergence in the animals when they are fed antibiotics in their feed. They could be transmitted either through the environment or directly to humans, including antibiotics in food which reach us through meat, eggs or milk or other ways, and that all leads to that generation and transmission of AMR. But similarly, the interventions are also through these different mechanisms that different sectors that we should put together. The other message is then, how do we use this One Health approach for antimicrobial resistance? One issue is integrated surveillance. Now, what do I mean by that? If I look today, NCDC has a surveillance network for AMR. ICMR has 2 surveillance networks, huge ones. Many hospitals are part of it, and we are doing all this. And when we started the animal ones in the what is called the INFAR network by Indian Council of Agricultural Research, these are all in their own silos. However, what is really required is that in a geographically defined area, we are able to do surveillance of animals, humans and environment, and then see what is the prevalence, what is happening, where is AMR being developed, where is it being transmitted, etc. Now this is still very far from where we would like to be in India. The second thing is interventions. If I broadly look at interventions, I look at them only in these 4 buckets. You can prevent infection. That is actually the best way of reducing antimicrobial resistance. Less infection, less antibiotic use, less pressure on bacteria. We're not trying to kill them, they are not trying to evade our antibiotics. So whether it is vaccines or whether this is infection prevention and control, this is remains and should be our preferred method or the best way to deal with antimicrobial resistance. Short of that, we have to combine it with using antibiotics judiciously. It's not to not use them, but to use them where needed, rationally, judiciously, restricted in some case, in humans and in animals, because animal health is equally important to humans. If we don't have that, we have no food security, we have nothing to go by. So we should use antibiotics, but how judiciously can we use them in each sector? The third one, of course, is finding new antibiotics. Now that, as I said, has been extremely slow. But equally important is research in finding alternative solutions for fighting infections. Whether it is monoclonal antibodies, using the microbiome, using bacteriophages, or using some other mechanisms, biofilms, others to stop those from infecting us, rather than having many of them. We don't want to necessarily kill bacteria, because the moment you go for killing bacteria, they are going to evolve and they are going to change, and they are going to be, even vaccines, we are finding evasion and the strains that were not pathogenic, etc., are becoming pathogenic. So this is, these four need to happen in different sectors. The final message about stewardship. Again, I think our efforts have been there, but they are patchy. Whether it is Schedule H1 enacted to regulate sale of antibiotics, or states like Kerala, which have come out and said that you cannot sell any antibiotic without a prescription, to banning fixed drug combinations which didn't make sense of antimicrobials, to banning colistin use as a growth promoter in animals, or banning or considering the ban of streptomycin and tetracycline in agriculture. I think the key would be not only having these policies, but also to see whether these policies can be implemented with some rigor. There are other policies in different sectors. For example, those for use in food producing animals. Drug and Cosmetic Act, when it is being changed, has a lot to do with this. FSSAI in its regulations talks about it. Bureau of Indian Standards, poultry feed, etc. National Livestock Policy. Every one of those policies are trying to do this, and if we can do it in a more coordinated and synergistic way, we probably could provide these first two things, where we are saying use antibiotics judiciously and avoid the spread of resistance when this happens. To summarize, I would like to say the importance of both the One Health approach in fighting future pandemics as well as in antimicrobial resistance is very clear. The integrated surveillance, both for whether it is pathogens of importance which can have outbreaks, or whether it is antimicrobial resistance, is clearly the way forward. And that surveillance therefore has to be in all these places: humans, animals, wildlife. Animal means livestock, wildlife, as well as the environment. And then the interventions that we spoke about, all the known ones to be implemented with greater vigor, and research to find new ones, hold the key for us to move forward. So thank you very much.
Okay, Dr. Behel, on both these, India is mounting well-considered response, and your suggestions and inputs will be highly valuable and timely. One area which is specifically flagged in the declaration deals with the traditional medicine, and it states that the leaders recognize the potential role of evidence-based traditional and complementary medicine in health. And we believe traditional medicine is also an important enabler of the SDG, the health SDG, the SDG 3, in more than one way. And to discuss this and to bring the concept to you in more detail with suggestions, I request Dr. B.N. Gangadhar to kindly deliver his talk. He is the chairperson of National Medical Commission. He is also the former director of the National Institute of Mental Health and Neurological Sciences, Bangalore. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. In this following 5 minutes or so, I will illustrate that it is possible to bring evidence for traditional approaches, traditional medicines and complementary approaches in healthcare, and how it is possible to also integrate these in our clinical practice. We of course have the Ayush department, multiple disciplines which have been in use for over millennia, and have stood the test of time, Ayurveda, yoga, and Siddha, for example. Let me use yoga for illustrating the issue of building evidence into their applications. What I want to drive home is the need for inclusivity in our clinical approach, and also need for integrating these systems in healthcare practice. In fact, I must compliment the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare for its major effort in developing this integrative medicine system. For example, in NIMHANS, it allowed the setting up of an integrative medicine department, and just last Sunday, not this Sunday, and the previous Sunday, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare conducted a one-day orientation workshop for all the AIMS institutes. Close to about 18 of them participated in a one-day discussion on how to develop integrative medicine in their departments, and of course, this was a very welcome move by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Suffice to say that there is an encouragement to the integrative medicine approach in clinical practice. But what is always questioned is, how do you build evidence in traditional and complementary medicine systems? And there are, of course, several issues. People have talked about studies, open trials. Most of them are uncontrolled trials. And there is also a challenge of getting the right placebo for the randomized controlled trials with the traditional and complementary medicine approaches. And we also have fewer multicentric studies which are considered as a source of robust evidence in today's research. There are, of course, challenges in terms of standardizing the intervention for a given condition, and yet the researchers are continuing to build evidence. I will demonstrate an example of how we can build evidence using one of the approaches in one of the conditions, clinical condition. There are as many as about 117 health conditions held by yoga. Various evidences, various levels of evidences have been put together in this study. But I want to take this agenda for psychiatric disorders, being a psychiatrist myself. There is sufficient evidence for major psychiatric disorders for use of yoga. One of the interventions, for example. It helps. The support is good. We examined this to build evidence in schizophrenia, one of the major psychiatric disorders, and we were able to demonstrate addition of yoga with the treatments going on for these people in schizophrenia helps a set of symptoms called as negative symptoms, which are very difficult to otherwise control with conventional antipsychotic drugs. And it is not just that the clinical symptoms get better, there are biological markers which we can also demonstrate. The gene expression in the oxytocin, which is increasing over the few months of treatment with yoga. And this is a randomized controlled study. Of course, it cannot be considered as truly double blind, but the biological markers are partly complementing the double blind nature of the research. Evidence building is possible. For example, oxytocin levels also we can demonstrate to increase in these people who receive yoga in addition to the ongoing antipsychotic therapies. What is important is, it is not just the blood levels of some markers get better. We can also demonstrate that the brain and networks get better with the practice of yoga in these patients with schizophrenia. The coherence of some of the networks actually get better. The increased connectivity of functional connectivity within the brain also parallels the clinical symptom reduction in terms of the negative symptoms. Together, strong evidence is possible to build with the alternative systems of medicine. For example, yoga, double-blind studies, multicentric studies are possible today. We have been able to demonstrate those things, and clinical signs, clinical symptoms get better. So, in essence, what I want to point out here is that building evidence, not just with yoga and other systems, have been possible. People have demonstrated, and integrating Ayush systems into mainstream clinical practice has been encouraging. International guidelines have started accepting, for example, yoga into their standard treatment guidelines. And more recently, the Canadian guidelines also included the practice of yoga in affective disorders, and a set of things are already in the flow. So I perhaps stop here to illustrate that building evidence is possible, and building evidence leads to applications and integration into clinical practice, even in treatment guidelines. Thank you so much for this opportunity, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And once evidence comes up, there is a larger acceptance of these principles, and good publications also excite acceptance across borders. Thank you very much. We move to the, we are reasonably okay with time, having got that 15 minutes bonus. Now we have two esteemed discussants to take the discussion forward. And now, first I request Dr. Mazumdar, President, Indian Dental Council, to kindly provide your insights, sir. Floor is yours, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Now, Sustainable Development Goals and Oral Health in India. Now, 2030 agenda of SDG adopted by all United Nations, members of the United Nations, provides a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for the people and the planet. At its heart, there are the 70 substantial development which are an urgent call for action by all countries. Oral health is why oral health is essential for SDG. Oral health is a vital general health and well-being. It includes the ability of speak, smile, smell, taste, touch, chew, swallow, and convey the range of emotion through facial expression and confidence, and without any pain, discomfort, and disease of the craniofacial complex. Our oral health is an integral component of overall health and well-being, yet it is often overlooked in the discussion around SDG. Now, almost half of the world population suffer from the oral disease. 2.5 billion people suffer from the dental decay. 350 million people without any teeth. 1 billion people is suffering from gum disease, and 380,000 people are suffering from oral cancer. Now, these are the dental caries, which is according to the age. Now, you can see that every age how it increases. Now, these are the periodontal disease, gum disease, which causes total destruction of the gum, along with, if you can see, as per the data, that is 35 to 44 years group is 89%. I always say to my students and all, that you try to make, understand and convey this message to all the people, that the blood which is pumping from your heart, the same blood is coming to your gum. So any, and mouth and the genital organ is the harbor of your bacteria. So this blood will carry all the bacteria throughout the body. So that we have to convey to our people. Now in India, 77,000 new cases and 52,000 deaths are reported annually. 1/4 of the global incidence, that is in oral cancer. 28.6% population consumes some form of tobacco consumption, mainly smokeless tobacco, and betel nut chewing also as a poor oral hygiene. We are very unfortunate that a lot of film stars are giving the advertisement and the pan parag, which is giving more patients in Tata Cancer Hospital. Now, these are the current scenario of dentistry in the country, that we had a Indian dental register 288697, and we had these so many branches. Now, stage 3, sustainable SDG 3 is for health and well-being, and more important is the quality of education. Quality of education. Connection between as for the SDG 3, connection between the oral health and the general health of various systemic conditions such as cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and adverse pregnancies outcome. Neglecting oral health, achieving the objective of SDG 3 becomes significantly challenging. Now these are starting from brain, heart, everywhere. The oral hygiene can spread the infection. It is not working properly. Now, universal health coverage is the key focus of SDG 3, aiming to ensure everyone has an access quality essential healthcare service without facing any financial hardship. Unfortunately, very low dentist population in the rural area. That is 1:150,000. Whereas in the urban area, that is 1:7,500. Now, health workforce, strengthening the oral health workforce in addressing the ensure the adequate number of trained oral healthcare professionals to meet the health need for the population, reorientation and creation of job opportunities for various dental population up to the primary health center. For your information, I have already written a letter to each and every chief minister in the country, so that up to the primary health center, there has to be appoint and dental surgeon. Strengthening of oral health service across the systems of overall healthcare system, training of the health workers. There is no national oral health policy in India demanding immediate implementation. Globally, there is a there's a dearth of dental professionals in 66 countries. India can take a leadership role in reorienting dental professionals. DCI, of course, NEET regulation has already allowed the foreign nationals for admission in the Indian dental institutions. Next. Now, this is the main part of dental educations, and we are going to change it. Providing and promoting the quality of dental education leaders in comprehensive and evidence-based oral health care service for individual and the communities. Thanks to the Niti Aayog, Dr. Paul Sahab, that he has taken number of classes, I should say, about the new course and curriculum which has been passed by the Niti Aayog, and we are waiting for the gazette notification from the Health Ministry. Next. Now, the key drivers for dental education in India: robust dental and allied infrastructure, strong governance and favorable policy decision, strong community dental outreach community and partnership, diverse plethora of dental clinical patients, strong research, development and innovation. Next. Now, these are the 10 years which the council has possible, that the regulations of new regulation of BDS in 2022 under active considerations, MDS regulation in 2017. We are going to National Institutional Ranking Framework. We have given 3-month rotary community-based rural posting internship. This is only in dentistry. We have told our students to go to the rural area. Next. Next. Sorry. Now, DCI has proposed a 4.5 plus 1 year BDS course for the global standard. And that is just waiting for the notification. Implementation of competency-based choice-based education systems according to the NEP, New Education Policy of Government of India. The next step will be the postgraduate course. Next. Now, these are the community health. We are giving more importance because of the fact, Sir has rightly pointed out, Dr. Reddy, that tobacco cessation center. Dental Council of India in 300 dental colleges has already established tobacco cessation center in each and every colleges under the public health dentistry. Next. Now, dental colleges become the training partners and training centers of Skill India and Kaushal Bharat and the Kushal Bharat. And we have already told each and every college to go for a satellite center in the rural area, because in the rural area it is not possible for them to come to the college in every time, and this satellite center will give a proper free of treatment to all the rural people. Next. So establishing the Dant Shiksha, DCI has taken to adopt at least 2 to 3 schools, and also we have given a circulation to adopt 2 to 3 villages for awareness, mainly for the oral cancer awareness, which is a burning issue in the country now, and adopt at least 5 schools. The 500 community health education program annually. Next. Now, this is also the Hamara Dentist, telephone and video-based dental specialties consultations. We have already started. Next. It is a SDG 4. And of course, I will request our Honorable Chairman to include all the procedures in the Ayushman Bharat scheme. That is not there. Only some of the surgery that pass has been included. Dental college can be a partner and present structure proposal of partner and deliver the comprehensive quality health service under PMJ scheme. Next. Work towards integrating oral health into the general health policies, and it is way forward, of course. Aligning the SDG with oral health needs to be in country and healthcare delivery. Continue to upgrade and regulate the dental education in country with the latest advancement and the systems. And this is the SDG of oral health. Next. Now, before I conclude, oral health has to be aligned with the SDG in India. I will give a short video if it is there. And now one of the best government dental college in Rohtak, they are giving a, it is not running, fine, it is not running. Then why it is not coming? This video is very much, that's free of cost, per day nearly 2,500 to 3,000 patients. They are giving the whole dental treatment to the patient. And so, thank you very much, and in advance, happy Diwali to you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you for bringing to the fore oral health. We will hear additional views, but thank you so much. It's a very, very important area. May I now invite Professor Sangamitra Acharya-ji for your comments and guidance on how to accelerate SDGs, specifically the areas that have been highlighted, but even beyond that. Over to you, ma'am. Ma'am is professor at JNU. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairperson. I teach in the Center of Social Medicine and Community Health at JNU, trained as a social scientist. I'm sure I'll have had a lot to learn, and like you said, I'll try my best to add to what I've just heard from the very eminent group of speakers who've been here. To begin with, I would endorse what the panelists have been talking about in terms of strengthening comprehensive primary health care for sure, because I'm sure those of us who've been engaging with the question of health do agree to the fact that this is one strategy which is going to not only bring down the out-of-pocket expenditure, but will act also on the cost saving, not only from the perspective of the care users, but also for the institutions who are providing care and providers per se. So I think it really comes out very clearly when we listen to what Dr. Srinath Reddy made in his observations, followed by Dr. Payden when she emphasized on the non-communicable diseases. And very eloquently we get a sense of how different diseases have taken a shape and been addressed across the country, and what are the gaps, therefore, which can be fulfilled. Very importantly, I'm sure we'll agree that on the table has been brought forth the idea of indigenous medicinal systems which have been in existence for centuries in the country, and by way of what we've just heard in terms of the deliberations from our eminent speaker, we know that this is where perhaps where the conventional healthcare cannot reach, there is a strong possibility that the local healing traditions, the indigenous systems are there to provide or supplement that care, which becomes relevant in this context. And similarly, perhaps it's also been very, very interesting to listen to how the realms of dental health, which I'm sure have been fairly much neglected, right from the individual level to, I would say, at the national level, in terms of creating the gap which is there in the awareness sense, in the need which is there to create the awareness for dental hygiene. I really would wish to just perhaps add 2 points. The fact that when we start talking about the concerns for health and making healthcare universally accessible to all of us, I think we fall back upon Sir Joseph Borré's report on health survey and development committee report. But I would want to point out something which perhaps happened a little earlier than when this report comes to see the light of the day. I would wish to invoke Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. We are sitting in this august hall, which is in his memory. What is recognized as Mahat Tank movement, as a movement of social identity, and I'm sure we are all familiar with it, why that movement happened, for the access to safe drinking water. And I think that was the beginning of the concern that was raised for common people, people who were vulnerable on different axes, that the concern for health becomes evident. And we get down to see his engagement with health in terms of recognizing and endorsing perhaps medical termination of pregnancy far many years earlier than the global bodies and the government of India takes note of it and works towards it. Now, in that backdrop, perhaps the point I'm therefore making is, while we are recognizing, even going by the reports of the Niti Aayog, that we have overcome, we've been successful in reducing poverty and also perhaps inequalities to certain levels, from 25.4 in the 2015 report to less than 15 in the 22 report. Perhaps what's important to take note of is that despite this reduction, both in poverty and inequality, we are kind of engaging, or we are encountering the differential access. Access perhaps to any kind of care service isn't universal, and therefore perhaps the state's emphasis that in universal care becomes very, very important. So to my mind, what I would wish that the SDGs ought to be looking at is how best can we address these differentials vis-a-vis the vulnerabilities on varied access, beginning from gender to social identity, to minority status, to regional and linguistic differentials that we probably experience. So going by that, to my mind, while we are in these realms of policy-making processes, it probably becomes important to take note of these vulnerabilities on different axes and inflate the policy regimes according to these differentials to ensure that the vulnerabilities are taken care of. And I see a connect there in terms of the diversity that we are so proud of. To me, the connect between vulnerabilities are not devoid of the diversity, and therefore I think it becomes all the more important to take cognizance of the diversity vis-a-vis the vulnerabilities, which are a very big barrier in ensuring universal access to the care that we are envisioning. And both SDG 3 and 4, as has been alluded earlier too, bring together the outcomes in terms of how the differential access becomes evident. Whether we look at any of the data, large-scale data sets, which Niti Aayog has also used in its reports, we see that very stark indicators, be it IMR or MMR or access to nutritional statuses, we do see the differentials in terms of the outcome indicators by way of, let's say, social groups, the scheduled tribe population versus scheduled caste population versus OBCs versus the other population. So to my mind, perhaps the point I'm therefore drawing is, while SDGs are addressing the issues in a common framework, what perhaps becomes important to give it a try in terms of how the different vulnerabilities could be addressed, and therefore the pathway towards universal care, access to universal care, can be made more viable in terms of this. And medical education, where I see the connect between quality education and health goals that SDG has set for itself, become extremely, extremely important, particularly when we connect it with the new education policies, especially the master's level programs which are being envisaged in terms of entry level and exit points at the end of the first year versus at the end of the second year. I'm sure we need a clearer picture, and I'm sure as institutions we are all sitting and trying to gear towards these requirements for laying out the program which is necessary. Taking cognizance of these vulnerabilities become very, very important, and I'll end with one point which I connect with the medical education aspect is the fact that we, as a diverse nation, by the time we reach the university level educations, the competencies in the medium of instruction, which is largely English in most institutions, becomes one barrier for acquiring education. So the point therefore, and particularly technical education such as medicine and engineering, for example, I think there has to be an inherent policy by way of which to my mind and understanding, UGC already has in place, units such as linguistic empowerment cells which enable the students at the levels of institutions of higher education to motivate and gear them towards the learning processes that are important, particularly for these technical educations embedded in the institutions of higher learning. And And I shall stop here. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you so very much. Just a little housekeeping. The next session is supposed to have started at 3:15. We are just about 5 minutes behind. But we are also gaining time by serving the tea here, so we don't have to break the thread. So I'm very pleased to leave a few additional minutes, to capture a few more additional minutes for discussion from our other, particularly inputs from our other colleagues who are present in the room on this vital SDG 3 discussion. I'm very pleased to and honored to welcome Dr. V.K. Saraswati, Honorable Member Niti Aayog, in charge of science and technology in particular. He would be taking forward the next session, but he has permitted me to take some liberties with time, and he said, and it's health, sir, you're always
I want to be healthy.
Thank you very much. Always supportive. So please, open for discussion. Additional points, newer insights, going back to the origin of the discussion this morning, the very reason of why we are here together. I'd like to see hand and, yes sir, Dr. Kagadhar sir.
Dr. Reddy made a point on mental health to be taken to public health domain. Telemedicine has been exploited exhaustively, and as you know, the telemonitoring that has been rolled out has already been getting popular, and the reach has been quite unimaginable.
Telemedicine is transforming our access. Vishanji.
Yeah, one thing, it was a very rich and masterful discussion on mental health. One small thing that really always agitates my mind, and that is because mental health is, that's the perception, it's largely hidden and invisible, because mostly people do not, there is taboo to discuss with even family member, leave aside discussing with the outsider. So how do you identify this particular issue? Because if you are physically not well, you don't mind telling anybody, oh, I am suffering from fever, I am suffering from this. But on mental health, so what is your way to encourage the situation so that at least identification is the first order condition, and then diagnosis and prescription comes later?
Sir, would you like to respond? Because it's very specific. You are the best person to respond.
Yeah.
And then top up from Dr. Reddy, because it deals with the primary
Anyway, thank
care
you for
approach as
flagging
well.
this issue. There are several attempts that have been made. One is, of course, school. The teachers have been sensitized to pick up conditions in the children, how to delay in their learning, other behavioral disorders, missing the school, and other emotional problems. They have been trained and then they pick up. In terms of adult population, a lot of sensitization has happened to the ASHA workers to be able to pick up at least the major psychiatric disorders, and several other lay counselors program which helps people to pick up instances of suspected suicide risk. And the other community health workers have been trained to pick up alcohol, drug addiction related problems. So there is a wide range of identification processes that have been identified. But your concern is that how do they reach out, and how do they seem to have the fear of stigma, and they won't be able to reach out to help for these conditions that they are going through. The telemedicine approach, teletriaging, the telemanas that has been rolled out, they can call 24/7. There are centers all over the country, helplines that are made available. Standards of training have been worked out, they have been trained. The first level of listening to them and escalating them to a higher level of consultation with professionals has also been standardized. Until now, close to about 200,000 calls have been attended in the last 1 year.
Yeah.
And I am sure this will cascade into a situation where most people will not have any hesitation in reaching out, and even those who are observing changes in their nearby people, the kith and kin, will be able to reach out to helplines and get this help made available to these people.
Thank you. Dr. Reddy, I'll come back to you on this later because there could be other points. Sir, I saw a hand here. Mr. Ojha also. Mr. Ojha. And then Soumya.
Thank you, sir. I'm
Mr.
Ashutosh
Ojha is
Ojha.
from MOSPI.
Yes, sir. I'm Ashutosh Ojha, DDG from Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. Sir, actually most of the speakers since morning and panelists, they have highlighted the importance of data and evidence-based decision making, involvement of community, about localization, about traditional medicine and all, and suggested some aspects also which need to be monitored rigorously. So in this context, it was highlighted that this should be monitored at panchayat level also, that Madam mentioned, and some other speakers also. So in this regard, I would like to apprise that Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation has developed a national indicator framework with all, after consultation with all stakeholders. And based on the latest NIF, every year annual progress report on SDG is being released. MOSPI, then Niti Aayog, and UN agencies, they are helping states in developing their own state indicator framework. And Ministry of Panchayati Raj, this just I wanted to apprise that Ministry of Panchayati Raj, to take the localization at the grassroots level, they have initiated a thematic approach through aggregating these 17 SDGs into broad themes and has developed a local indicator framework for SDGs at Gram Panchayat level. So, and MOSPI helped, and Niti also helped in that process to them. So at Gram Panchayat level also there are indicators with specific data source, but these monitoring frameworks are dynamic. So my submission, sir, this is point, my submission is that during course of discussion in the other workshops also, which Niti is organizing, if we can identify some additional indicators with possible data sources for rigorous monitoring at national, sub-national and Gram Panchayat level, so that can be forwarded to the concerned ministries for possible consideration. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Dr. Soumya.
Thank you, sir. I had 3 quick points to make. The first point was around innovation and how are we going to promote innovation, particularly around health products. Mentioned a large number of gaps. Dr. Bahel also mentioned both in AMR, but generally, I think we do have gaps. I think we need to map those. Apart from preparing for future pandemics, even for existing health conditions, we don't have affordable treatments available for all. So as part of that innovation ecosystem, we will need to pay more attention to our regulatory authorities, that is the CDSCO, and really strengthen the regulator and the Office of the Drug Controller General of India, so that on the one hand we enforce our safety and quality and efficacy standards on all producers across India, but on the other hand we also promote innovation in a way in which it is done efficiently and speedily and transparently. So I think we have some scope there to improve, and it would actually make a big difference to the innovation ecosystem in the country. The second point is about the quality of primary healthcare services, and while the program has expanded tremendously in terms of physical infrastructure and health workforce, I think it will be really good to put in place and maybe develop some indicators, some ways of measuring the quality of services. And linked to that really is, again, I think the local accountability and the self-checks that can be done by the local communities themselves, whether they are the Panchayati Raj institutions or someone else. And the last point is about health literacy. In India, I think we still have a ways to go to improve health literacy in the community.
Sandhya, then Purnima.
Thank you, Dr. Paul. Very quickly, I mean, whether it be primary, whether it be primary care or other levels of care, given that there is a gigantic private sector as well in India, and the public and the private more often than not seem to run in parallel. I'm wondering if it'd be useful to have a discussion around how the two can work more closely together towards a common goal.
Thank you. Purnima?
I just wanted to go back to the morning session and remind us in a sense of this, the deep interconnectedness of the food system with all of the health system issues or the SDG 3 issues that we've spoken about today, whether it's the commercial determinants, availability of ultra-processed foods, the fact that healthy foods are unaffordable for so many, is actually going to hit every one of the topics that each of you spoke about today, including oral health, which I think, we haven't fully connected there as well. So, I think in whatever comes out of some of these deliberations, connecting these dots between food and health systems is going to be really crucial.
Thank you. One last one from there, please.
Thank you, sir. So, I have a suggestion around medical curriculum itself. See, we are talking about intersectionality of various sectors now, the complexity of the problems that we are dealing with. So as a healthcare provider, I should be nudged to think about the traditional medicine systems. I should be conversant about technology, because for the next leap of healthcare delivery system, technology is going to play a critical role, and we all agree to this. And then we talked about stewardship, so leadership skills becomes very critical. So why not have all these three integrated into the medical school curriculums, wherein we talk about traditional systems, we talk about technology, because many a times we feel, sitting at the fringes when we have to work at the intersectionalities of these sectors. So I think having those basic key elements would help us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Reddy, one final word from you, and then I'll just sum up. Please, over to you.
Thank you, sir. I think basically, let me start with the mental health issue. Clearly, telemanus has been a remarkable contribution. But we have to also move beyond that in different settings, community-based settings, school-based settings, and others, where it's absolutely necessary for us to destigmatize first through much greater degree of attitudinal changing interventions, and secondly, building support groups. For example, in peer support groups in schools and colleges, where there's a tremendous amount of stress now, and we are seeing increasing number of suicides being reported. I think in this digitally hyper-connected but emotionally disconnected world, it is important for us to build those kind of peer groups, and that becomes an important element. And similarly, we know that even in the community, we have seen in number of instances reported research papers as well, that primary care health workers who are essentially delivering antenatal services also, without being assigned the task, greatly reduce the peripartum depression by their very sympathetic approach and keeping the community connect. So those are the kind of things that we also need to build in, along with, of course, the telemanus part of it. The private sector, certainly, sir, I believe it's absolutely important, given the fact that we do have a fairly large private sector in a mixed health system that has grown not by design but by default. I think we need to engage it in a constructive manner, but with clearly defined deliverables and accountability mechanisms on both sides. When we talk of a public-private partnership, there is accountability on both sides as well. As far as food system and health is concerned, I have absolutely no reservation in echoing this statement, that absolutely these are integrated and they need to be really linked together. In terms of the medical education, the intersectionality, technology, and leadership skills, I think you have set in motion when you were heading the National Medical Commission that much of the medical education is now being transformed in order to integrate many of these elements, and I'm sure Dr. Gangadhar will continue that tradition. But certainly bringing in that broader focus and agenda into health professional education is indeed essential. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We come to the end of this session, but here are my takeaways. Thanking all the speakers and commentators and discussant. Dr. Acharya, you made a very strong pitch for equity. Thank you very much for bringing that forward. And also you brought the context of social side of health. So thank you very much indeed. There is indeed a takeaway in that regard. For oral health, The primary health care, comprehensive primary health care encompasses oral health as one of the packages. And that's the ship we are trying to make, the comprehensive primary health care ship. Some pieces are missing and they need to be added, but thank you very much for bringing that forth. Yes, indeed, there's a lot of burden and we thank you for that point. Happy to state that the NITI has been working on bringing integrative approach to healthcare by aligning different health systems, taking cue from the inputs provided by Dr. Gangadharji. We've been working on it, that no system needs to lose its identity, but we can work together. And that's the paradigm that WHO promotes. We have a draft integrative health policy in the making, which is currently undergoing interministerial churning and thinking, but we have a broad alignment, and maybe in near future we will be able to share more issues around that. There is an opportunity with regard to the antimicrobial resistance agenda, because the National Action Plan for the year 2023-2028 is in the making. And at DTA, we're trying to bring the ministries, departments, academics, Indian Council of Medical Research, other people together to be able to set up their own specific action plans toward achieving the NAP, the National Action Plan goals. So this work is in motion. Again, your suggestions will be welcome, but happy to, well, I would like to also make a statement that the mother of AMR challenge, at least partly, is also the climate change crisis that we are facing. Dr. Payden, from you, I take away the notion of acceleration. All these are good developments you said, but they won't happen on their own. So thank you for reminding us to accelerate each one of those controls of infection that were on the agenda at that time, bringing forth the idea of private sector. Thank you for stating that, because a lot of treatment of infections happens in the private sector. It also applies to AMR. And also your idea about healthy villages concept and localization of SDGs, including health SDGs, is remarkable. Dr. Reddy, you brought forth the entire core importance of primary health care. You are the most strongest of the advocates on primary health care. Your point about placing NCDs fully, as well as focus on urban health in particular, is taken note of. My colleague Brigadier Venkat has reminded, which I said in the morning, that one of the SDG targets is to reduce road traffic accident mortality by half. We need to work in that direction. How to improve our prevention, how to improve emergency ambulance services and care, and then at the end of the day, at the end of the journey of the patient, improving the infrastructure and services for emergency care. A reminder. I'm also, toward the end, happy to state that with the Indian Council of Medical Research, in the research mode, implementation research mode, the DC is engaged with creating primary, fully functional, fully loaded, community partnered primary health care, the health promotion driven integrative primary health care models in implementation research mode. That initiative would inform and guide the future perfect shape of primary health care, and I compliment you, sir, for that, taking that initiative. Well, three things give me hope. Reference was made to Bohr Committee. The Bohr Committee report 1946 also noted that the life expectancy at that time, sir, was only 27 years. Today we are 70 years. So it gives hope. We achieved health MDGs, gives us hope. The out-of-pocket expenditure between 2014-15 to 4 years, 5 years later has dropped from 65% of the overall spending to 47%. At least these three indicators, not necessarily very valid, give us hope that India will rise to the occasion and deliver SDG 3. Thank you very much. सर ये शुरू कराएंगे आप इधर आइए आप नहीं कहाँ बैठना
So I now request Honorable Member Dr. V.K. Saraswat to take over the next session, which is on education. Sir, amongst the key speakers, I think the...
सबका घड़ी इधर रह गया. Yeah, please.
So Mr. Manmohan Singh is present, and I think Ravi Srivastava is already here, and Sachin Chaturvedi and Varghese, they're also here. I think the only Dr. Bino Paul and Gauri Gupta could not make it because of some personal reasons. So with these words, I hand over to Honorable Member to
So very good afternoon and welcome to the segment 3, and this segment is basically to deliberate on delivery of quality education, which is related to SDG 4 if I am not wrong. And having heard the discourse on health and education, medical education, health and all those things, it is important for us to now look at education in totality, irrespective of the disciplines what are there, the education in totality. So I'll follow the following procedure. I have been asked to make initial opening remarks. So I'll talk to you about what is the position of education in general and what we intend to do. Unfortunately, we have two of our panelists are not coming up, particularly I think Gauri Gupta is not coming, is it? And so I'll request my fellow panelists that these two topics, particularly harnessing digital technologies and the enabling lifelong learning focused on skilling, can be probably addressed by Professor Sachin Chaturvedi and Mr. Varghese in addition to whatever they wanted to discuss. So that's a little bit of freedom I'm taking on behalf of all of you. In fact, in the last about 2 weeks, there have been a lot of discussions on education. We started talking about state university education just about 2 days back. There was a workshop on in the same Ambedkar Hall somewhere we had discussed. In Niti Aayog also we have been discussing presently on the education and R&D innovation in the state universities. This has been one of our major agenda, because as Prime Minister Honorable Modi ji says that the growth of our country is now enshrined with the growth of our states. Like we have said that now we have jumped from our innovation index of 80 to 40 in the last about 7-8 years. If we have to go from 40 to 25 and below, I think the participation of the states is a very important requirement. So that is one focus on state education, and state becomes very imperative to fulfill the SDG 4. I'll start with my initial talks, because we have agreed here that we'll look at quality of education in India, because this was one of the focus area in the new Delhi Leaders Declaration. There we have said that education is not merely a key to success, it is fundamental right and the basis of progress for any nation. In India, country with youthful and dynamic population, the path to a brighter future lies in the provision of quality education for all, so that inclusiveness becomes very important. My take on education is that education actually generates enhanced and improved value system, and which in turn creates enlightened society, ethical groups and organizations, and sensitive individuals. So that is the fundamental part. And this attribute contributes to ultimately in the society's social cohesion, harmony and peace, nation building, quality of life, character formation, and which are the basics for an ideal humanity. Today we are in an interconnected global landscape, dynamic, technologically advanced, so we are preparing individuals for that particular scenario. SDG 4 basically aims to achieve the inclusive and quality education, recognizing that a powerful driver for sustainable development, lifelong learning opportunities for all has to be provided. All of us know that there is a Right to Education Act of 2009, which was there. It has played a pivotal role in recognizing education as a fundamental right for children aged 16 to 14. There have been a lot of efforts in developing skills, all of you know about it, and part of the vocational education program. National Education Policy NEP 2020 is comprehensive policy framework that aims to reform the education system. And when I was lucky to have participated in some discussions when this policy was being formulated. So at that point in time, there was a major focus on education for sustainability. And all elements of sustainability were factored into, like all the three pillars: environment, economy, and social. So vocational training became one of the, and the fundamental, what we call as the foundational training, that became one of the major requirements. And I'm happy that that has been also put as one of the points. So in that, vocational and skill-based training into educational system has been incorporated. But if we have to look at quality of education, NEP 2020 enshrines in its principles some of the quality facets already. For example, it says respect for diversity and local context. It also says equity and inclusion to become the cornerstone of all education systems. It also talks of community participation in our education. It talks of use of technology in teaching and learning and removing the language barriers. That means we are today, AI, it has to be used in a big way where technology innovation, technology incorporation has to be done. And there was a major focus in that also, which is again a part of the quality education, is the conceptual understanding, emphasize on conceptual understanding rather than rote learning for examination. And I was very happy that in the previous session, you were all looking at to spot the students, the children at the very early stage who are having unique qualities, and those qualities have to be nurtured and nourished to bring them into a different class. So unique capabilities, recognizing them early and doing that. Critical thinking and creativity was another major area which was given a focus, and which was also for quality, a continuous review built on sustained research and regular assessment by educational experts. These are some of the principles on which the NEP 2020 was actually formulated. All of you know that education is getting transformed. What we have done, what I have done, because probably among all of you, I am probably the oldest here. I have done in my days and what is being done today. Education has transformed from 1.0 to now education 4.0. When we talk of 4.0, it is education which is enshrined in the basic today's technologies, which are highly computerized, based upon large number of technologies like AR, VR, and things like that. So it demands that education should provide what is called degree, knowledge of the degree discipline. It should give you the practical and psychomotor skills, interpersonal skills, ethics and professionalism, communication and leadership skills, analytical and critical thinking skills, lifelong learning and information management, and management skills and entrepreneurial characteristics. So when we are not talking of quality of education today, we have to see how many institutions, how many curriculums, how many of the processes which are being followed in the various universities, colleges, are taking into account many of these factors which have been enshrined in NEP 2020. People are thinking NEP 2020 by putting some multidisciplinary courses and removing how to put the engineering students without physics, chemistry and mathematics will be able to do NEP 2020. I think that's a very lopsided way of doing things. NEP 2020 has to be looked at in the entire concept of its enshrined principles. If those have not been followed, then I think we will be only doing a cosmetic job. So in today's world, we have some of the programs which the government of India has done, like Samagra Shiksha, an integral scheme for education and centrally sponsored schemes. Foundation of a quality education begins with strong foundational learning that has been done. So National Initiative for Proficiency in Reading with Understanding and Numeracy is one such initiative that has been taken. Numeracy by the end of the grade 3. This was one thing which was identified as one of the weakest link as far as NEP 2020 discussions were concerned. Technology-wise, as I mentioned to you, I think with the artificial intelligence coming in a big way, and all the new technology like augmented reality, virtual reality, digitalization, a big way, all of them are the tools for and these digital resources have to be used for improving the quality of education. But not ChatGPT. We cannot While ChatGPT is another outcome of AI, but I think we have to safeguard against that. Then National Digital Education Architecture serves as a blueprint for integration of technology and digital solutions and the delivery of NEP 2020. Infrastructure and digital literacy are the major requirements. In fact, this is my major concern with most of the school level education today. While there is a private sector participation in the education sector in a big way, but that actually has got pluses and minuses. The way the private sector is coming in a commercial manner, they don't even have the many schools, junior colleges are on the roadside without any proper infrastructure. In fact, many schools don't even have the normal science laboratories for, and the children complete the 12th standard exam also. They have not even seen a chemistry lab or a physics lab or a biology lab or something, and they complete the 12th standard exam. Now this is the negative part, but there are positives because there are some good institutions. Expanding the access to high quality technical and vocational education and training, we could ensure that students gain the skills and knowledge necessary to succeed in the workforce. And as the technologies evolve and industries transform, individuals must have the means to adapt and thrive. That is the part of the continuous learning as it has been emphasized in today's discussion. So in other words, I would say that quality of education is not a static concept, but it is a dynamic and evolving one. Because as the technology will grow, as the demands will grow, as the society will require more and more new things to come into the system with the ecosystem changing. So the sustainability part, which is the planet is looking for, the new Anthropocene logic place sustainability at the forefront of our education system. We have to look for that. India has not shown adequate progress in the related SDG 4, that much I can tell you, because rather there has been a slight regression as the score declined from 58 in 2019 to 57 in 2020. So we have not done a positive job in that. So the segment of the workshop, basically what we are talking of is in delivering quality education should focus on improving foundational learning, harnessing digital technologies, expanding access to high quality technical and vocational education, and enabling the lifelong learning focused on skilling. And I think the workshop has been planned accordingly, keeping these points in mind. Acknowledging that meeting targets for the SDGs is a complex process which needs the active involvement and efforts of all, particularly the states, the workshop will comprehensively attempt to outline plan of action in implementing the SDGs. I would request participation in that segment. It will also delve in the implementation of SDG at the regional level with the states, closely evaluating their effectiveness, managing this critical aspect of the global agenda. I look forward for suggestions in all this aspect, particularly how to implement these recommendations, how to remove some of the anomalies what we have in the system, and how to really implement NEP 2020 in its true sense to bring in the quality education for all of us and meeting the goals of SDG 4.0. With these words, I stop here, and I would request the first Dr. Manmohan Singh here. He would like to talk on improving foundational learning.
Namaskar, आप सभी को.
We will have discussions after.
I hope everybody is comfortable with Hindi, क्योंकि मेरी मातृभाषा हिंदी है. अंग्रेजी सीखने के प्रयास में हिंदी भी भूल गया और अंग्रेजी भी सही से नहीं बोल पा रहा हूँ.
मेरे साथ भी वही प्रॉब्लम है.
So I studied in a government school in Jharkhand under a mahua tree. I have 5 years of memory. There is no grade-wise memory. One teacher, 300 kids, stick in his hand. That was my class. And then I walked 4 kilometers one way to attend middle school. And many of you might have gone through that process. And for last 20 years, we are trying that how do we enable the system who does not leave behind many like my classmates. Not even 2% of my classmates are able to earn livelihood better. Many died because of obvious reason of previous session we discussed about infant mortality and maternal mortalities. Those was very common. These words was not known to us. And I think today's every speaker almost talked about community in different ways and last mile. And I want to just draw your attention to some of the problem. And Honorable Chairperson asked that, implementation के क्या challenges हैं, उसको हम कैसे ठीक करें. यदि एक लड़की ड्रॉप आउट होती है स्कूल से तो क्यों होती है? यहाँ पे बहुत सारे हेल्थ के लोग थे, वो चले गए अभी. Because you have finished the health, now it's education. But of course, you have always been there since, we are working together for last 6-7 years. So there are lots of good news, but we are trying to draw attention how we can go forward. तो आप ये रीजन देख सकते हैं कि शायद टॉयलेट स्कूल में नहीं है इसलिए ड्रॉप आउट हो रही है, एनेमिक हैं इसलिए स्कूल से ड्रॉप आउट हो रही हैं, राइट. फैमिली में इनकम नहीं है इसलिए उनको बकरी चरानी पड़ रही है या कुछ और काम करना पड़ रहा है, राइट. फैमिली माइग्रेट कर गई इसलिए बच्चों को ध्यान देना है इसलिए रह रहे हैं, राइट. एंड यू कैन गो ऑन एंड ऑन एंड ऑन, एंड मोस्ट ऑफ दीज आर नॉट डायरेक्टली एजुकेशन प्रॉब्लम. These are non-education problem. That's why girls are dropping out. There are education problem. If we really want to solve this, then, we talk that, the word we have been using, community engagement. So who is talking about community engagement? We should do community engagement. And because decentralization was also used quite a bit today, that how do you decentralize? School management committee is very old concept. Mother teacher association, parent teacher association, ये तो बहुत दिनों से चल रहा है कि होना चाहिए is there. But why it is not happening today? And our experiences is that who wants community engagement? Maybe finally it is teacher कि आप community से मिले कि नहीं, parents को बुलाया कि नहीं. So who has the power? The teacher, right? SMC में final meeting हुआ तो who is taking notes? Finally someone who is paid by the government, right? So I think today, if we want to improve, the transition required is from sarkari school to गांव का school to हमारा school. And I think that's one of the core learning we have, that if we have to fix this, how do we ensure that hyper local collaboration, which is at the panchayat level, village level, gets established. I'm not talking about a large collaboration and even convergence. So if you can see these two, कि गांव के स्तर पे religious leader, and you know that how they have played role in COVID, right, during vaccination.
Religious leader, you said.
Religious leader, faith leaders. वो उनको कैसे हम जोड़े कंसेंसस बिल्डिंग के लिए? How do we bring SDGs? They are doing great work in financial inclusion, but शिक्षा में भी वो बहुत रोल प्ले कर सकते हैं, and we have multiple example. These are not just theory. We only operate from our implementation capability and experiences. How do we bring young people जो कॉलेज में जा रहे हैं उनको कैसे जोड़ें? NEP again enable that, but डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे जाएंगे तो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन इज स्ट्रगलिंग टू इंप्लीमेंट मेनी थिंग, एंड एकेडेमिया, जो भी सिचुएशन एकेडेमिया का, वहां जो कॉलेज है लोकल वो अलग से कर रहे हैं. हाउ डू वी ब्रिंग देम टुगेदर, सो दैट द NSS NY के युवा केंद्र का प्लेटफॉर्म एक बने ताकि वो यंग लोग कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकें गांव में कम्युनिटी के साथ, राइट. लाइक दैट लोकल मीडिया हु इज बिल्डिंग नरेशन. एक यदि मिड डे मील में के खाने में प्रॉब्लम होता है, इट्स क्विकली गेट नोन बिकॉज इंसेंटिव इज सनसनीखेज न्यूज. कैन वी कन्वर्ट दैट इनटू एक्चुअली पॉजिटिव नरेशन कि ये टीचर, ये स्कूल, ये पंचायत, ये एजुकेशन ऑफिसर हैज डन ग्रेट इनोवेशन, एंड देयरफॉर देयर आर मेनी एग्जांपल वेयर अटेंडेंस हैज इंप्रूव्ड, where institutional delivery has improved. I give you one example. गया डिस्ट्रिक्ट बिहार में एक पंचायत में सरपंच है अनीता देवी. वहां पे we run something called Gandhi Fellowship. They are young people working in the villages. from Baramulla in Jammu Kashmir to Baksa, which is China border in Assam, to Bara in Jaisalmer. And they started having conversation with Anita Devi. उन्होंने बहुत सिंपल चीज किया, मीटिंग शुरू हो गई. Anita Devi started meeting. Who she was meeting with? Teachers, Anganwadi worker, ASA worker, some volunteer, some SHG member. और वो किडेंस एक सेट हो गया कि हर गुरुवार को मिलना है, तीसरे गुरुवार को, एंड कुछ एजेंडा है, कुछ किडेंस है. वहां पे उन्होंने आइडेंटिफाई किया कि इंस्टीट्यूशनल डिलीवरी है वो 12% के आसपास होती है, सारा होम डिलीवरी है. एंड प्रॉब्लम एक रोड का प्रॉब्लम है, एम्बुलेंस नहीं है, दैट द सेकेंड प्रॉब्लम. इंफॉर्मेशन शेयर नहीं होता है. डिफरेंट डिपार्टमेंट्स लास्ट माइल वर्कर में एंड कम्युनिटी मेंबर कॉन्ट्रीब्यूटेड. किसी ने अपनी गाड़ी दे दी एम्बुलेंस के लिए, रोड बन गया पंचायत के फंड से, और इंस्टीट्यूशनल डिलीवरी 80% से ऊपर चला गया. दिस इज हैपन इन एजुकेशन अगेन इन मल्टीपल डिस्ट्रिक्ट. सो माई प्रपोजिशन इज that if we have to truly implement the national education policy in many sense in the remotest part of the country, how do we build these platform, which is I'm calling hyperlocal collaboration, and how do we do last mile convergence between various department? These are some of the leaders we have identified कि ये community के leader और हो सकते हैं ऐसे. इनको कैसे साथ में लेकर के आए, इनका कैसे cadence बने, नहीं तो ये फिर आइसोलेशन में ही होने वाला है. एंड सिमिलरली वी आर सेइंग दैट हाउ डू यू बिल्ड लास्ट माइल कन्वर्जेंस. मैं नंदुरबार डिस्ट्रिक्ट के गांव में था, वहां पे सरपंच साहब को पूछा कि आपके पंचायत में कितने गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स हैं डिप्लॉयड, चाहे वो टीचर हो, आशा हो, आंगनवाड़ी, कितने हैं? तो होंगे 30-35. आई स्टार्टेड आस्किंग and writing, as he was telling me, there were 82 people deployed from various departments. I said, have you called meeting of these people? कि नहीं, सबको क्यों बुलाएंगे, हम क्यों बुलाएं सबको, जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ती है, अपने आप हो जाता है. Now if you have to ensure that ownership of community is there for learning, and we know that you have to take education outside four walls. केवल स्कूल के चार दीवारी के अंदर शिक्षा नहीं होता है, खेत में भी शिक्षा होती है, गांव में भी होता है. इफ वी नीड टू लुक एट द कल्चर, म्यूजिक, आर्ट, राइट? ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर हैज बीन टॉकिंग अबाउट टॉय. देयर आर मल्टीपल थिंग्स लाइक दैट. हाउ आर यू गोइंग टू इंश्योर दैट द इंटीग्रेटेड एजुकेशन हैपेंस इफ वी जस्ट keep doing the training of teacher, right, and keep the education under the four wall? And there I think involving again multiple departments, right, together with the community leader, there has been multiple examples that how they are working well in alignment with the overall vision we have. Now this is a little detail that very specific to education, that how do we reimagine existing learning space. Learning space is not just classroom. तो library है, library क्या है, generally children are looked at as a consumer. Can we convert that into producer, that children can produce a story? गांव में किस्सा है, कहानियां हैं, बहुत सारे stories हैं. Can we start, working that children write a story and then that get published instead of just looking at the consumer? And library not just in the classroom, but it can be anywhere, in the panchayat, in the farm, in the wherever it is possible. So completely reimagining the processes. How do we have future-ready curriculum which has a 21st century learning, and there are lots of curriculum and policy we have. But at the last mile, example, can we do project-based learning? We implemented this in Rajasthan, Jhunjhunu district. We worked with the Harvard and Emory University, and there is evidence that if you have a deep process of experiential learning with the teacher, parents, community, children, it has also academic outcome, not just non-academic, which is social emotional. So how do we start working towards that? And then I think third one is the reflective and innovative teachers. So compassionate 21st century, now technology बहुत कुछ solve कर देगा, information की तो जरूरत नहीं है, but compassion and empathy तो इंसान के पास रहना होगा, वही काम आने वाला है. And we have seen that in the COVID. So how do we ensure when we are working with the teacher and we look at the future teacher, whether teacher education or in-service teacher training, how do we continue to build on these value system of the teacher, so teacher work as a facilitator instead of instructor. School leadership, that's Dr. Verghese is here, and for last 15 years we have been trying to work कि भारत में पहले 10 साल पहले तक तो ये हो नहीं रहा था कि I can be a great Hindi teacher, but मुझे आप यदि स्कूल का हेडमास्टर बना दीजिए तो that require different competence, right? If a district education officer, I am a teacher for 20 years, but suddenly I am a district education officer, that require different competence. So lot of work has already gone. NIPA has done fantastic work in creating curriculum, training has happened, but I think somehow, that is missing again. When we are selecting teacher to the principal position, can we start looking at some of these, saying these are different role? And a school with the 10,000, 500 kids versus a school of 20 kids require different types of leader. So that's another element. And the most critical is community ownership. Where I started from, community केवल engage करने से ownership नहीं होगी. And we spoke today about healthy panchayat and all. And Dr. V.K. Paul sir, आपको मैं बताना चाह रहा था कि अभी 2 अक्टूबर को हमने 500 ग्राम पंचायत के साथ हमारे गांधी फेलोज दे वर्कड विद देम, और वो ग्राम सभा में 54% ग्राम पंचायत चोज हेल्दी पंचायत, अबाउट 37% चोज क्लीन विलेज. शिक्षा आ रहा है, बट वो भी शिक्षा है, हेल्थ में भी शिक्षा है. And I think if we are able to look at gram panchayat as a space to convene around the welfare of children in particular, whether it is health and nutrition and education, I think our experiences is that will contribute a lot into the learning. And then the numeracy and all other element which needs to be done has a direct linkage with this intervention. It's not just from the training of teacher and having the good curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll have discussions afterwards. Since Gauri Gupta is not available, may I now request Dr. Srivastav to dwell on expanding access to high quality technical and vocational education and training.
Thanks. There's a presentation, so if some, can I have the pointer? Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Saraswat. Thank you, Dr. Paul, for giving me this opportunity. Vocational and education and VET actually stands out in the whole field of education because if you exclude the COVID years, you generally see quantitative improvement in most metrics as far as education is concerned. There are a lot of concerns relating to quality, there are a lot of concerns relating to equity, but as far as quantitative metrics are concerned, you do see an improvement. But VET is a different case, and I'll present you some of the issues there. Sorry. I'm going to use this because I can't read what is over there. So basically, we're talking here about the target 4.3 mainly, which is by 2030 ensure equal access for all women and men to affordable and quality technical, vocational and tertiary education, including university. But I'm going to restrict myself to basically VET here and target of 4.5. By 2030, eliminate gender disparities in education. And here again, I'm going to restrict myself mainly to VET. So the indicators are with respect to training in the previous 12 months by sex, and once again looking at the bottom and top groups and deciles and looking at the disparities between them. So just to generally talk about the significance of skill creation, a skilled workforce is directly related to productivity and growth. I think this is very well known. The general education system in India does not create youth with employable skills, and that has been a problem which is well recognized. With rapid technological change, there is a persistent gap between skills supplied and the skills which are demanded. So there is a demand-supply gap. Curricula, skill training and regulatory framework in the past in the area of skill education have been out of sync with the requirements of employers. And there has been negligible private sector participation in all of this, whether in the supply of training or in the regulatory framework or in the education curriculum. There is a very low incidence of VET in India. Less than 5% youth with formal skill training are there, compared to much higher percentage, 52% in the US, 76% in Germany, 96% in South Korea, and so on. So these are the fundamental problems. Excuse me, maybe you'll use them. Yeah. Now, in the last few years, particularly since 2008, and then after 2014-15, there has been a sea change in India in the skilling environment. So the National Skills Policy, the first policy in 2009, then there was a second policy in 2015, then the National Skill Missions, the creation of the Ministry of Skills and Entrepreneurship Development in 2014, the creation of autonomous institutions working in partnership with the ministry and the private sector, the DGT, the NCVET, the NCDC, and the skill councils. All of these were concerned with the identification of skill gaps, the creation of modular courses aligned with the NSQF levels based on NOS and QPs. Then we had an umbrella skill program under the ministry, the PMKY, which is now under its third prototype, the PMKY 1, 2, and 3, with a decentralized mode of implementation which has been taken up now at the state and district level. Under the skills program, centers of excellence and skill universities have been set up. There is increased integration between skill training and education, which has culminated in the new education policy which you have mentioned. The new education policy tries to integrate vocational education into and mainstream it into general education. And there has been, in fact, if you look at the overall trend there has been a gradual shift from an exclusive focus on school dropouts and youth with low educational attainment to actually longer term skill attainment and skilling the workforce through mainstreaming it in education. So there has also been a shift, particularly with the new skills policy and the National Skills Mission. Okay. I'm doing the other way around, yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So actually, the first point to note is that, despite there being so much action on the ground, so much has happened between 2008 and 2023, the proportion of youth skilled, the formal skilling in India has remained more or less stagnant. If you look at the figures, then in 2004-05, formal training, the number of youths either skilled or undergoing skilling was only 3.86%. In 2018-19, it actually, a lower percentage was estimated at only 2.9%, and in 21-22 at 4.1%. So basically, it's about 4%. The 4% of youth have either, been skilled or are undergoing skilling. That's the total percentage. The percentage of those who are undergoing non-formal skills or who have non-formal skills is higher. So, for example, in 21-22, 4%, roughly 4.1% of schools youth had formal training, whereas about 11.5% of youth had informally trained, either hereditarily trained or other ways of training, and so that figure was about 11.5%. But still, only a total of 15.6% youth had any training at all, of any kind, either informal or non-formal or formal. The point here is that this training and most of the short-term training, as I pointed out, was brought in to address the skilling needs of out-of-school children and children with low levels of educational attainment. Generally, these children should have come from socioeconomically and deprived social groups. But nonetheless, you find that actually skill training is very, very directly correlated with socioeconomic status. So if you look at gender and skill training, there is a gap between males and females. In 21-22, as against 4.3% male youth who were trained formally, the percentage of female youth was 3.9%. But actually the gap, this is very interesting, when it comes to informal training, this is one area. Otherwise, informal training is spread across groups. But when it comes to gender-based training, informal training is actually stacked up against females. So the gap is very large. As against 16% male youth who had some kind of informal training, only 6.7% females had informal training. Now, if you look at by general education level, there is a huge correlation between the level of educational attainment and formal training. So, for example, and this has persisted through the years. So, in 2004-05, for example, 28% of the youth, the percentage of youth with graduate education or above who had formal training was 28%. So, among them, 1 in 4 youth had some kind of formal training. But if you looked at below primary school, youth with below primary education, 0.25%. That was the incidence of training among them. And then in 21-22, the gap continues. But among below primary school students, only 0.08% of youth had formal training. Primary or middle youth, only 0.5% had formal training. Secondary or higher secondary education, 4.2%. Whereas graduate or above, 14% youth had formal training. So the chances of getting formal training actually increase very, very significantly as the level of education increases. Then if you look at quintiles, and here I have used monthly per capita consumption expenditure quintiles, again one finds the same kind of disparity. This disparity is much less in informal training, but very, very sharp in formal training. So, for example, if you look at 63% of the trained youth, formal trained youth, belong to the topmost quintile. So, the top 20% youth, in terms of economic status, concentrated 63% of the trained youth in 2004-05. And this percentage came down a little bit in 21-22, after all these initiatives have been taken. But even then, 45% of the youth, trained youth, still remained in the top quintile. So there is sharp disparity among formal training, which remains albeit at a very, very low level in this country. Now, one could ask the question that even though the level of vocational training is not going up, is it being made up by larger number of professionally trained youth, technically trained youth? Because technical education is going up, the number of engineering institutes, IITs, medical institutions, etc. is increasing. And there one does find that there is a small increase. In 2004-05, about 1.5% youth had any kind of professional technical training. Sorry. So the red bars here are those who had no training at all, no technical training, no technical education. So in this percentage of those with any kind of technical education was 1.5% in 2004-05, and this increased to about 4.5% in 2020-22. This remains still very small, but still about 4.5% of the youth were technically educated in 21-22. But what is interesting is that actually over this period, actually technical education, the denominator should be post-secondary youth. Because if you don't have post-higher secondary education, you can't go into professional or technical education. And actually what we find in India is that the general enrollments in post-secondary education grew much faster than the enrollments in technical education. So although technical education has increased, it has not increased even at the same pace at overall general education has been increasing. So this is the general status as far as skill education is concerned. So I'm just briefly going to discuss the challenges and the way forward. One of the fundamental challenges, in the morning we did have some people from the, I think, from the skills ministry. I don't know whether anybody from the skills ministry is here now. But one of the major challenges when it comes to skill training, which is not acknowledged actually, is informal labor markets, informality. Now in India, as probably all of us know, that only 10% of the workforce is formal, and only 20% of the workforce works in the formal sector. People who are outside the formal sector and people who work in informal jobs there the incentive, the incentive on the part of the employers to train them is very, very small, but the incentive for them to undertake any training is also very small. And in fact, in the light of this, if you look at the kind of targets we have been setting, those targets have been over-ambitious. For example, the skills mission talks about roughly about 410 million training target within 5 years after 2020. The reason why I am saying this is because in the informal sector, as I said, both from the supply side and the demand side, the demand for training is also very low. And there is what we call in economics a market failure. Therefore, a market failure. So somebody else has to step in. The government has to step in to provide training. The government does step in, and I point out not as much as it should. The second big area, the big challenge as far as training is concerned, that since 2007-8 onwards, there has been a very great focus on the participation, increased participation of the private sector in skills. Private sector participation in skills has increased. There's no doubt about it. But even now, basically the NSDC acknowledges, the ministry acknowledges that it is still very, very low. Generally, the private sector has a hands-off approach to skill training. And again, one of the reasons for this is by and large that even in apprenticeship targets are not being met even to the extent of 10%. And this is a very big lacuna. The third very big factor behind the low demand for skill training is that the rewards and returns to training are very low. And the solution to this does not lie within training itself. The solution doesn't lie within the Ministry of Skills itself. Actually, we have to look at labor policy here. And labor policy has to aim at increasing the scope of formal labor markets. And this can be done through wage subsidies, giving subsidies so that wage employment can increase, can be formalized, or social security subsidies, subsidizing, employment, the EPF payments or the ESIC payments, so the employers have a tendency to keep workers for a longer period of time. If they keep workers for a longer period of time, they will have greater incentive to train the workers. Otherwise, that incentive is not there. Now, the other factor, and since we are talking about localization here, I should mention that there was a spurt of interest in the states in skill training between 2008 and roughly 2013-14.
So statistics is very important, but I think we need to get the meat out of it.
Yes. So,
because statistics sometimes can be very...
I am now concluding, sir.
So please come to the...
Yes, I am now concluding.
These numbers are sometimes very confusing.
That's right. It could be. So as far as states are concerned, sir, in the most recent period, the kind of initiative we should see from the states in the whole skilling domain is not being seen. So we see a great deal of initiative on the part of the center and the central schemes, but the states are not coming up with very great initiative in the sphere of domain of schemes. Another big challenge is actually, and this has been, is the fact that is the demographic regimes and uneven development in India. The demographic regime, as we know, basically the fertility rates are still higher and the proportion of youth are high in basically what is known as the Bimaru states. And these are the states which also at the lower end of the development thing. But these states, the amount of skill training capacity which has been created is very low. It is very low. And somehow this has to be reversed. Now all this actually calls for greater government effort. This calls for greater government effort. And while it is important that the efforts which have been made recently in mainstreaming skill training and the structural reforms in education, these are very important. They require, you mentioned the NEP. NEP is a very big instrument in this. They require a clear structural transition plan. How will you move towards a regime where you can combine mainstream education with vocational education? And there are a number of other issues also in how do you implement the NEP. And they require a resource mapping to the inputs which are required under the NEP to be able to achieve those targets. Finally, as I have said earlier also, basically much greater government effort is required. And I feel my own premise and conclusion is that short-term training continues to be at the core, has to be at the core. Short-term targeted training. And this targeted training must actually be targeted towards the vulnerable sections of society. And this is where, even though there has been some progress, and I have pointed this out in the data, there has not been sufficient progress. Thank you, sir.
We have two options. We can discuss these two presentations, and then otherwise we can start with the discussions from Professor Chaturvedi. I think we'll take this later option. First we'll listen to you, then we'll have a discussion.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for this opportunity. I would like to thank Niti Aayog and our two very esteemed speakers who have made some very important, insightful remarks. Thanks, Dr. Manmohan Singh ji and of course Professor Ravi Srivastava. I think this whole idea of we implementing SDGs for accelerating our G20 implementation of the agenda that G20 has given, I think is a very brilliant proposition, which requires attention both in terms of how SDGs are stuck at various levels. We heard that while Dr. Paul was summarizing the discussions on the health sector. The education is not very different, and in your initial remarks, you have articulated the way deceleration has happened during the COVID time, and more efforts are needed to accelerate it further. I think the G20 declaration with its 83 paragraphs, it's a document which is very much reflecting the spirit, idea, and the ambit within which SDGs have been evolved. And this is largely in terms of the departure we see in SDGs from MDGs, and the idea of going out of quantitative targets of MDGs to qualitative indicators of SDGs is a huge metamorphosis our economic development thinking has gone through, and that's where quality of education is more important than quantity of institutions here, or number of blackboards, which were the parameters for MDG success. SDG has transformed our thought process to quality. And fortunately, Niti Aayog, right from 2015 onwards, has been emphasizing in terms of entrepreneurship-based engagement rather than entitlement-based approach. So this has also transformed our approach on the way we look at social sector, and it's coming in the mainstream. And here the idea that the G20 document brings in, the idea of SDG they come up with, is the idea of AEI, access, equity, and inclusion. So this access, this equity, and inclusion, all three that we discussed in case of health, are important for education. And they are important for education in all different dimensions. The document emphasizes on open, equitable, secure scientific collaboration that is needed, and that I think is the spirit within which we need to see advancements in education sector. How do we go forward? And Chairman is absolutely right when he alluded to the idea of NEP 2020, and that I think gives us scope to bring in AEI in a major way. It also brings in the dimensions of education for sustainability. In fact, when RIS as a think tank was involved in preparations for G20, Prime Minister's advice to us was to reach out to students, to universities. And RIS launched a major program, and the program was inaugurated by the Principal Secretary to PM on 1st December, the first day of our presidency, and that was called as University Connect. And since we just finished 75 years of India's independence, idea was to reach out to 75 universities. Fortunately, we could reach out to 101 universities. And Prime Minister was so glad that in RIS event, he participated at Bharat Mandapam, where we had 101 vice chancellors
and more than 7,000 students with us. And the idea Prime Minister suggested in that meeting was threefold. One is a consistent commitment and exploring various facets of sustainability. How do we explore sustainability? And he emphasized that do it at the state level, and we had from all different states, almost 28 states were there. So it was a huge participation. The second was to explore facets of different dimensions of our development. So he emphasized on and explained the idea of life, the lifestyle for sustainable development. And that I think, Dr. Saraswat, would be extremely important for us to bring in our deliberations on education. That this change in paradigm, what Manmohan Singh ji was emphasizing in terms of the practical example he gave of people sitting under a tree and studying, it brings in the idea of sustainability. How do we do that? Professor Swaminathan did it in areas around the Swaminathan Foundation to bring in the idea of sustainability. So this dimension of sustainability, I think, is absolutely crucial. The G20 declaration also brings in a full paragraph on culture. And this is something that we should realize sometimes in Indian economic development model, culture is not adequately recognized as an element for economic growth. But it was South Korea, to utter surprise of many countries, that South Korea wanted at least one SDG goal to be dedicated to culture. No one agreed and no one supported, and as a result, this could not become part of this. France has introduced for last 4 years a new program in Paris School of Economics on cultural economics. So this time both France and South Korea insisted in the G20 meeting to have discussion on culture, and a paragraph on culture has appeared, on cultural economics has appeared. I think we should see this also a reflection, because NEP 2020 also emphasizes on localization of education with local culture. We don't have to teach everyone A for apple. It may be something which they are growing in their own area. In areas where they don't eat, now unfortunately it has reached everywhere. We are unmindful of carbon footprint of our food, but I think it is important that we bring in a local incarnation of our own understanding and bring in culture from that point of view. The third point is more in terms of digital technologies for overcoming digital divide. And if you see, there is explicit discussion on gender-related discrimination within which digital technology is coming up. According to a UN report, 65% of global gross domestic product is already digitized. And this digitization of global gross domestic product is excluding 234 million women. And this is according to UN. And their estimation is if we have to expand our global GSDP by $18 billion, it would go up if the working age women and girls are included in this gender-friendly technologies that are required. And this, again, if you see the G20 document, it very rightly emphasizes on bringing in greater focus on STEM. And that, I think, is important for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education, for which emphasis in public documents, particularly of the G20 nature, had never been there. So the education, or the working group on education, has rightly captured STEM as a priority area for us to bring in bigger and better and faster inclusion of gender in this. The second point, I think Professor Ravi Srivastava is right in terms of we addressing the TEVIT related issues at various levels of education. The NEP 2020 has identified 7 different areas, but if you look at the practicality of it, and in some states which are in transition from BIMARU to developed states, they are facing major challenges in terms of reskilling. So how reskilling strategies are to be rehashed, and Dr. Saraswati, you have been talking about this in context of many of our initiatives, particularly for semiconductor and electronic sector. You spoke the other day also on this. So I think it is important for us to bring in reskilling largely from perspective of localization. Reskilling cannot be a national program focused with national framework. It has to have the local content, local production. If state is growing bamboo in a major ways, reskilling has to be done from production purposes from that dimension. You referred to in your initial remarks on AI and ChatGPT. I think G20 AI principles adequately bring in ethics in our work focus. And this, I think, is important for us to see how we bring in ethics in the education sector itself. Though the declaration, as I said, stops with culture, but I think given the Indian ethos and practices, we need to bring in ethics which would also be relevant for our education system in the wider sense, and also when we are thinking of financialization of the economy, that would have to be factored in. The last point that I want to mention is in terms of the nature of database that we need, and the UN report that I was alluding to, it refers in terms of gender blindness that has come in, both in terms of gender blind database, gender blind decision making when we implement digital policies and related to that, and also gender blind designing that we see in our electronic sector. So these dimensions, if we address, we can bring in, but both the speakers have made excellent presentations, and your initial remarks have enriched the deliberation. Thank you.
May I now request Dr. Varghese, please?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much for inviting me to share some of the opinions. And I am very happy that I could get a chance to listen to both Mr. Manmohan Singh and also Dr. Ravi Srivastava. And sir, thank you very much for your intervention and your introductory intervention. Sir, as an extension of some of the presentations that are made today on education, I feel that if you want to talk about SDG and education, you have to place it under three important dimensions. One is the SDG slogan of leave no one behind. Two, the strategy that is adopted by the Gordon Committee report is progressive universalism. Third, the shift that is made by NEP, that is not, it is not talking about schooling, it is not talking about education, it is talking about learning. I think these are the three parameters around which the SDG for education should be strategized. What do I mean by that? It means that one trend that we find statistically is that in India, in most of the states where enrollment is very high, inequalities are low. This is not a trend that you find everywhere. Another trend, equally important trend that we find is that even enrollment is low, inequalities are wide. And if you see the urban and rural areas, the inequalities between urban and rural areas, you find that rural inequalities are widening when the levels of enrollment GER or NER are very low. So this is an important dimension to identify where should we intervene. My point is that access to education today is a local issue, not a national issue. We have to identify, strategize, and invest and divert public resources accordingly. So for us, the second dimension of concern, the dropout today is also not a national issue. It is a broader issue than access, but it is also a regional issue. Whereas not learning is the global issue in India. It is a global issue globally, and it is a national issue in India. Or in other words, the challenge for SDG in India is that schooling without learning. So previously we did not have schools, so the investment was to construct schools. So in the 1950s, 60s and 70s, that is what they did. 80s policy came out by saying that it is not schooling facilities to be improved, but facilities in the school. So we had Operation Blackboard strategies, teacher training programs, and many other investments, public investments. Today, what you are saying is that students are not learning what they are trying to. You are bringing the children, you are creating the infrastructure, you are retaining them for 5 years, but they are not learning what they are supposed to learn. That is the point where I come to what Mr. Manmohan Singh made as the important. It is not the national interventions alone. It is not even the state interventions. It is not even the district interventions. It is the interventions at the institution level. How do we change primary school institutions and upper primary school institutions in the local areas? I don't think that any national intervention beyond a point can help. It's a local intervention that is required. And it may not be always a government organized, orchestrized information that is required. But that is the place where, because as a planner, I always say that in India, one of the difficulties in planning is that if you do not have heavy investment, that activity will not be done. Activities which you do not need so much of heavy investment with the public authorities remain undone in India. So I am talking about a situation where schools are created, teachers are provided, blackboard is provided, Operation Blackboard strategies are given, but the schools are not functioning. So it is not a question of investing resources, it is a question of mobilizing the local people to ensure that not only that the teachers come to the school, not only that the students come to the school, teaching learning process takes place and students learn. So that is my first point. So inequalities today we are talking about, inequalities are not between those who are inside the schools and those who are outside the schools. Inequalities are between those students who are inside the schools. Among those students who are inside the schools, the distinction is that those who learn and those who do not learn. So how do you adjust this gap? In my view, is becoming one of the important dimensions of the move towards SDGs. That is the point that I would like to say. The second point that I would like to say is that where do we invest now? That is a place where in many cases the investment is moving from, previously it was an infrastructure, then it was creating facilities in the school, then perhaps laboratories, etc. If you're talking about secondary schools, perhaps the more investment needs to be done for technological interventions in the schools and also in the colleges and the universities. I will say the same thing, So what are the technological interventions which are needed and where it is needed? It is the place where we have to look at, given the COVID experience, how teachers are trained or competencies are developed to use technology for educational purposes. It is not only just investing in hardware, but also how this is being used. And in many cases, we find that even in the initial stages of COVID, even technological devices were available. Many places it was finding it difficult to use it because these competencies were not there. It was not the computer technology that saved the education system, perhaps in the COVID situation. It was perhaps the mobile technology because it was more widely spread and more widely used from that point of view. The third point that I would like to make is that the skill, I am very appreciative of the rigorous analysis that Ravi has made, and it is very important also. But the issue is not skill. So skill for what? If you say that if you have a situation where previously we had economic growth going along with employment, then you have jobless growth, and now we are told that it's a job loss growth. Now, if it's in a situation of jobless growth, what type of skills we talk about it? Also, it is important that a large number of jobs will be disappearing in the coming years. So, when we train for skills, what type of skills? So, therefore, I feel strongly that the job-specific skill inculcation need not be a part of the general education system, because the general education system is not only more expensive, but also incapable of producing job-specific skills. We should talk about general skills that can be produced by the education system, so that we produce trainables rather than trained person from the school system and from the college system, That will be the way that we will be able to go ahead with that. So, for example, at the primary level or at the vocational education, only 4% or 3%. And the trend that very well elaborated by Professor Ravi is that what we find is that the formal skill formation is closely and directly associated with the levels of education and also indirectly related to the socio-economic background. So who is benefiting from that? If you take the engineering education, an example that was taken, if you go to Tamil Nadu, if you go to Andhra Pradesh, or if you go to any of these places where capitation fee colleges were very prominent, the compulsion is to close down the engineering colleges rather than open engineering colleges. And many engineering colleges have already closed down. But for the fee reimbursement scheme which was started in 2009-10 in Andhra Pradesh, many other engineering colleges in Andhra Pradesh also would have been closed down. In Tamil Nadu, it has already happened. So what I mean to say is that even in engineering graduates are finding it difficult. And what if you see the student loans system, engineers and nurses are the two categories where default for student loans are the maximum. Also because of the unemployment or disappearance of the nurses to Gulf countries and other things, can be the reason. So what you find is that these financing arrangement that you're talking about and the skill formation that is taking place is very different and difficult. My own feeling is that it is the informal ways of skill formation related to on-the-job training, because the skill formation should be the responsibility of the employer. I don't think that government will be successfully, in certain areas it is possible. It will not be the responsibility of the government to discharge this responsibility systematically, because by the time you form the skill, train the people of the skill is out of fashion when it comes to the labor market. So it should be aligned to the job, and job specific skills should be a responsibility of the employer rather than the government take the full responsibility. The government should take the responsibility for the policies. Government should strategize its interventions, but the intervention and financial allocation need not be from the government. Sir, these are the 3 points that I wanted to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very short and precise. I appreciate that. Now, the floor is open for discussion. I think we have to be brief and specific. That will be helpful.
Sir, I am Rajesh, DDG Higher Education.
Nice to see you. Sorry to hear about it. Great guy.
I just want to briefly put some of the trends in the higher education in perspective, interesting trends which we have seen.
Okay, first, identify your name.
I am R. Rajesh, Deputy Director General, Higher Education.
R. Rajesh, okay.
Sir, among the SDG indicators that we are having in case of higher education, one good point to be noted is that the gender parity index is 1. That is, the female GER to the male GER ratio, it is 1 since 2017-18, and that trend is continuing even now. So this is one of the positive aspects which shows the involvement of the female
is increasing.
Increasing, and it is. Sir, one more thing is, we by default think that the higher education is concentrated in the bigger city, Calcutta, Madras और ये सब का होगा. But actually the growth, अगर आप देखें from 14-15 onwards to this time, the growth in higher education is seen maximum in the marginalized and the disadvantaged communities. ST female enrollment has increased by 64% since 2014-15 to 2021. This is something, a silent undercurrent which many people may not be knowing. There will be a कि भाई वो तमिलनाडु का ज़्यादा होगा, केरला का ज़्यादा. It is not that way. SC female, SC overall the community increase is 28%. SC female increase in enrollment is around 47%. OBC का it is more than 39%. Female का मैं बता रहा हूँ sir. And one more thing is, like you had pointed out that where the in some of the states like Kerala and Tamil Nadu and the southern state, yes, the enrollment and GR is high. But over the last few 6-7 years, where the enrollment has increased, I made an analysis and I saw that it is the erstwhile Bimaru state which are having the maximum enrollment, increase in the enrollment. Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand, Bihar, Rajasthan, these are the states where the maximum gain in enrollment has come, and even in the 2 COVID years which we are having, 2021 and 21-22, sir, our data is releasing. Ministry maybe this week it will come out. The maximum, there has been no reduction in the enrollment. In fact, the enrollment has, because of the online and other systems and the decision of the government to allow, though there was some lag in the overall academic session, there has been no drop in the enrollment has increased. So these are the major points I wanted to put in. One more thing is that the STEM was mentioned. STEM ka female enrollment in STEM is a very impressive 43%, which is comparable to most of the countries in the world, STEM enrollment female. And if we even consider the overall enrollment, sir, that is gender ratio, gender parity index is 1, but agar aap percentage wise bhi kare
How
to
much G are now in higher education?
sir, now it is 28, around 28%.
28%. I heard 28%.
But my point was that the sustainability aspect, 28% ठीक है, लेकिन sustainability में ये बहुत it has penetrated to the hinterland and the marginalized communities. That was the point I was trying to make.
Better inclusiveness.
Yes.
Yes, madam.
And one more point, sir, like sir had mentioned, Manmohan ji has mentioned. So the gap which one can see is that the transition from the school 12th education to the higher education. So like you are all discussing, you have also mentioned in your opening remarks, the decentralized approach, community-based approach in the, particularly in the interior hinterlands and all, वो सबसे ज़्यादा आपका higher education का enrollment बढ़ाएगा.
सर ने बोला ना.
सर ने बोला, वही point.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'm Sunisha from UNICEF. One of the things that I just wanted to underline here is a statement made in our national education policy document, which actually highlights the importance for the foundational learning, where it says that if children don't attain foundational literacy and numeracy, then the entire policy recommendations will not really be met. And in that context, given the discussions that have happened since morning, I just want to point out to one data point which comes from the EMIS of the School Education Ministry, the UDIs, which says 50% children in grade 1 do not have preschool experience. And given the fact that the national education policy actually underlines the importance of 3 years of preschool education, I think what we really need to focus on is how do we make sure that every child entering grade 1 has the school readiness levels, has the foundational literacy skills to which the school can therefore build on.
You are posing a question or you are giving a solution?
So I'm just coming to the solution that several states have come up with very good...
number of people have posed questions.
No. I'm coming up with a solution in the sense that there are states that have come up with a lot of good practices. And I think it is...
examples of that.
And I mean, there is Assam, there is Chhattisgarh, there is Rajasthan, there is UP that have developed 5-year roadmaps to do these things. I think what is really required is a cross-sharing and cross-learning among states, because they've found some solutions, which will also enable the ministries at the national level to provide some frameworks and guidance to states. The second piece
Can you give an example what they have done?
So UP, for example, sir, has created a 5-year roadmap.
I also have seen programs, but that's why when Professor Ravi was talking, numbers sometimes give us a very...
So sir, like
sometimes very low picture, sometimes very extended picture.
True. So UP, sir, for example, the two departments of education and WCD have come together and created a 5-year roadmap for themselves, with each department actually saying what will they be contributing to that roadmap, ensuring that every child gets 3 years of preschool education and is school ready. Similarly, Tamil Nadu has shown us a study which has been done there. It's an RCT where an additional worker was provided to the Anganwadi center to just focus on preschool education. And the results of that study point out that not only the preschool service quality improved in the Anganwadi center, but because the Anganwadi worker was freed to focus on younger age group of children, indicators improved there. So there are multiple solutions, and I think we need to look at those. The second thing that I would like to just highlight here is the Ministry of Education and NCERT have done a foundational learning study. That study is pointing out to that we are still very far away from children attaining proficiency levels. I think while it's really good that we have a national mission for foundational literacy and numeracy, which is until 2026, I think we need, again, more focused work around that area in order to ensure that from whatever the results are today, that we really actually get to achieving the mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, madam.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Professor Anu Singh Lathar, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ambedkar University, Delhi. Nothing much has been spoken about higher education today. So, referring to national education policy again and again, my concern as Vice Chancellor has been that despite the fact that interdisciplinarity, multidisciplinarity, cross-disciplinarity researches and curriculum has been focused on national education policy framework, there are universities which are coming up and existed in the past with the focus, they are standalone in terms. For example, my own university has a focus on social sciences and humanities alone. Same way sports university, teacher education universities are coming up. I think we need to be on the same page. Maybe UGC should come out with some policy framework where this interdisciplinarity, multidisciplinarity, curriculum and research can become the core focus as per NEP implementation, so that we are all on the same page. It's very confusing as to what level of research can be achieved with that standalone institutions in the country. This is a wider question to be debated. I think we've not debated at any level. So my appeal also to Niti Aayog would be that if this can be passed on to UGC, and some policy can come up on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good point. Yes, sir.
We talk of SDGs and 4.7 and 4A also talks a little about inclusivity in schools and institutions. So schools and colleges and universities are the basic institutions that can themselves be a model of sustainable development in terms of like accessibility for persons with disability and other facilities that they have in school, and also like taking care of the environment and food that we spoke in the earlier sessions on hunger, like healthy food, millets and all. So these are some of the things that can be there, and as well as some small water body in the school, some birds, so there can be good habitat also there. So it can be a model in itself. And this is one small suggestion that we are doing. We are trying to do in Delhi NCR area also, like Mayur Vihar and some other areas. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have an indication that we are supposed to close. Next session is there. So very good discussions have come, good points have come. I can only say a few things that Niti Aayog has been trying to take stock of at least higher education. Both the efforts of Dr. Pal's group and my group from SNT, where we are having a dialogue with the vice chancellors of state universities, central universities and some of the private universities to identify the shortcomings and the gaps they have, particularly to promote number one, implementation of NEP 2020. Number two, how do we increase the research and development quotient in the industry? And third one is, how do you make this gap, what you talk of, job-ready students? Sir, aapne bataya tha. So this is a major problem. You mentioned about the engineering colleges being closed and things like that. And we also know that there are engineering students who are now applying for the post of a peon in the municipal corporations and things like that. So obviously there is a big, quality issue which is happening as far as some of these colleges are concerned, because of, first of all, we have really exploded in numbers, and we don't have the necessary quality teachers and the infrastructure to train them for that kind of a job profile. That is one, and I am with you, madam, that there is a major issue as far as NEP 2020 is concerned, is the foundational learning. There are reasons for us to have this kind of a problem now. Between 2001 till about 2014, there was, I think, higher education and the private school education there. We had removed the examination system from up to 10th class. There were no exams. And as a result, children with very low skills in the first standard, second standard used to graduate into third, fourth, fifth and up to 10th class. So obviously there was no check as far as their skills in terms of numeracies are concerned. In fact, I have personally seen 7th class students not able to do the things in mathematics and even languages. So that was one of the major areas. But I want to tell you, I come from, probably, as I mentioned, I'm probably the oldest guy here, and now Dr. Vidmani is there to give me company. So, you know, we come from such schools where infrastructure was abysmal. Abysmal. I used to sit on the floor, on a tat patti as we call it. We used to have a small desk in front of us. There was a blackboard with a chalk piece, that's all. No fan, nothing. But despite that, I can tell you that our numerical skills, our other language skills, with those teachers, that the difference I want to bring out here is, with those teachers, who always, of course, use a cane also, results were very good. That much I can tell you. Today, our problem is, we have infrastructure, aapne bola, we have schools where everything is available, but students are not learning. So there has to be one issue in that with respect to the teachers and the methodology what we are using today for imparting that learning and teaching. So that has to be taken into account. Sir, this community learning point which you have brought out is a very important point. I think the involvement of the community at the lowest level, right at the panchayat level, and that makes a major change. And no doubt that methods which are being followed, central schools, if you see today, they have adopted project-based learning. Whereas not many state schools have adopted that learning. You see the difference. So project-based learning is very important. Third one is, your good point is reflective and innovative teachers. How do you actually become that? And hence that is the major problem as far as the teacher training is concerned. I teach a person, he is a B.Ed or she is a B.Ed or M.Ed or something. We teach him or her pedagogy, we talk about psychology, we talk about so many things. But many times some of these teachers don't even have the basic excellence as far as the subject matter is. The subject excellence is poor. So I think there has to be a mix and match to bringing the standard of our people. Sir, a point which was skills what we are talking of, I just want to close with that. We did a lot of work on this vocational training. NEP 2020 also talks about running the vocational courses along with the normal courses up to at least 10 to 12 standard. Niti Aayog at that point in time came out with the kind of certificates to be given in the vocational courses also, including up to PhD level with a parity with the normal school, so that there is no stigma attached that you are a vocational guy and you are not a main discipline guy. I think we need to really give a major push on that, so that the importance of the vocational training, and that is related to the jobs directly, can also be brought in. It has remained only a concept right now, but its implementation has to be done. Sustainability certainly is a major parameter, and which involves access, equity and inclusion, in addition to quality parameters which I mentioned. So all of you who are involved in this particular area, those who are teachers, those who are professionals, those who are managers, those who are policy makers, I think your suggestions will be welcome, and if they can be given to our Yogesh, I think that will be a great exercise. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you very much, sir, for chairing this very important session on education. So with this, we come to the last session, and we are so glad to have that today we had all the 4 members of Niti Aayog chairing one of the other session, and Vice Chairman himself was there also there in the first session. So in the last session, essentially we would like to capture as to what all have been the major key outcomes coming out of the today's discussion. We have 2 knowledge partners for this event, Institute of Human Development and CSEP. So I would request, before I request Professor Alak Sharma, and from CSEP, I think Sandhya ma'am will like to say what all transpired today. I would like to request the Honourable Member to say a few words.
Thank you. The last 3-4 days I've attended a lot of these, and having to go from one to the other, I like timing. So I've been given 5 minutes, I will try to stick to those. So basically, 3 main issues you've discussed, and one issue important one which has come up. Of course, the 3 ones were nutrition,
health and education. So I want to make a few, one comment or two comments on each of those, and then this important issue of community, data, etc., etc., which is kind of more future looking. So on nutrition, there are kind of two issues. You know, the way the government looks at it is illustrated by this whole issue of millets which has come up. And it's an interesting story which I think will give you an idea of the amazing speed with which the Prime Minister acts. So I want to tell you a little bit on that. And of course, this is also connected with our whole approach of life, you know, lifestyles. I mean, that life is obviously has a connotation, and that connotation is about lifestyles, which is something that India is trying to bring to the global stage. So on millets, you know, about 6 months ago, we were having a discussion on agriculture, etc., and somebody mentioned that you know that PM was very interested in this life and nutritional food, millets, etc. So I made the comment that you cannot look at it only from the supply side. You can't say we will raise millet production from whatever X to 2X or 3X without thinking of the demand. And this was just a discussion. And to my surprise, a couple of months later, I hear the PM on TV and everywhere talking about pushing millets for everyone. And I've repeatedly seen this. There's something one will raise somewhere, and I'll give you another example in the other thing. So that's one important issue is lifestyle, nutrition, you know, in terms of natural foods, foods we have got away from PDS. It's not a completely new issue, because I remember I've been in this for a longer time than, and I am older than Dr. Saraswat. I've been in it for a long time, and we have discussed bringing, you know, the so-called core cereals into PDS, I don't know, 20 years ago or something longer than that. So it's not an old issue, but what I'm trying to tell you is how quickly and decisively this Prime Minister acts to implement it. He's made it a household word. He's got everybody. In fact, I have changed my diet. Now, one meal a day, I have only millet rotis. So that's just an example. The second issue is the confusion between hunger and nutrition. I think it's very important because it leads you to very bad, wrong policies. You know, these hunger indexes have nothing to do with hunger. And I'll make 2 points. One will come in the health part of it. About 25 years ago, that's how old I am, I looked at the last survey, NSS survey, which had a hunger question, which was, after that it disappeared. At that time, I don't remember the exact percentage, but according to the survey, it was between 1% and 2% of the population which was hungry. There was an explicit question in the NSS. It was subsequently dropped. Again, I don't have the time to tell you the whole story. There's whole bunches of stories behind it. And so, you know, when I keep hearing hunger, I am quite amazed. The per capita income has doubled and tripled since that time, and we are still saying, oh, everybody's hungry. It's just, I don't know, I think it's a ridiculous statement, frankly. And particularly at a time when, after the National Food Security Act, and the fact we gave half the urban population and 75% the rural population free food from 2020 to today, people keep talking about hunger. I do not understand. There is some other problem. It's not hunger. Okay? There is some other problem. If you keep saying hunger, all you think of is food. That's not the problem. There's some other problem. Okay? I'm not saying there's no hunger, but it's something else. Please focus on the right issue instead of confusing it with nutrition. That's the second point. On health, just again a small point which I have personally done research on it. Health is not always about health in the way we think of it. We are, of course, all aware of public health. there is public health is sewage, sanitation, drainage, okay? So when we say we want to improve health, and I'm going to give you two examples. One is this. On this one, the first paper I saw was one which showed that malnutrition, child malnutrition was the highest in the slums of the urban areas which were considered the highest per capita income. Places like Delhi, Bombay, etc., which had the highest per capita income in the country. That's where you found the most malnutrition children. So the research at that time showed that is lack of public toilets. But what I did a broader research on this. It's a 2006 paper, which showed that it's this whole complex of sewage, sanitation, drainage, which is more important, especially for India and Africa. These things are worse. And at that time, I investigated and found something which I'd never heard of before. It's called environmental entropy. So this is not just from my imagination. Okay? There is actually something called environmental entropy. So point here is, health is also about public health. It's about sanitation, and I'll give you a second example. It's not just about health. I'm sure you heard Dr. Paul is much more qualified on health than I am. I'm not talking about health per se, but more I do know a little bit about public health. The second one is strangely enough, urban regulations and design can make a big difference to health. Okay? How? Well, there is actual research showing when the heights of buildings were restricted. So there was a period, I won't go into details. When the height was restricted, something happened. When it was raised, something happened. And what they discovered was the proportion of people with TB in those houses went down when the height was lower. Anybody guess why? Yeah, just take a wild guess. Anybody want to take a guess? Light and air. Okay? So health is not, public health is much broader than the health we normally think of. This is just, that was my point. Okay? The third point is on education. I'm a macroeconomist, so I focus on, GDP, employment, and everything connected with it, which can be right up there or can be right on the ground. So I always think of employment and skills as two sides of the same thing. I don't, it's not education. When I think of education, I say, what is the skill which will give me employment? Okay? So I think you can't have employment without skills, and skills without employment are meaningless. So that's my framework. That's why I'm saying all those things which Dr. Saratwas has said is also important. I'm not disputing any of the things which I have said, but I'm just trying to stimulate your mind to think of something slightly different. So what is the issue? The way I think of employment, for the skills at 3 levels. And just for simplicity, because it's very hard to say 10 levels or 20 levels, it just doesn't make any sense. So let's say 3 levels, low, medium, high. So the high skills is what we focus on a lot, higher education, R&D, future skills, specialization, etc., etc. That's all very useful and absolutely important. The medium skills is where, in my view, this whole technical and vocational education issue is deeply intertwined. And I'll give you 2 examples which were amazing when I came across them. But first I want to tell you why this is important. The construction, I don't have an example, but what I do have an example is that I came across, and again, you will be shocked because all you hear about is there are no jobs. I was shocked to know that one company which is in this field has openings of 100,000 construction workers. 100,000, 1 lakh. This was about 9 months ago. Skills. It's not all about creating jobs. It's the coin. I think of a coin. Job and skill. There's none without the other. So job skills are critical. Let me give you one again example of medium skill from the health and education sector which you all discussed. Okay? a private NGO has started a certification program. Skills in this category of medium skills, the standardization and certification is critical. That's the point I'm making here, and I'll give you an example. Two related examples, actually. They are certifying educators or teachers below the level of teacher. Right? You think of teacher as B.Ed, because in government schools, I think you have to have a B.Ed or something. I'm not an expert on education either. But what they've done is they've set up 5 levels of certification below the teacher level. And they are certifying. So anybody who wants to hire, let's say for anything, teaching anything, right? There's a certification. And they are getting 100% placement. I'm trying to knock you off the usual ways of thinking. Sorry for this being deliberately provocative, but maybe at the end of the day, you might find that more interesting than profound words. So somebody else, who's the person who came and told me, I don't want to name them, looked at it and said, why cannot I do this for those above the, below the nurse level? Nurses have a system. There are nursing schools. He said, why don't I do this below the nursing level? There's a huge number of jobs, but you never know. What is the competence? You know, let's say an A&M wants to do private job or something. There's no way to know. What is their competence? What is their motivation? What is amazing idea. Really, I was floored. Partly it's a good news story. There are people out there thinking of all these things and doing it, okay? Final point, okay? So here is my kind of futurist thing. So you discussed a lot about the transformational potential of technology, data-driven approach, and collaboration of government, NGOs, think tanks, and local communities. And here's a suggestion for your consideration. So I think maybe it's time to move from SDGs to what I would call, you know, it's an age of slogans, so I call it PAIS, P-A-I-S, Public Accountability Information System. Okay? I just heard, and again it shocked me, that there are 169 targets. 169 targets. You know, when I heard that there are this was again, I mean, I can tell you my age. I have 3/4 of a century almost. I'll be next year. 20 years ago, all my examples are from 20 years ago, when I heard that there are 250 central and state government programs in every district. Okay? Government programs. I said, how on earth can you have 250? You know who? There's one guy called the district collector or a district manager who has to run all these. Imagine what happens. 250. You can run 250 programs. Kya baat kar rahe ho? Kahan rehte ho? So when I hear 169, I'm sorry, this unpleasant thought comes to me. Kya hai ye? I don't know. Okay? So what is this public accountability? This is when I reviewed. I was asked to review all the social programs. I thought of this, but I think it's worth for you to think of. So what is this? So basically there are 3-4 steps, right? One is data generation and, one element which connects to SDG, because you have to connect, is that you know, you have 3 stages of growth, right? You are a developing country, emerging market, and developed. So most of these SDGs have been thought of in the developing country context. So that's okay. But this movement means you're now going into the forget that 169 and all that, to a middle income category. You are in a lower middle income, and we hope in the next 10 years to be an upper middle. So this PAIS, in a sense, is thinking in that direction, that what should we focus on going forward. So there's generation and storage, which has to be multi-level. Community, you mentioned community, they have to be interested. And the interest will come from the system. So what is that? So creation and generation and storage, access, everybody has to have access, community at every level, community, NGOs, state government, etc., whatever. And then there's two elements of it. One is goes into the government, which is analysis and policy, but the other is accountability. Okay? So if the local people are involved in entering this data, local, I mean, it may not be the same person, can be different people, and then have access to it and can see what is happening. Here in the neighboring village, some village from where you came, something, right? That's what creates accountability, it creates interest, it creates a commitment, right? So this I think one should seriously consider moving from the current types of things we are thinking of SDG to this. Now, I'm not saying government is not doing. In fact, GOI and my friends here know that much better. India's government is doing a lot of things. But I think the conceptual, all of you, and taking it to the community level, all of you have to be involved. Thank you for listening patiently. I've taken too much time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So, I request Alakji and maybe Sandhya from CSEB to just briefly capture. Actually, request you to please prepare a note in which we capture today's outcomes in more greater details. But we can just, for a broad synopsis within 5 minutes, if you can capture right now, both of you, and then I'll pass it on to Inam and we'll close the day.
Thank you, Dr. Suri, Dr. Arvind Vermani, Dr. Paul, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm Alak Sharma, Director of ISD, which is a knowledge partner along with CSP. There were, as you know, 3 sessions. What we decided between ISD and CSP, that ISD would summarize the discussions of first session, which is malnutrition and food and education. And Ms. Sandhya Venkateswaran, she works on health, so she would health. Dr. Suri will take, as you have indicated, something like 5-6 minutes each. A little bit more because Dr. Birmani should know what happened in the whole day. So this first session was, had very rich discussions, more than 1.5 hours, close to 1 hour 40 minutes, exceeded time. 2 presentations, Purnima Menon, Soumya Bisinasan, Secretary Women and Child, 2 other discussions. I can't dare to summarize in 5-6 minutes all the rich deliberations. My colleagues from ISD have taken extensive notes of all the sessions and they will provide you Dr. Suri. But let me give you some bullet points what happened. First of all, according to Niti Aayog SDG index also, in the SDG 2 also, India has made progress, but the country has to cover a bit of distance to achieve the target by 2030. Country has done a lot of things. Of course, everybody knows about food production story. We have become food self-sufficient. But at the same time, and also our PDS system, one of the largest in the world, infant mortality has declined, maternal child, all these good stories are very well known. Poverty has declined in terms of this multi-indicators poverty. But at the same time, there are some concerns, and we should be aware of those concerns so that we meet those targets by 2030. First point is, food availability is not a problem. So it is not an issue, but access to food is, and Dr. Ramesh Chand also acknowledged this, and more so quality food. And rising food prices, Dr. Ramesh Chand gave a statistic, supply chain, storage, diversity of food basket, absorption of food, how do people consume food, sanitation and drinking water in spite of improvement, quality, all these things are the other problem is, and by the way, this session largely discussed agriculture, sustainability occurred because food and nutrition are interrelated. So this problem of agriculture being unsustainable, how to make it climate friendly, driven not by, but it should be driven by natural advantage of the local economy, not by Punjab not producing paddy, which doesn't have any advantage, and so we are seeing the climate repercussion. So all these frequent droughts, floods, soil erosion was discussed, Dr. Birmani, in this session. Then, in spite of whatever level of undernutrition and chronic undernutrition we have, there has been huge reduction, particularly in infant mortality and maternal child mortality. But at the same time, our own data says 57% of women between the age of 18 to 49 anemic. The proportion has increased from 2015-16. This is a matter of concern and surprising also. So all these needs to be given a lot of attention. I'm not going into all these issues which were discussed, but now quickly flag some of the important suggestions which were given, and of course it is not encompassive. I'm not, because of lack of time, Dr. Suri has given me very tight time schedule, so I'm not going to discuss all these things. So first of all, food and nutrition are not the same, but they are highly correlated. They considerably overlap. And in this context, we have to think of some standalone policies, but a number of policies which are interrelated, holistic. And in this context, need of change in narrative in the new context towards an agriculture which is more diversified, of high value production, high productivity. By the way, we have one of the lowest productivity in the world in agriculture. Our paddy production is 1/3 of 40% of China. So we have to, because input cost in Indian agriculture has considerably increased. So less inputs, cost effective, with less chemicals and less pesticides, geared towards small farms, rain-fed areas, nutrition sensitive, environmental friendly, and sustainable agriculture, just to capture what happened. At the same time, mitigating the impacts of climate change and improving resilience in agriculture and its sustainability. Again, climate smart agriculture to reduce carbon emissions, conservation agriculture, zero budget natural farming, which is taking place in some parts of the country, and that needs to be replicated as part of the adaptation and mitigation measures for climate change, for meeting the climate change. And then in this context, also taking into account local and indigenous knowledge of agriculture system, which is rampant, which is quite prominent in various parts of the country. So that has not been taken, that has been almost forgotten now. So now, if we have to see other recommendation towards a food system, which kind of food system, it was discussed a lot. So need for a sustainable feed system that caters to nutritional requirement by increasing production efficiency of agriculture system that is faced with small holdings, fragmentation of holdings, and of course faced with climate change. Access to clean water and sanitation should be an integral part of this entire system. Then again, food system towards increased efficiency, reduction in food loss, which has not been given much attention in our country, and wastage across the entire food supply chain. So if I have to summarize, what should be the component of a safe and healthy diet for sustainable food system, which is the crux of the entire discussion on the food and nutrition system. Improve dietary diversity, which is lacking in India. Reduce post-harvest losses. Empowerment of women. Enforcing standards of food safety, packing, and labeling. Again, a neglected aspect in India. Improving WASH. Yes, 1 minute. Food safety awareness and nutrition education, implementation of food safety and all this, biofortification, and coming to close, Dr. Suri, awareness and all that we discussed, portion. I'm not going into all that. We have a very extensive PDS system, probably largest in the world. Millets can form a part of this. Linking with local vegetable producers. Questions were raised whether such a system is sustainable or not, but now that the country has decided to increase it by 5 more years. So we can do all this. Policies are in place. Policy needs to be strengthened, some policies need to be initiated, but need of monitoring very closely. So then the data system came. We lack data in several spheres, and particularly we have to monitor closely the eastern region states and central states, including my home state of Bihar, which is far away from the targets. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alakji. Sanjay, just 3 minutes.
I can finish in 2 minutes because I actually have 5 points, many of which Dr. Virmani already mentioned. So I'm anyway not going to talk about the challenges. I think we've all had a long, intense day with a rich discussion. So I have 5 takeaways from the health discussion in terms of just way forward, or areas to focus on, right? So the first one, there was a lot of discussion on the need for localization, decentralization, etc. I think we all know that. It's something that's been discussed for long. For reasons that have been discussed, better targeting, better surveillance, there's differential context, so it's very important to actually address the local context rather than forget national level, even state level initiatives, and the role of community, etc. Now, in this context, decentralized planning has been talked about for very long. What can we do to actually strengthen decentralized planning and decentralized operations and implementation? So that's point number 1. The point number 2 that came up much more in the morning rather than in the health session was the focus on girls and women, especially in the context of nutrition. Much is said about the 1,000-day window, but actually it's a larger window. Focus on adolescent girls is very, very important. All of this is there in the policies. All these just need to be strengthened. None of them are really missing. And while I'm focusing on health, these actually apply to all, health, nutrition, and education. So the focus on girls, women, etc. The role of self-help groups was talked about extensively by Amarjit Sinha. There's huge potential, much has been done. Just one caveat, let's not keep loading more and more on the self-help groups because, too much responsibility can also become a problem. That wasn't discussed, that's just my little addition. The third point is regulation, whether it's the use of antibiotics, something that's came up, whether it's the use of pricing, which in the health sector can be a big issue, whether it's in the case of quality of drugs, diagnostics, etc., etc. Regulation is huge, it's a huge issue. So that needs a lot more attention, both for the private health providers and public, and related with that is accountability, something that got touched upon but not discussed to the extent that perhaps it was needed to. And what sort of accountability mechanisms can bring in stronger health services, because it may be argued that regulating is the easier part, implementing that regulation is the harder part. So whether it's a question of incentives, disincentives, community-based accountability, whatever it is, it shouldn't just be accountability to your manager above and spending money, but actually accountability to improvement in outcomes. That was the fourth. So my last point is the need for research, which came up in a very big way. Again, whether it's on AMR, whether it's on One Health, whether it's on just, what sort of system designs they should be, there is a need for a lot more research than currently happening. And related to that is the need for data. We know that our data systems can be a lot more robust in terms of the frequency, in terms of the quality of data, because as you know, I'm part of a research organization. When we are looking for data, it's often a struggle, and that's fundamental. Data to celebrate India's successes, and data for us to understand where the gaps are, because if there isn't clarity on that, what policies are we going to make? So those are really the 5 areas, and that's it, probably less than 3 minutes.
So very clear and very concise. Thank you. I just want to make one issue which I think after hearing the first one, yours is very clear. It worries me when people talk about food. I'm not sure what they are talking about. Frankly, I mean, remember, you'll give me my age. I've heard it for like more years than some of the youngsters around were born probably before. So I'll tell you what the issue is. We know that crop agriculture is more than 2/3 of agriculture in India. And that's been true for a long time. So when they talk about food, are they talking just about crop agriculture, which is basically, this is what you have to distinguish. I'm not saying the particular people who is mentioned here, it just reminds me that most people do that. I don't know what. So you have to be clear what we are talking about, right? So we are talking then about cereals, and usually it's rice and wheat, and sugar, which, on one platform we'll say sugar is bad for health, another platform we'll say that we need food, more sugar, okay? So that is one thing you have to be very careful about, to distinguish. There is no dispute. So when we talk about prices, what prices are we talking about, okay? So the other part, of course, we know animal husbandry. Everybody agrees milk is very important. Everybody agrees fruit and vegetable is very important. So you have to be very careful. What is it we are talking about? That's all I'm asking. Okay? When you write this down, be clear. Okay? Because otherwise you get bad policy. That's my problem. So that's basically an issue which keeps coming up, and we never solve the problem. Which is there, because we often get misled into something else. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
And the last presenter of today is Inamji. I think its entire exercise has started because of the G20 India's presidency. So India's G20 presidency and the communique, and how do we take it forward? So I request Inamji to make the intervention.
Thank you very much, and thank you also to Neeti for organizing this very important event. I think hearing the discussions today here, and also the excitement about what the New Delhi Declaration in terms of its agreement on the SDGs represent and mean for our own work domestically, I think it is very, very satisfying. I'm not an expert on how some of these things have to be implemented domestically, but I think what I can tell you also, for some of us who negotiated this from the scratch, and if you would see the New Delhi Leaders Declaration, how relevant it is not only for the G20 and the guest countries, but also how it is seen beyond this very important grouping for the Global South. So I think what really was behind this particular political consensus at the G20 level, and I think how does that relate to possibly how we should implement it and what it means for the world is something that I can talk to. I think given that there have been a lot of interest on some of these issues, I'm pretty sure that colleagues here have seen the SDG action plan that has been adopted by the leaders, initiated by the development ministers. It is indeed a very strong action plan, not only from the perspective of national actions, but a very important international component of it, which I want to highlight, because a lot of times when we are focusing a lot on what to do domestically, and SDGs of course have to be implemented domestically, but what is the international agreement part of it? How does that help us, and when that fails, how does that affect us, is something that is very important for us to understand. So I think it is that particular specific balance of agreement or the give and take which was reached, it will be very important to keep in mind. So I want to speak to, to that particular issue as we take forward these discussions nationally. So I think it is very important to also put it out up front that what India does nationally, what India does locally is indeed very important, not only for the SDGs achievements globally because of the shared numbers in our country, but also because a lot of the models that we present, that we work on, actually become templates for a lot of countries in the global south. So I think as we move forward on our major agendas and policies, we have to keep in mind that our impact directly or indirectly, happens around the world, especially in the global south countries, and that is the responsibility, in a way, we carry. There are always countries around, people around who are looking at how India did it. So I think from that perspective, and how we put forward development back to the G20 agenda, what's very important to understand is that I have a little presentation for all of you. These are not things that you've not seen before, but I think in the context of what we're discussing, it may make sense to start with. For example, the theme that we had chosen, it was very self-explanatory to a lot of people, but what we really did in terms of explaining, especially the one family part, was regarding the multi-stakeholdership of our agendas. And this not only applies to the bigger agendas that we are speaking of, energy, climate, but most importantly the sustainable development goals, domestically as well as nationally. So I would like you to keep that in mind as we go forward in this discussion. The next very important issue, I think when SDGs were adopted, for some of us who have been following this would know that SDGs were actually considered, and even today, I think during COVID and after COVID, a sort of crisis response plan, and has stood the test of a response to all multi-stakeholder crisis. And it was important to keep in mind the three aspects of it. The universality, that means it is applicable at all levels, in all countries. The indivisibility, meaning you cannot pick and choose certain SDGs. Climate action certainly cannot become more urgent than hunger, for example, and we saw the results of it in how the COVID impacted all the world, because we had, or some countries had picked and chosen certain SDGs over the others in terms of international focus. And the integrity of it, meaning that is where the equity part and the solidarity part comes in. Now, of course, the SDGs are an important agenda for the developing countries, but if you would see, Dr. Virmani spoke about the various targets. There are targets not only about, for example, SDG 16, about domestic aspects of justice, but also international aspects of justice. So how do voices who have not been represented in the international governance frameworks are represented? And what does that mean for the development at the local level? And these things, especially in the current discussions on the debt-related issues, have been coming out more and more at the forefront. So I think when we speak of these important agendas, it is important to keep in mind that they have a very important international dimension, and everything links back. So whatever we are doing is not only having a positive impact, but whatever happens around the world. So for example, if there are obligations on climate that are not fulfilled, it impacts on the development in other parts of the world, because unlike the developed countries, the developing countries have the responsibility to develop, grow, and decarbonize at the same time, which has not been done by any country in the history of the world. So the SDGs in the context of the developing countries are a very, very comprehensive agenda, something that has not been tried before ever. So I think that way, we have to insist on that international agreement, the international give and take, the equity aspect of it, and not only our global reaching out, but also in terms of our studies as we do, in terms of how the different agendas have an impact. So I'll speak to that, especially in the case of energy transition, but just as a positive example, I wanted to bring in the lifestyle for environment discussions. A lot of us, the lifestyle discussions, see from the perspective of individual actions, which is all well and good, but I think what it really means for those who are following the climate discussions closely is the realization, which has been brought out by several studies, especially recently by the International Energy Agency, that without addressing the demand side of the energy and only focusing on replacing this fuel with the other, you cannot solve climate change issues. And that is unfortunately not the major focus of these discussions, because certain countries do not want their lifestyles to be questioned in global platform. Be it as it may, and also as we all know that the major growth paradigms that are available to the countries around the world, especially the developing countries, and what the developed countries have used in the past, are growth by consuming more, by therefore in effect polluting more. So this idea coming from a developing country, which is sort of saying that, okay, not only that I am not going to consume, I'm also asking for that paradigm to change, is quite visionary, because it is a realization of the fact that without this, the climate change cannot be achieved, but at the same time a call to action to the fact that we need alternative models of how to grow economically. And these processes have to happen side by side. So I think if you look at lifestyle for environment from this lens, it actually touches upon so many more aspects of our policy making and international exchanges, and therefore requires so much more multi-stakeholder exchanges for it to really, really have an impact that it needs to. And therefore, it's a very important example of the integrity and the indivisibility of the SDGs that we were speaking about. Going forward, and I think, therefore talking about what was one of the major achievements of the G20 presidency was really projecting the development as the key part of the pact that the leaders will do for the future, but anchoring it in the needs of everyone. So if you would, for example, see the high-level principles that we have adopted for lifestyles, it speaks of basic needs of people and the CBDR principle right up front, because it recognizes that lifestyles in certain cases have to be drastically sort of made carbon sort of negative, but in certain cases they just simply have very, very little in them to be reduced, and they need to be bought at a certain place. SDGs, of course, financing, of course, but energy transition, this is something that I want to focus on just a little bit before I go to the next slide. Energy transitions, which is a buzzword today, one of the major agendas. Also, this was one of the agendas, apart from climate, which did not achieve a full 100% consensus in the ministerial text itself, unlike other. So that tells us how much of different perspectives exist on the table of an important grouping where countries have such a different view on how to address these issues. And one of the major issues that countries constantly were trying to avoid, especially the developed countries, and India kept on bringing, is that energy transitions have developmental impacts. So you cannot just bring in an energy transition plan and not look at the fact that it has impact on the labor sort of markets of the economy, if it has impact on those who are already involved in that particular field. It has an impact on when you see transnationally, for example, with the carbon border adjustment mechanism, of an equity aspect. So, for example, if a certain country, which is an important sort of importer, decides suddenly that I'm not going to import certain goods from a poor country who has not yet shifted to low carbon energy based industries, will it not have impact on development? So I think some of these discussions are not sort of keeping in mind that a lot of these aspects have such amount of cross-sectionality that not touching those issues is injustice to first and foremost development. And I think that's where the development aspects become, or development discussions become so much more interesting, but also very difficult, because it touches upon almost all major agendas that we are speaking of, and therefore sometimes it is difficult to track and measure, and therefore come up with specific actions. But at the same time, I think this is important to keep in mind, because if we forget the developmental dimensions of all our major agendas, which in our national policies and our international exchanges, we will not be able to achieve SDGs comprehensively and in its sort of integral manner. So I think these are the international sort of discussions, very heated discussions, very difficult discussions that we undertake on behalf of those who are not there on the table, like we did, from the Voice of Global South, voices that were brought to the G20, which we hope are then understood and well integrated in the reaching out that happens, when we take these issues more at the local level. So I think just wanted to present the last slide, which is also what we felt the tangible meaning of our presidency was. So I think, what does really one family mean? What does really one earth mean? And how do we, what are the different levers that we use to achieve those aspects and to achieve one future? So this is really a process, and there are aspects of it which cannot be ignored or forgotten. So if we, for example, let go of the equity aspect or the solidarity aspect, we will be affecting sort of certain basic tenets of that agreement, and therefore will not really reach where we have to. Just like the COVID and other challenges demonstrated to us. So I think these are just some of the broader points of our discussions that we take, undertake in these forums. I want to bring on, but extremely enriched by the discussions here today, and hopeful that India will pave the way for the implementation of SDGs and also the Leaders' Declaration, not only in India but in beyond our borders, and most importantly Global South. Thank you very much.
Suppose a vote of thanks, so I would like to say. Thanks. With this, we come to the end of the today's, I think the whole day, but almost 8 hours of deliberations. I take this opportunity to thank Honorable Vice Chairman of Niti Aayog, all the 4 members who have taken time off, and especially Dr. Paul, who spent the whole day here. And I also thank our knowledge partner, Institute of Human Development, CSEP, and UNDP, who have helped in putting together this entire event. My personal thanks to all the speakers and discussants, all the participants. I'm glad to inform that almost 8,000 people had joined online also for this today's webinar. And my own team, of course, in Niti Aayog, as well as our media agency, Akhya. And with these words, I thank you all once again, and request all of you to please join us for high tea. Thank you all.